Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 council member and chair of the council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Wednesday, February 5th, 2025, and we are meeting both in room 123 of the historic John A. Wilson building and on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:32 a.m. and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing of the committee. This is the committee's first performance oversight hearing of 2025, and today the committee will receive testimony from public witnesses on the District Department of Transportation, the Bicycle Advisory Council, the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council, and the Pedestrian Advisory Council. The Bicycle Advisory Council serves as the advisory body to the mayor, the council, and the district agencies on matters pertaining to bicycling in the district and makes recommendations to DDOT's bicycle coordinator regarding the budget and the comprehensive bicycle transportation and safety program. The Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council advises the mayor, council, and district agencies on how to make local transit and public space in the district more accessible to persons with disabilities. And the Pedestrian Advisory Council serves as the advisory body to the mayor, the council, and the district agencies on matters pertaining to the improvement of pedestrian safety and accessibility. The District Department of Transportation, also known as DDOT's, mission is to equitably deliver a safe, sustainable, and reliable multimodal transportation network for all residents and visitors of the District of Columbia. Pursuant to that mission, DDOT designs, constructs, maintains, and repairs alleys, sidewalks, streets, bike lanes, bridges, and tunnels throughout the district. The agency also manages the DC streetcar and until last year, managed the circulator bus service. Additionally, DDOT administers the district's inventory of automated traffic enforcement cameras, which issue tickets for speeding and failing to stop at a signal. And among its numerous other functions, DDOT plays a critical role in school safety through the Safe Routes to School and school crossing guard programs. Beyond managing transportation projects, DDOT is also one of the main agencies involved in public space management, whether it's closing off streets for a parade or a farmer's market, issuing permits for streeteries or block parties. The agency's urban forestry division cultivates the district's tree urban canopy, which beautifies the city while offering residents and visitors shade. And when the sun goes down, DDOT's responsible for illuminating the district with its streetlight program. So, of course, today we will hear from witnesses about DDOT's efforts to improve road safety and maintain sidewalks or expand bike lanes and multi-use trails. But we'll also hear from witnesses about DDOT's work to expand and maintain street trees to ensure the students get to school safely, on time, and ready to learn. We may hear about DDOT's management of public spaces and how they can help local businesses better enable residents to host civic events. And I say all that to underscore that DDOT's functions are very far-reaching. And while it's fair to characterize DDOT as the district's transportation agency, the agency also shapes the very character and culture of our city. So I really look forward to today's conversations. With that, some comments on the format of today's hearing. Public witnesses testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes to testify. Those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, only one witness will have the full 5 minutes to testify. The other witnesses will each have 3 minutes. We will be using a timer to help keep us all on schedule. For witnesses testifying virtually, please remain on the panel after you've finished your testimony in case council members have questions for you. And for anyone who's interested in submitting testimony for the record, the committee will accept written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings, and the record closes on February 19th, 2025. So with that, let's turn to our first panel of public witnesses. And I think throughout the day, we're going to have some witnesses that are here in person, some that are virtual. So I will do my best to make sure that we're keeping everybody moving. And we have a total of almost 80 witnesses over the course of today. So I expect that we will go through the afternoon. So I want to be as respectful to witness number 77 as I am to number 1. So just from a timeliness, if you'll please pay attention to the timer so we make sure we respect everybody's time. With that, let me start calling up our first panel of public witnesses. I have Andrew Schichtel, who's the Chief Operating Officer of Casey Trees, Brenda Richardson, Public Witness, Nathan Harrington, Executive Director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy, Stella Tarnay, the Co-Founder and Executive Director of Capital Nature, Seth Grimes, Washington, D.C. Organizer with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association, Callie Crumpos, who's the Manager of the Capital Trails Coalition, Mike Glassman, Public Witness, Zachary Israel, Public Witness, Aman George, Public Witness, and Kusham Putta, who's the ANC Commissioner for 2E01. And that's going to make up our first panel. Mr. Schichtel's here in person. So actually, why don't I do this? Mr. Schichtel, I'll turn to you to do your testimony while we're bringing the rest of our panelists onto the virtual platform. Good morning to you.
Morning. Yeah, good morning, Chairman Allen and council members. My name is Andrew Schichtel. I am the Chief Operating Officer at Casey Trees. and a proud resident of Ward 8 in historic Anacostia. Trees are one of DC's most important historical, cultural, and environmental assets. To ensure they remain healthy and abundant, we offer the following 3 recommendations. The first recommendation is to protect more special trees by reducing the size threshold from 44 circumference inches to 25 circumference inches. We commend DDOT's Urban Forestry Division on planting all of the city's 170,000 street tree boxes and public spaces. But despite these incredible achievements, DC's canopy is not increasing. Cities large and small across the United States are finding out what we already know. We cannot plant our way to achieving DC's 40% canopy goal. To do this, we must protect more existing healthy trees. The reduction in circumference would effectively increase the number of protected trees in the district from 15% to 20%. While preserving the city's older and larger trees is important, protecting mid-size younger trees is vital if we want to secure DC's future canopy and green legacy for our city. The second recommendation is to adjust the fees and fines for inflation for tree removal permits and illegal tree removals. In 2016, the fee for special tree removal permits was $55 per inch of circumference, and the fine for illegally removing a special tree was $300 per circumference inch. Adjusted for inflation, those fees and fines today would be $70 and $375 respectively. Approximately 1,500 additional trees could have been planted if the fees and fines were adjusted. These penalty levels are woefully out of date, and the administration refuses to adjust them. Fortunately, the Tree Preservation Enhancement Act of 2025, recently reintroduced by Council Chair Mendelson, contains both of these recommendations. I therefore urge Council to pass this Amendment Act this year. The final request is to allow Casey Trees to continue to pilot a community-based street tree care program with UFD. Every year, Casey Trees receives hundreds of calls from residents about newly planted trees on their block. They're happy the trees are planted, but are concerned about their condition and wanting to help keep them alive and healthy. Engaging nonprofits and residents to help lift some of the city's maintenance burden is a win-win. Over many years, Casey Trees has been asking DDOT to continue to pilot a street tree maintenance program. This is not a negative reflection on DDOT. The Urban Forestry Division is doing a really great job. It is simply an acknowledgement that with over 65,000 small trees planted over the last 10 years, there is no shortage of basic maintenance needed to ensure that these trees have a good start. And Casey Trees volunteers want and should be at the table to help. What we're asking for is not new. In fact, these types of programs and nonprofit-led street tree maintenance programs are common. In your packet, we've cited 2 well-known examples in Philadelphia and San Francisco. Also included are a small handful of photos of street trees that could greatly benefit from some minor maintenance treatments that would build community goodwill and strengthen the city's link to its residents. In closing, DC is recognized as a leader in tree management and protection, but more must be done if DC is to achieve its 40% canopy goal by 2032. Our recommendations today are provided in support of the city's goal to ensure a healthy canopy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schichtel. Next, let me see if Brenda Richardson is here. Ms. Richardson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Here we go. Good morning to you. And why don't I turn to you for your testimony now?
Thank you. Thank you. Good day, Chairperson Allen and other council members. My name is Brenda Lee Richardson. I am a Ward 8 resident and coordinator of APAC, the Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative. The benefits of urban trees are many. They help manage our city's stormwater, clean the air we breathe, and provide shade on a hot summer day. These benefits are even more critical in disfavored communities where residents experience worse health outcomes and shorter lifespans because of extreme heat and poor air quality. That is why I am here today to applaud recent efforts by the Urban Forestry Division, which has done an impeccable job maintaining our city's trees and is committed to more inclusive engagement with under-resourced communities who have experienced years of neglect and trauma. But money alone will not be enough to address these longstanding problems. We also need the council to step up and pass two bills to help protect the long-term health of our city's trees on both the private and public lands. The first is the Tree Preservation Enhancement Amendment Act, which would adjust the size of special trees from 44 to 25 inches and help us achieve our city's tree canopy goal. The bill should be strengthened by requiring property owners that are removing large mature trees on private property to post their tree removal permits, and by clarifying the language around the removal of hazardous trees to make sure the spirit of the law is being followed. The second piece of legislation is the Office of Natural Area Conservation Establishment Act. Adopting this measure would provide much needed clarity over which departments manage approximately 500 acres of forested land in the district and create a roadmap for addressing harmful invasive plants in our city's natural areas. Both of these bills enjoyed broad support in the previous council period and should be passed immediately. Finally, Chairperson Allen, I am calling on our partners at DDOT and UFD to work with us to develop a special forest to honor and remember lost loved ones. Memory forests, as they are often called, are natural areas where trees are planted on behalf of those who have died that have succumbed to violence and other health disparities. These places offer grieving families a dignified place to remember and reflect, where each visit to the memorial also becomes an opportunity to be surrounded by nature. Remember that memory forests is something that we really want to do throughout the District of Columbia. I am happy to follow up with you about a growing memory forest east of the river or anything else that I have spoken about. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Richardson. Hang in there. So I'll come back around and ask some questions in a few minutes. So thank you. Nathan Harrington, let me turn to you next.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Nathan Harrington. I'm founder and director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. We're a small nonprofit that works to improve the health, beauty, and the public enjoyment of forested areas east of the river. And I'm here talking about Department of Transportation because a significant minority of the land that we work on is actually under the jurisdiction of DDOT. I'm talking about the forests that are flanking 295 and Suitland Parkway. There's hundreds of acres of forest that was designed as a buffer between the noise and the traffic and the smog of traffic and the residential neighborhoods that are nearby. And they provide all of the ecosystem services and health benefits that we get from urban forests. But those benefits are compromised when you have severe issues of trash and invasive species that are going unaddressed. And the DDOT, Department of Urban Forestry, is in theory responsible for all trees that are on DC government land. But in reality, their focus is street trees. I think they do a really good job with street trees. But they're pretty much missing in action when it comes to taking care of these forested natural areas that are on DC government land. The only invasive species work to try to save trees from being smothered by invasive vines that's happening in those areas is being done by Ward 8 Woods and by other nonprofits using non-DDOT funds, funds from Department of the Environment or privately donated funds. And then when it comes to trash, neither DDOT nor any of the other agencies that cares for DC government land, not DPW, not General Services, really takes responsibility for cleaning. And so trash that's dumped and littered along these roads just accumulates and festers for years. So in the short term, the council needs to clarify whose responsibility that is and make sure that that agency has the resources to perform that sort of basic maintenance, so that the green areas flanking our highways are not covered in trash, as we see in places along 295. And that approach could involve contracting some of that work out to organizations like Ward 8 Woods, that specialize in that type of work and that employ East of the River residents. But the DC government should be actually funding that instead of us having to go out and use volunteers and privately raise money to do what should be a basic government function. And as my colleagues have mentioned already, a solution for this is to actually place management of natural undeveloped areas, forests that are on DC government land under the jurisdiction of a new office, which would happen under that act to establish Office of Natural Areas Conservation. My understanding is that bill was shelved because there were concerns from some of the agency heads that it would create redundancy. They were claiming that some of the work that was intended for the new office was already being done. But I think everything that I've said and sort of the realities on the ground show that there is a huge gap, and a lot of that work is actually not being done, and that highlights the need for the agency. I also share some of the concerns that my colleagues were sharing with the removal of trees on private land. DDOT Urban Forestry is responsible for visiting the site, inspecting the trees, and issuing permits and collecting fees for removal of those trees. That the act that is pending does need to be passed. That's a good start to increasing the fees, expanding the number of trees that are protected under the policy. But I am also concerned that a lot of the oldest and largest trees are being removed without any funds being collected because they are designated as hazardous. I'm not an arborist, but I do know that a lot of the oldest and largest trees will have a dead limb here or, a hole in the trunk there. That doesn't mean that they're about to fall down. That doesn't mean that they are really a threat to anybody. Oftentimes they can continue to live for decades. They make a huge contribution to our canopy and other ecosystem services. But when they, and a lot of them are actually in the middle of woods. If you have a forest patch and there's a big tree in the middle of it that has some dead limbs, that tree is not a threat to anybody unless you presuppose that all of the other trees are going to be cut down and replaced with buildings. So we need to reevaluate that aspect of the law, because declaring every aging tree hazardous is a recipe for rapid deforestation. And it could potentially be used as a loophole that would benefit these developers who are looking to cut down whole stretches of woods, which is what we're seeing many places in Ward 8. So I thank you for your attention, and I reiterate my colleagues' call to pass the Office of Natural Areas Conservation Establishment Act and the Tree Preservation Enhancement Act. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Harrington. And I'll note, I think this is the first time you're testifying in front of the committee, not actually out in the woods. I know you're out there almost every day, so it's good to see you.
Yeah, this is my home office, but my team is in the woods.
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. Well, thank you very much. Let me turn to Stella Tarnay, who's the co-founder and executive director of Capital Nature.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Allen and committee members. As you said, my name is Stella Tarnay, and I'm co-founder and executive director of Capital Nature. Our nonprofit mission is to bring healthy nature experience to DC area residents and to nurture stewardship of the environment. We support the DC Master Naturalist Program hosted at UDC and work with agencies and community partners to engage residents with the amazing natural world that's often right outside our doors. Trees are the gateway to that world, making it possible to introduce residents to the ecosystems in their neighborhoods. And we all know that trees make district communities healthier, more beautiful, and livable. They are the lungs and cooling system of the city. UFD's work could not be more important. We have interacted with UFD arborists as part of our neighborhood engagement work, They have been accessible, knowledgeable, and very helpful during walks and in answering resident questions about tree care. Residents always leave impressed. In previous years, we have interacted with UFT leadership, and this has helped us understand the role of street trees to the district sustainability and even to launch some of our local programming. UFT's web and information tools are excellent. I do have concerns in a number of areas that I think DDOT needs to address. I am concerned that the district's tree canopy, even while it mediates its impacts, is becoming ever more vulnerable to the stresses of climate change, namely heat, drought, flooding, and susceptibility to disease. This past summer, half of the newly planted trees on my street died during the dry heat wave. They will never grow into those beautiful canopy trees that do so much good. I understand UFT contractors provide watering services to young trees once every 2 weeks during the first year in the ground. In the summer of 2024 was simply not enough. Second-year trees received no watering at all. Local stewards in neighborhoods did their best to water trees when their conditions became apparent, but most did not have the tools or equipment to bring enough water to tree sites. Let's have a conversation about how those trees can be helped, because I suspect that the summer of 2024 may be the new normal. I suggest there are two options. DDOT and the Urban Forestry Division create a ready plan for drought periods that includes more frequent and extended watering by contractors, more green jobs, or create a stronger partnership program with local stewards to make it possible for them to step in and do the watering. Both KC Trees and Capital Nature have some ideas about how to do that, as does my local neighborhood arborist. Second, Capital Nature facilitates a DC-based regional group on nature-based resilience to climate change, especially through connectivity that helps both people and species adapt. By connecting the green spaces in our city through living blue-green corridors, we can keep our neighborhoods cooler and healthier, and even make the ground that trees grow in more organic and robust. Street trees are essential to this connected approach and in turn can benefit from the natural buffers it creates. We are a bit frustrated that UFT leadership has not been participating in work group meetings, though staff members have occasionally dropped in by phone in listening mode. We would like to formally invite urban forestry leadership to participate actively in this cross-sector working group. Further, we would be happy to host a meeting for presentation by Associate Director Utzler on UFT's climate response strategy. With all of its capabilities and excellent staff, DDOT and the Urban Forestry Division simply cannot respond to the demands of tree planting, climate change, and tree stewardship alone. Let's look at opportunities to strengthen that work across sectors through collaboration and partnership, such as that offered by KC Trees, Capital Nature, Ward 8 Woods, APAC, the district's villages, the business sector, and others to take us through summers like 2024 and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Tarnay. Next, let me turn to Seth Grimes.
Thank you, Chair Allen and committee members, and good morning to everyone who's participating in the hearing or watching. I am Seth Grimes. I am Washington, D.C. organizer at the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. Last year, you heard from my colleague, Alyssa Proudfoot-Siegel. She has moved into the Trail Ranger, the DC Trail Ranger team at WABA, and I moved into the DC organizer position. Although a witness at last year's hearing actually mentioned me, although not by name, that was former ANC Commissioner Amon George, whom we'll hear from in a few minutes as part of this panel. Amon cited that a bicyclist had been hit in Sherman Circle in front of his house. That was me. It was a painted but not protected bike lane. A driver entering the circle was cited for failure to yield. Fortunately, I was not seriously injured. So I speak on behalf of WABA and its 5,000 members and nearly 25,000 regional advocacy supporters. I'll also presume to speak for the 18,000 DC residents who bike to work on a daily basis, according to Go DC Go, and for the many, many thousands of shared mobility users who logged 6,114,324 capital bike share rides in 2024, a 36.9% increase from 2023. And then according to Ride Report, there were over 8 million other micromobility permitted rides excluding bike share in 2024. We at WABA appreciate council members and DDOT's year-round diligence, responsiveness, and accountability. So I'll use this testimony to highlight three overarching concerns: transportation safety, expanding mobility options, and extending the connected bike network. What I'll call the active transportation level of service, reinforcing the need for data equity and accountability. First concern is extending and filling in the connected low-stress bike network on an accelerated timeline. I'll add prioritizing creating new protected bike lanes in wards 5, 7, and 8, and filling bike lane gaps. DDOT reports that they completed just 4.8 miles of new protected bike lanes in FY24, with none in Ward 7 and less than 1 mile in Ward 8. This pace isn't sufficient to meet the needs of community members across the district, especially less confident bicyclists. Connected is a key word here. People shy away from travel by bike when they don't feel safe moving along the entire route. We ask DDOT to develop a method to measure the extent to which a project improves connectivity in order to better prioritize projects, a goal of the Strategic Bikeways Plan. WABA and our members are looking forward to publicizing and participating in development of the Strategic Bikeways Plan and a subsequent update to Move DC's Bicycle Priority Network. I'll caution that the planning and network update processes are not a reason to delay currently planned projects based on current bike priority network routing. Of course, we're dismayed about decisions that killed the long-planned Connecticut Avenue Safety Project, including protected bike lanes, but let's continue to advance projects that improve safety for all users, such as the South Dakota Avenue Northeast, Georgia Avenue, Minnesota bus priority projects, Taylor Street Northeast and 11th Street Northwest. There are many projects. Let's undertake a widely supported study of QR Street protected bike lanes and maintain planned progress on East Capitol Street and Southern Avenue and other projects. Transportation safety is, of course, an overarching concern. It means refocused and redoubled efforts to meet Mayor Bowser's 2014 Vision Zero commitment. But we note that DC experienced 52 traffic fatalities in 2024, the same number as in 2023, which itself was the highest number since 2007. We're not making progress. We need protected bike lanes as part of safety. And we noted that 64% of the district's network is unprotected bike lanes. We want to have the 100% there as feasible. On the policy front, no turn on red was a major step forward, and we are also concerned about implementation hiccups. Of course, we want to see continued aggressive implementation of the STEER Act, ticket reciprocity with Maryland and Virginia, and all that other good stuff. Returning to an earlier point, I cited phenomenal bike commuting and bike share stats. The e-bike incentive program is fantastic. It's a game changer. And again, the district will offer an adaptive cycling program in 2025 in cooperation with Achilles International and Capital Bike Share. Let's continue advancing these efforts. And a further thing to explore this year would be launching a cargo e-bike sharing program by an existing provider or a new provider and making adaptive bicycling devices easily and affordably available. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Grimes. And I'll turn to everybody in just a little bit with some questions once we hear from everybody else on this panel. So next, let me turn to Callie Crumpus, who's the manager with the Capital Trails Coalition.
All right. Good morning, Chair Allen and members of the committee. I'm Callie Crumpos, and I'm here to share comments on behalf of the Capital Trails Coalition. The coalition is a collaboration of more than 80 public and private organizations, agencies, and volunteers. We're working to advance completion and activation of an interconnected network of multi-use trails for people of all ages and abilities across the metropolitan Washington, D.C. region. Launched in 2015, the total network of multi-use trails now includes more than 1,000 miles of both completed and planned trails, which demonstrates progress in each jurisdiction. DC has some great multi-use trails already, totaling 63 miles that create safe corridors for community members to walk, bike, and roll for active transportation and recreation. But there are many missing connections, and we've seen delayed opportunities to build out the network. DDOT plays a central role in designing and implementing trails in the district, and we urge DDOT to remain focused on building out the Capital Trail Network as outlined in Strategy 22 in the Move DC plan to improve safe options for active, sustainable transportation and to better connect key points of interest like jobs, schools, grocery stores, parks, and more. In November 2021, the DC Council passed a resolution recognizing the Capital Trails Coalition's goal to complete the top 40 projects in the network by 2025 and the full network by 2030. We're not on track to meet that goal. While progress was made for some trails during the last year, DDOT's pre-hearing response points out that no trails were completed in FY 2024, and though 4 miles of trails were added to the trail list, that total includes recategorized trails facilities that weren't previously included. Several of the coalition's top priority trails that DDOT is responsible for will not be completed in 2025, including the New York Avenue Trail, South Capitol Street Trail, Eastern Avenue Trail, Shepherd Branch Trail, and others. Not to mention that other priority trails are desperately in need of rehabilitation and safety improvements, especially the Suitland Parkway Trail, which is currently an unsafe and unwelcoming experience for trail users, but is not slated for construction for several years. We know trail projects go through a thorough and often years-long, if not decades-long process, but to achieve the transportation safety, mode shift, health, and environmental goals set out by the district, it's essential that we make continued progress towards completing the trail network. The delays and long timelines for these projects negatively impacts community members and can lead to higher project costs. The coalition hopes to see consistent progress to build out the trail network to ensure all community members have access to these great resources. Finally, we acknowledge that DDOT's trail-focused efforts have been impacted by the decision-making processes of other stakeholders, including the U.S. National Park Service, CSX, and the Architect of the Capitol. We encourage DDOT to continue and to prioritize these discussions to move trail projects forward, especially the Shepherd Branch Trail, Louisiana Avenue Connection, and the Arboretum Bridge and Trail. We're excited that these long-awaited opportunities to better connect the district and the region are moving forward, and we hope your continued efforts will speed up negotiations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crumpos. Next on our agenda, we had Mike Glassman, but I don't think Mr. Glassman is with us right now. So I'm going to turn next to Zachary Israel.
Thank you so much, Chair Allen, members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. My name is Zach Israel. I'm a Ward 4 resident and a former advisory neighborhood commissioner on ANC 4D. I wish I had more time to write coherent thoughts, but I'm just going to sort of wing it right now on a few issues that come to mind. The one main thing I want to focus on is TSI 2.0, or the Traffic Safety Input System that DDOT has had in place now since January of 2023. So we're more than 2 years in to the current system. There are a lot of improvements in that current system that we have versus the previous iterations, especially on equity. I looked at the pre-hearing responses from DDOT on TSI 2.0. I think it's fantastic that at this point, a majority of the TSIs that have been approved for investigation are in wards 5, 7, and 8. And so I really do applaud them for taking that direction and making it more equitable. But that doesn't mean that there are some serious problems that remain with this current system. And I want to note, too, that Director Kirschbaum actually attended my local ANC 4D public meeting back in May of 2024, so about 9 months ago. And I had asked her about some of the what I view as pitfalls in the current system. So, for example, there are sometimes investigations that are done that are related to a missing street sign of some kind, right? Does that really merit a full-scale investigation by traffic safety engineers? Because that's basically taking one of those 200 slots per quarter. And Director Kirschbaum acknowledged that that's a problem and that shouldn't be the case. And she told me at the time, 9 months ago, that DDOT was exploring revamping the system yet again and making some significant changes. But in those intervening 9 months, I have not seen anything publicly about that. And so my hope for you at your hearing next week on Tuesday with the director, really dig into this with her. And the reason I stress this so much is because the TSI 2.0 system is the most direct way that your average DC resident engages with DDOT at this point. And so we need to make the system clearer, more transparent. I've heard from ANC commissioners who submit TSIs that get approved for investigation, and then they just never hear back from it in perpetuity. That's not fair to the commissioners and the residents who did the work to put that in. There should be some proactive updates from DDOT on all of those things. The last thing I want to mention, my friend Amon George, unfortunately, couldn't make it to the panel today due to some professional obligations. But what he had wanted to tell you, and I'm going to mention this really quickly, is that he planned to emphasize the importance of the 11th Street bike route for people getting downtown from Petworth, something that I also personally use as a cyclist myself, and expresses his hope that Sherman Circle improvements can begin getting worked on as soon as Grand Circle moves towards construction. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Israel. And you beat me to the punch. I was going to note that Amon George, who is next up on our witness list, actually reached out to us and said he's had a conflict come up. We certainly, though, would hope that he'll be able to get his testimony in so we can have it as a part of official record. And of course, welcome hearing from him anytime. So next, let me turn to Commissioner Puta on this panel, and that's going to be our last public witness on this panel, and I'll turn to some questions for our panelists after that. Commissioner Puta?
Hey, council member, can you hear me all right?
We sure can. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right, great. How long do I have as a commissioner? 5 minutes, I see it. Okay, wonderful. Thanks, because I do have a few things I wanted to check in with you, but I'll preview that well, first of all, I'm following my friend Zach Israel, and I want to echo his comments and agree completely on the TSIs. Zach is completely right. Too many commissioners, too often. I've been a commissioner, wow, it's my 5th term overall now, and those TSIs, they take too long and you don't hear. You have to keep reminding them and asking them. And even then, you might never hear back. So there's no point in having a system if it's not going to work. The big thing I wanted to talk about is public schools, and specifically the new public high school, MacArthur High School. I've spoken to you about it the last 2 years as well, raising the alert that if we're going to have and invest in a big new public high school to serve our city's kids, and many of them coming from not from the neighborhood at this point and into the future, according to the plan, we do them a disservice by not providing them transportation options. I am pleased that WMATA has stepped up with more bus service. It's a single bus, but more service on that single bus. And in next year, another bus is planned, and that's helpful. Buses are helpful, but these are high school kids, and our city has been investing in making our city generally more bikeable. In micromobility, they would love the option, the flexibility to bike to school safely, to scooter, e-bike. And by the way, thank you for the e-bike incentive program. I just got your update. I've sent it out to my constituents. It's a great thing, but if you want these kids to be able to e-bike to school, it is not safe. It is not safe at all. And so I have a couple things that could make it safer. Firstly, I know you're well aware of the trolley trail idea. There is money already in the budget to study saving that trestle bridge. Just going to remind you, the administration's not doing it. Please try to make them do it. The money's already there. Number 2, Arizona Avenue connecting to the Capitol Crescent Trail. That could help kids get to school to the Palisades, in theory. And it would just, if you're not going to have a trestle trail, at least you can make it more accessible to get to Georgetown safely and easily on the Crescent Trail. So that Arizona Avenue connection, it's taking way too long. I talked to DDOT yesterday. I was glad to get an update. They did the environmental. Now it's time to do the study and get it done. We can't delay it any longer. Lastly, if you know the Crescent Trail and if you know the Canal Trail, you know that once you get into Montgomery County, there are many ways to get across the canal in Montgomery County, in Maryland. There are many pedestrian bridges, many of them. I think 3, 4, maybe more pedestrian bridges across the canal. There are not. After Georgetown, where it really starts, there are not ways to get across the canal except for that weird dark tunnel, which is wet and dirty, and then the driving bridge at Chain Bridge. But here's my idea, and I've mentioned it to Councilmember Fruman as well. the new high school is very close to the trail. It is at Canal Road and Clark like Clark Kent, Clark Place. There is a connection to Canal Road. There's not many connections to Canal Road. There's a connection to Canal Road, but there's no pedestrian bridge. So I would like to have one. You'd have to work with NPS, and I hope you will. With my remaining time, I'll just add two other things. Q and R Street, I'll echo WABA and all the trails that they're talking about. It would connect to Georgetown, and we need it. WMATA, I will try to testify at your March 3rd hearing, but we don't have circulator anymore to Georgetown, and it's a major commercial hub. We don't have circulator. We don't have a connection to the Green Line, really. We need more service. We need more bus stops to make the new bus routes work. C85 in particular, it's a good idea for a new bus with new routes, but it's way too infrequent, and we need bus stops for more residents to use them. I know my time is up, but I want to thank you for having us today, and I'll be happy to follow up with your staff and everyone else. And just say that, I got an email yesterday from a constituent. The silent majority is okay with reducing parking for safety, and you don't always hear from them, but you're hearing from me, and I'm hearing from my constituents, and I know you are too. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Thanks to everybody on this panel for your testimony. Let me try to jump in with a few questions. I'll start, Mr. Schichtel, with you. You talked about our tree canopy, and in particular about our street tree. And you mentioned kind of having Casey Trees or others be able to help provide some of that type of support. So what I'm hearing you kind of describe is what sounds to me like a bit of a pilot program. Currently, those street trees are planted. I know on my own block, I have seen some survive and thrive. Some have not done so and very quickly die. And then we have to go through the next season doing a replanting. What would a pilot look like? And I know you're approaching this, and I'll be very clear for any of our DDOT friends listening. You're not approaching it from a place of criticism of the department. It's trying to see an opportunity that Casey Trees could provide. What would a pilot look like? How would I evaluate performance, for example, to see if it helped more of our trees survive? We know we're going to lose some trees. So the fact that we have a tree die is unfortunate, but is not a reflection that urban forestry is failing. But what would a pilot look like, and how would I measure success?
Yeah, I mean, and you made a comment that DDOT is really doing a great job. They're planting, I think 65,000 by our estimates are young trees that we think Casey Trees and other partners that talked today could play a role in helping to maintain. The metric would be survival. I mean, we are going into very dynamic weather cycles. The drought last summer was very difficult for young trees. Survival for trees is really basic. It's watering, making sure that there's enough water for trees to survive. And then the second component would be really working to make sure that the structural pruning happens early on with the tree. That helps to build trust with community members. Neighbors come out. They generally like to talk about trees. Hey, what are you doing with that tree? It's a really great way to engage with communities. If folks know that their street trees are being taken care of, they're far more likely to think about a tree on their own property, which is also what we want to encourage. We also would restake trees, do that little structural pruning, and really a spot check and make sure and report back to UFD. We would want to do this in partnership with them. They do a really great job managing the trees throughout DC, but the need is just too big given the weather changes that we're going into, and also the fact that they're managing 170,000 street trees. It is a very significant number. They've done a really great job planting and making sure that those street tree boxes are full. And we just see a need that a number of other folks have also mentioned that we think would be really advantageous and really help protect the investment and the tax dollars that we're investing, as well as the resources that Casey Trees is also committing to making sure that we're doing this across the district as well.
Got it. Thanks. And is Casey Trees doing something similar in jurisdictions outside the district?
We have worked in Prince George's County. We've done a pilot project with Hyattsville that is very basic, very similar to what we want to do here. Very successful, really great partner. We did begin a pilot project that helped DDOT prune trees back in 2018, 2019. We were working some issues out with the program. COVID, of course, threw things off. That did not help. But it's just something that we've not been able to pick back up since then. And we really see an opportunity to be supportive in that space.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate it. Ms. Tarney, you kind of sounded like you had some similar thoughts, or you shared a little bit. I just want to make sure I give you a chance here. Were there any specific ideas you had in mind about how DDOT or how you recommend DDOT partnering with stewards or other organizations?
Yes, and we learned a lot this summer. I worked with 2 neighborhood groups that were trying to help the trees out, and they didn't necessarily have a lot of experience of working with either UFD or with KC Trees, although we did get some great advice from KC Trees. The problems were logistical. You know, it was a question of, you've got 5 or 6 willing hands, people who love their neighborhood trees. How do you get the water out to the trees? And they both groups got dog wagons, and they filled gallon jugs with water. Imagine something that basic, and they try to get the water out. But 25 gallons of water weighs about 200 pounds. So what the groups really needed was kind of a toolkit, if you will, a watering toolkit for that particular block or neighborhood, which would include a sturdy wagon that could handle several hundred pounds of water. And then they needed either hoses or actually large containers of water, so that they could actually have enough water to water each tree. Because we learned from KC Trees, for example, that each tree needs 20 to 25 gallons of water over a slow dunk of watering. So it's kind of addressing the logistical challenges that willing stewards have, and then working with them a little bit to help them understand how to water properly and the frequency. But it's very doable, and we saw people, partly as a result of the nature walks we did, that there was a lot of kind of potential stewardship energy for people who wanted to help the environment and actually do some good for the trees.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Mr. Harrington, let me bring you in a little bit to one of the things that I think you brought up a really good point about our forested trees versus our street trees. And it does feel like generally, I don't know, I guess this is more of a question for you. Does it feel like more of our expertise that we've built out in the district is just more on our street trees, more so than forested trees, which might have different unique needs? You highlighted a good point of, if there's a branch falling or a tree inside of a forested area, that's different than a tree in a similar situation on the street. Is it just an issue of the amount of experience we have in it, the amount of expertise we have in it, or just a lack, we just don't prioritize it the same way as we do our street trees? Just kind of welcome your thoughts on that. If you're still with us. All right, Mr. Harrington stepped away, so my wonderful question and thoughts there may go unanswered. Ms. Richardson, I think you're still with us. One of the things, I love your idea of a memory forest, of a way to create a space that folks are able to come into. I'd love to partner with you about where you think something like that makes sense. Where could we place that? Not just a singular, but multiple. One of the things, I think Ms. Richardson stepped off as well. This is the danger sometimes of a virtual round. Okay. I have some great questions for some of our folks that have already left, but I'll track them down separately. All right, let me ask one more question, tree related, then I want to turn to a couple of our other witnesses here. Mr. Schichtel, one of the things that as we look at the legislation, and we are working on the bill, and we've met with Casey Trees and others, so it is something we're working actively on to be able to move forward. But one of the things that we don't seem to have a lot of is data, survival data related to relocating heritage trees. Would love to ask, do you have a sense of why we don't have a whole lot of data? Is it that our sample size is actually relatively small, so we just, our N is so small, we don't really have good data that you could really trust yet? Are we not collecting the right data? And so that's a challenge. Just kind of welcome your thoughts on that. It was an important part of what we attempted to do with the heritage tree law previously, was to create an ability, rather than lose a tree, to move it. But we obviously want to see that tree survive, even though that is a very difficult measure to take.
Yes, that's a great question. So, and I think your assumption or inference is probably correct. Relocating a heritage tree is probably not the best thing to do for the survival of the tree. It is it is at its peak potential and is maximizing its efficiency at that stage. Moving it really does disrupt a tree that large. That being said, there really is a very small sample size of trees that have been relocated. We are monitoring and tracking all of those trees that have been moved. And I think it's really just down to the sample size. The legislation hasn't been enacted long enough. There haven't been enough trees moved, but it's something that we're certainly monitoring and tracking. And we'd love to circle back probably in another couple of years if we have a larger sample size at that point.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Mr. Grimes and Ms. Crumpos, I was going to ask you, people might recall last year we had a bit of a debate regarding the exclusion of protected bike lanes from the Connecticut Avenue redesign. As I recall, DDOT's messaging to the community was that it was going to use its next update to the 5-year bike plan to release a more comprehensive vision for the district's bike lane network, including future upgrades. What is your understanding of DDOT's progress on releasing that plan? Have your organizations or the community been more generally consulted? Just would appreciate your thoughts on the commitments and promises made last year and where you see them standing today.
Kelly, you go ahead.
Great. I think on this end, we are kind of waiting with bated breath for DDOT to roll out the community engagement, broad community engagement efforts around the strategic bikeways plan. I know that some initial conversations were started late last year. The timeline listed on the DDOT website does include that community engagement starting last year, but we have not seen those broad efforts started yet. So we are anxious for those to begin and to be launched out. I understand that there could be some delays due to staffing at the agency.
Okay, thanks.
If I may
Yeah,
take a moment to just reiterate something I said during my testimony, which is that planning efforts, while excellent, are not an excuse for delaying projects that are currently underway, requested, and all of that kind of stuff. The planning efforts should be additive to what we're doing already and not an excuse for delay.
Yep. Hear you on that. Also to Ms. Crumpos and Mr. Grimes, when we asked in our performance agency questions, when we asked the Department of Transportation about the number of miles of bike lane infrastructure in the district, we also asked the agency to identify how much of the network is contiguous. And in response, DDOT responded with the following, quote, rather than defining contiguous infrastructure, DDOT installs infrastructure that contributes to the creation of a bike network at both the neighborhood and city level. These installations provide localized safety benefits that would not be captured by focusing on a contiguous measure, end quote. For both of your perspectives, can you talk about the value, and this also is for perhaps the non-cyclists to be able to hear, what's the value of a more connected bike system? Why is that contiguous and connected part of this important?
I would make the comparison to automobile drivers. You are not going to try to drive from Capitol Hill to MacArthur Boulevard if you don't have if part of the road is unpaved, if the road's closed by construction. You need that connectivity in order to get from point A to point B. Pure and simple, as a motor vehicle driver and as a bicyclist. If you are forced into a busy road, at high speeds, competing with traffic for even a few blocks of a trip, then that's going to discourage you from bicycling. And if you do bicycle, it's going to make that trip much more dangerous. It's I'm sure possible to quantify this, but it seems self-evident just based on the experience of anyone who is bicycling or observing bicyclists.
Right. Well, I think to your point, Councilmember Allen, the point about connectivity to me is key. The goal that DC has set through Sustainable DC 2.0 includes a mode shift goal that would include getting to 50% of commute trips to public transit, 25% to active transportation, and just 25% to driving. And we know that those levels of stress on our roadway, those different types of infrastructure really impact who feels comfortable using them. So as we are hoping to give people options for active, sustainable transportation, we know that having connected, protected routes really help make those changes and make them feel more inclusive for everyone, especially folks who don't have that high level of tolerance for more stressful situations.
Yeah.
So let's create those segments per the DDOT statement that you just read, but let's also create a measure so that we understand the gaps and the progress in closing those gaps in the network. It's not either or, it's both.
I think it's a great point. I think for the audience, that's also a great way to describe, your driving example. I know when I bike from my home to here at the office, I've got lanes for probably 75% of my trip, but for those 25% where I have no lane and I am mixed into all the traffic, that is the most dangerous part of my trip every day. When I drive from my house here to work, I have a paved roadway the entire way. And so I'm never put in that position. So in the same way that if I were to be driving a car and all of a sudden I'm going to hit a gravel dirt road for a bit, I don't feel like you've actually provided me a connected pathway and system there. And again, while I want to see that mode shift, obviously, as many people as possible to be able to find alternatives to being able to drive, I want you to be able to get from point A to point B in a connected fashion. And so in the same way that I think people would look at me pretty silly if I were to suggest that we would just kind of have some localized streets and don't worry about that river you got to get over, you got to do the same thing no matter which mode it is. So whether you're on a bus, whether you're on a bike, anything else, we need to have those connected networks. So
Councilmember Allen?
yes, Commissioner Puto.
I mean, you're absolutely right about your commute. And then whenever DDOT and this city does invest and puts in a new big connection, for example, Irving Street, nobody ever wanted to bike anywhere near any of that before. You put something like that in, it is transformational. And the first time you ride it, your eyes light up and it opens up a world to you. You can cross the city, you can get to new things. And if you don't own a car, that is a game changer. Even if you do own a car, you don't need to do it. And we need more of that. So thanks for asking.
Yeah, I appreciate it. To Mr. Israel, I was going to ask you real fast. Maybe it's more of a comment too, but I really think you made a great point on the TSI process. I appreciate that you highlighted how DDOT has worked hard to make sure that as they approach their TSI projects, we see prioritization in wards 5, 7, 8, in neighborhoods that frankly really suffer the effects of the lack of safe connections. And so I think that's, I do share your comments there and commend that DDOT laid out a process in their 2.0 to kind of do a better job there. And they've done some of that. And I think it's gotten a lot better. So I appreciate that. That said, I myself have experienced where it's a very small thing. It's maybe a sign that needs to be looked at, something else. And the response we get back is, well, we'll initiate a TSI. There's got to be some space, and I will follow up with the agency when we have our hearing next week. There are some things that just don't frankly rise to the level of a TSI. They're just a quick common sense change. And we want a DDOT that is fact-based, data-driven, making smart, good decisions. And we also want a DDOT that can be quick and nimble and be able to move kind of with that tactical urgency sometimes. So I'll certainly follow up with the director about that. I think you're not alone in that. I think it's a lot of our ANC commissioners have talked about that distinction between understanding when a project is more complex and definitely warrants that TSI approach, and when something can actually just be a quick and fast and more nimble approach, and finding that balance. And so I've had a lot of conversations with the director about this. I know she gets it, and we'll keep working with her on that. Anything else you want to add on that, Mr. Israel, before I move on?
Well, no, I really appreciate your willingness to follow up with her, and I think that we have a system that can be improved upon, and I think the director has acknowledged that. So let's just get something on the record of what that will look like moving forward, and what that timeline is. So thank you very much.
Yeah, you got it. All right, well, I want to thank everybody on this panel for your testimony. Thank you all very much for taking the time out and for your feedback, and it'll help us be better prepared for next week's hearing with the agency as well. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to move to our next panel, panel number 2. On this panel, I'm going to start calling out our names, and then we'll start moving into those witnesses. I've got ANC Commissioner from 5E04, Huma Imtiaz. I have former ANC Commissioner Santiago Lakatos testifying as a public witness. ANC Commissioner for 5D03, Anna Roblin. We have Mike Litt, the Chapter Chair and Sustainable Transportation Committee Chair for Sierra Club, the DC Chapter. We have ANC Commissioner from 4B09, Danielle Gong. If I mispronounce that, please correct me. We have ANC Commissioner for 7F02, Ashley Ruff. Chair of ANC 8C, Salim Adofo, and Chair of ANC 6A, Dave Wethington. So good morning to you all. Just give us a moment as we are moving people and transitioning onto the panel. But Commissioner Imtiaz, I've got you up first. So if you're here, I can go ahead and turn to you if you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. My name is Huma Imtiaz. I'm a commissioner in ANC 5E, and I represent a section of Bloomingdale and a sliver of Edgewood in Ward 5. First, I want to really highlight the very encouraging news that bike share is the fastest growing system in the country. It's really a testament to the work of DDOT that residents, workers, visitors, politicians, everyone uses this service. It's really heartening to see the current investments in the system that were highlighted in DDOT's responses, and I hope it is matched by adequate investments in our infrastructure to allow people to bike safely across the city. Bike share is a vital service and one that we all rely on to travel around the district. At the same time, I just want to acknowledge that some things remain unchanged from the last time I testified here, which was about a year ago. I specifically represent parts of North Capitol Street, Northeast, Northwest, and Rhode Island Avenue, Northeast, Northwest, that do not have ADA accessible sidewalks still. DDOT has known this now for about 11 years. It's on paper, it's a matter of public record, and no action has been taken by DDOT to even put forward a plan to address these significant gaps. Some sections of the sidewalk were repaired last year, but there are no expansion plans to make them ADA accessible. The sidewalks outside the Wilson building are ADA accessible, and we should have the same for our neighborhoods. I also wanted to highlight a number of ongoing issues that I'm hoping that the committee can bring up next week when DDOT testifies in how DDOT operates in a specific rethink. Bloomingdale in particular is fenced in by multiple high injury network corridors. We've seen a sharp increase in vehicular traffic on First Street Northwest by drivers trying to avoid busy main roads. And yet DDOT will not install speed bumps on First Street Northwest to address issues of speeding and violation of traffic laws like people not yielding at stop signs, because the road is also used by ambulances. Now, while First Street does connect to 2 major hospitals, the majority of ambulances use North Capitol or Michigan to access said medical facilities, and speed bumps on streets have never impeded ambulance access in other neighborhoods. There are also no traffic lights for blocks, and drivers routinely run through stop signs. First Street Northwest is defined as a collector road where vehicles should operate at 20 miles per hour. And I believe, Councilmember Allen, thanks to you, that was a law that was funded last year. Unfortunately, that is not the case, as any resident who lives or works or visits a neighborhood can tell you. Just last night, while I was walking my own dog, I witnessed a driver roll through a stop sign at First and U Street Northwest and almost hit a woman who was walking her own dog. This was at 6 p.m. And these are near misses that happen every day. I mean, fundamentally, DDOT needs to decide who these streets are for. Are they to facilitate car traffic, or are they to ensure that people can walk on the sidewalk safely or cross the street safely? This extends to things like decision-making about timing for traffic lights on busy roads and avenues, which are really just timed for allowing the maximum number of vehicles to go through. For example, at First and Rhode Island Avenue, pedestrians get 31 seconds to cross 7 lanes of traffic. At North Capitol Street Northwest and R Street Northwest, it is 30 seconds to cross 6 lanes of traffic. And that's with the added bonus of drivers often blocking pedestrian crossings with their cars. It is hard for me to cross in 30 seconds. And I say this with the privilege of being an able-bodied person. While we advocate for longer pedestrian timings, DDOT cites its own guidelines and federal guidelines, which may look great on paper, but don't match our lived experiences. We should not force anyone with mobility issues to have to make a dash for their lives just because they want to cross from one side of the street to another. My written testimony that I will upload later this morning will include detailed photos demonstrating the issues I've highlighted here today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And if you're able to stick around for a little bit longer, I have some questions in just a little bit too. Let me next turn to Santiago Lakatos.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee. My name is Santiago Lakatos. Today I'll be talking about some of the positives, some of the challenges I've seen with DDOT in the past year or so, and those I see going forward. I want to start by thanking the awesome DDOT staff who have helped me, my former constituents throughout that past year. I'll leave details in written testimony, but I really want to thank them, and I would encourage DDOT leadership to take note of the hard work they've done. First, starting with some of the positives, some kind of areas of growth. DDOT's currently working on the 11th Street Northwest Protected Bike Lane project, critical north-south project running from Monroe Street, northwest of Columbia Heights, down to Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. This converts an existing very high-use painted bike route that connects communities deep in Columbia Heights and Petworth, down through U Street, Shaw, Mount Vernon Triangle, and downtown. Strongly encourage the committee to encourage DDOT to stay on course with the project. Was already delayed around a year and a half, is now running into additional issues due to some potential interference from EOM. When I was in ANC, I received hundreds of emails in support of this project, more than I've received about anything as an ANC commissioner. Next, I want to thank the folks at the Curbside Management Division for their hard work on the U Street Performance Parking Zone. When it comes to that zone and also curbside management generally, I would encourage the committee to work with DDOT around budget support for the use of automated curbside enforcement, especially in high traffic areas. I know they're exploring this. I just want to make sure they have that follow-on support from the council. I would encourage the committee to look at ways to support expanding the amount of bike parking in the district, maybe a lesser mentioned parts of building a successful bike network. But my understanding is the 1,000 racks per year mandate is expiring. I would encourage council to re-up that, increase that number, but also add requisite funding and FTEs to support it. I would also encourage the council to work with DDOT following the results of their secure on-street bike parking pilot to help expand it. More to the challenging side, given the last 2 weeks of actions by the administration, et cetera, I'm very concerned about the weaponization of the FHWA against DDOT projects, especially bus priority projects on arterials and roads designated as highways that require some layers of FHWA review. I'll just leave that there. I don't think it's a good idea to throw our cards out in public, but I would encourage you, the director, folks at DDOT, to have discussions on that, think strategically about it. I would be remiss if I did not mention my frustration of what's happened with the Safe Streets and Roads for All program. It has not disappeared yet. Myself and other commissioners made a very strong point to advocate aggressively to find a solution to be able to apply for it with the COG, and then it became WMATA. I'm not sure if DDOT has received funding in the last round. Maybe they did. If they did, I take everything back. But my point is more just a lesson on the need to focus institutional energy on maximizing those funding opportunities. I don't blame DDOT for the COG not being helpful. That's not their fault. I'll also end by reminding the committee that this year the bus shelter franchise agreement is up. You've heard a lot from me and others about this, so I'd ask you to keep your eyes open and very diligent involved in the oversight process as that goes forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And if you're able to hang around, I'll have some questions in a moment. Let me turn to ANC Commissioner Anna Roblin.
Hello, members of the committee, and thank you for hearing me. My name is Anna Roblin. I'm an ANC commissioner in Southern Trinidad, 5D03, now in my second term. Throughout my time as commissioner, the agency I've had the most difficulty accomplishing what's best for my constituents with is DDOT. I'm sure you're aware that DDOT's reputation among ANCs is generally that of one of the most troubled agencies we have, and I urge you in the strongest terms possible to do much greater oversight of DDOT. Here's 4 examples of how DDOT has, I feel, unconscionably let us down, but obviously there are more examples everywhere. Please read my written statement for a better understanding of what has happened. Right now, I have a tragedy in my SMD. Olima Yarolina, who will give testimony herself later in this hearing, lives on the 1200 block, Florida Northeast, with her mother, Manisa. Olima has stage 4 cancer, and Manisa, who's 89, has congestive heart failure, severe arthritis, and dementia. She's basically wheelchair bound. The recent Florida Northeast construction destroyed the parking spot they had where Metro Access always picked them up. Now they need a residential disability parking permit in order for Metro Access to be able to park there. DDOT's rule is that they must own a car, and they don't. All they need is a simple exemption to the car ownership rule from DDOT, and they would safely be able to get Metro Access, but DDOT has not said they would grant that. This is an absolute disaster for their health and safety. Manisa has missed many doctor's appointments, which is literally life endangering for her. DDOT, in my opinion, is being absolutely heartless in the face of a red tape issue that hurts no one to resolve. I feel that this is shameful. It's been many, many months now without safe Metro access for this family. And at this point, I'm asking everybody here to help. Councilmember Parker has been trying, but so far without success. The second issue here is during the Florida Northeast construction, project management took away the crosswalks at M Street where people cross to get to Noma Station. Every ANC agreed that this was unacceptably dangerous. There were 3 commissions involved. Ms. Kirschbaum told us she would wait to have the crosswalks removed and would place a camera monitoring system to make sure removing them was the right thing to do. But the crosswalks were removed before the monitoring system was implemented, and Ms. Kirschbaum had nothing to say about it. She did not even try to lift a finger to assure community safety. She basically, what it looks like is she let the construction crew or whoever made that decision remove the crosswalks, basically like walk all over her directorship. Clearly, that says to me that she is not doing her job as director and will let big construction and vehicular priorities take full precedent over the safety of our community. The same week the crosswalks were taken down, traffic lights were aligned so traffic could move faster than it probably ever has moved before down Florida. The third issue, DDOT's decision to purchase street lamps for the whole district that are not capable of anywhere near the brightness of the old bulbs is a decision that defies common sense. Bulbs have to exist that are energy saving and as bright as the old ones and not at an outrageous price. Now, risks to vehicle and pedestrian safety are higher because of the decreased visibility after dark. So is crime. It's very well documented that dimmer streets breeds greater crime. This kind of mismanagement costs lives. And I'm wondering if your council actually, would have any oversight for this decision, because it just seems like it was a no-brainer that this decision should not have been made. The fourth issue. So we all know how poorly Vision Zero is doing. It may even be moving backwards. One of the main reasons for that, in my opinion, it's pretty clear that it has to be the mandate that DDOT has to implement only 200 new traffic safety interventions like speed bumps, four-ways, etc. per quarter. That is only 25 new projects per ward per quarter, or 100 new safety implementations a year per ward. It's clear that lives are being lost daily because DDOT is not doing more traffic safety implementations. Can we do anything about this? Is it only a funding issue? Are there other issues at play? I'd love a response on this if possible. The talk about trees made me think to ask you all if it's possible to fund the income contingent hazardous tree mitigation program again. There's a lot of problems with trees on private property I've run into that are going undealt with because people don't have the money. So in summary, I must, in the strongest terms, ask you, please, if you can do greater oversight of DDOT, please do much greater oversight of DDOT. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Roblin. If you're able to stick around for a second, I'll have some questions. Next on our list, we had Mike Litt from Sierra Club DC chapter, but I don't think Mr. Litt is here. We had ANC Commissioner Gong from 4B09, and I don't believe that the commissioner is here. Commissioner Ashley Ruff from 7F02. Commissioner Ruff, if you can hear me, we've been trying to send a request to you to move you from attendee to panelist. So I think okay, it looks like you just accepted that. So Commissioner Ruff, if you're there, I'll turn to you.
Councilman, I apologize. I'm stepping outside of my office. I'm actually at work. And been
Nope.
trying to hear with all the kids in the background.
No problem at all. I'm glad you can make it.
Oh, thank you.
I'll turn to you. If you're ready, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Okay, well, I sent in my written testimony, but again, thank you, Chairman Allen, for letting me speak this morning. So I kind of just wanted to talk about sidewalks. My relationship with DDOT has been great as a second term commissioner this year, especially working with Matthew Marqueux, Tyler, Keisha Anderson, Christian, all of them. When I have asked them for help, I have received it. I think that a lot of times that we want DDOT to do a lot of things, and they can't necessarily do all of the things that you want them to do because there are other agencies in charge. But I do believe that they have the right to repair sidewalks. And we're having a major issue, especially in Ward 7, with sidewalk repairs. The sidewalk repairs are very, very hard to get. And I actually had the chance to participate in Sidewalk Palooza this year with another commissioner, Janelle Padgett. And it is just heartbreaking to actually see that pedestrians can't actually be in, they can't walk with cracked or uneven sidewalks. You also have to think about our cyclists. And again, like I said, pedestrians, because I am a pedestrian. I do not bicycle often, but my child is a cyclist. And just almost stumbling and falling on sidewalks that are not properly being repaired is an issue. And I have an issue with 311 closing out those repair requests, knowing that they have not been fulfilled. And so again, like I said, I'm not going to take too much of your time today, Councilman Allen, but I just wanted to bring awareness to our sidewalks. And I wanted to also bring awareness also too that we need other agencies to get on board and to be able to help DDOT. And I am also encouraging council to actually give DDOT some type of extra money in this upcoming budget for the next coming years because we need it, especially within the 7F corridor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ruff. And I know you may have to get back to work, so if you're able to stick around, please do. I will just note, because I know we're going to hear throughout the day about the prioritization on our sidewalks, and same as we did last year. And that's what led the committee last year to shift some of the roadway budget into our sidewalks. So when we have the DDOT hearing next week, I'm certainly going to want to be able to hear from DDOT how they're able to use those additional monies, those additional resources to prioritize sidewalks where we need it. I saw on social media just last night where DDOT was advertising, asking people to get involved to help find potholes so they can start fixing potholes on the roadways and turn that around in 24 hours. And I certainly applaud that, but I also want to see us bring the exact same level of intensity and urgency to our sidewalks to have that expectation that we can fix those sidewalks, get them repaired, whether it's a broken sidewalk, a brick that's missing. We want to see the same prioritization on our pedestrians and sidewalks as we do for our roadways. So thank you, Commissioner Ruff. I believe next we had Salim Adofo, who's the chair of 8C, but I don't think Commissioner Adofo is here. So Commissioner Wethington, who's the chair of ANC 6A from the Great Ward 6. Let me see if you're here and turn to you.
Good morning, Chair Allen. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Good morning.
Fantastic. Well, good morning, Chair Allen, fellow commissioners and other representatives today. My name is Dave Wethington. I serve as the chair of the Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and commissioner for 6A05. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on behalf of ANC 6A, which represents the residents between Florida Avenue and East Capitol from 7th to 15th Streets Northeast. I'd like to begin this morning by acknowledging DDOT's efforts to improve transparency and responsiveness. As other Commissioners have testified, we've seen progress in how concerns from our ANCs and our constituents are being addressed, and the improvements are greatly appreciated. And we look forward to continuing to build on that positive relationship. I'm here to testify before this committee today to address two major safety issues that continue to impact our constituents: sidewalk conditions and roadway safety for the commuting and recreating public. For sidewalk safety, simply put, our sidewalks can be dangerous, especially in Capitol Hill. ANC 6A's survey found that over 300 residents or their family members had fallen on DC sidewalks in just 2 years, many suffering injuries, some serious, including some with long-term disabilities. Brick sidewalks in particular are a major hazard. They look great, but they're historically inaccurate, costly to maintain, and degrade rapidly. According to DDOT, brick sidewalks comprise of only 9% of all DC sidewalks, but consume a significantly larger portion of the sidewalk maintenance budget. Despite recent efforts, there's still a backlog of over 5,000 open repair requests, and at this pace, it will take years to catch up. We urge the Council and DDOT to rethink outdated requirements for brick sidewalks in Capitol Hill. If full reform isn't possible, we ask for pilot programs in Ward 6 that would allow for safer, more durable alternatives, especially outside of the official historic district. Residents should not have to choose between aesthetics and safety. I'm going to switch now over to some roadway safety and dangerous incidents that have happened in our ANC recently. Traffic deaths in the past year were the highest in 17 years, and too many involved pedestrians and cyclists. This reality once again hit close to home with a tragic fatality along C Street Northeast on Christmas Eve, just outside my home. We need immediate safety improvements at several high-risk intersections in ANC 6A, including those at 11th Street Northeast from Florida Avenue to Lincoln Park. This is a major speeding corridor that requires traffic calming. At Tennessee Avenue, at its intersections in E Street and 14th Street Northeast, these intersections are prone to crashes. They only have two-way stop signs right now and require four-way stops. At 14th and E Street Northeast, restoration of a raised crosswalk and bike lane markings that were lost during construction a couple of years ago are also been asked for by the community. North Carolina Northeast, at the 14 and 1500 blocks, this completion of a previous protected bike lane project along North Carolina and C Street has, significantly improved the biker safety in this area. But this section between the 14 and 1500 blocks on North Carolina remains unprotected, especially on the westbound side. And so this is a dangerous gap in the network. And finally, around Lincoln Park, there are a number of crosswalks on the south and north sides that remain double threat zones, where two-lane traffic obscures pedestrians and then really causes potential safety issues at these areas. So we ask DDOT and the Council act now before more residents are injured or worse. We, as an ANC and as a community, stand ready to collaborate on the solutions that enhance safety, reduce long-term costs, and prioritize well-being of all who live, work, and travel in our community. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner and Chair of 6A. We appreciate that. I might start just with you. I know that in our next panel, for example, I expect we're going to hear a lot about sidewalk safety, and I recognize some of the names as leaders of folks we've worked on a lot of sidewalk issues. You mentioned sidewalks. Let me just kind of give you a chance to talk about that for a second. I'm going to touch back on some of the other issues. I have been around long enough in Ward 6 and on Capitol Hill to know that we've got strong feelings on both sides of this one. We've got people who absolutely love their beautiful brick sidewalks and will fight tooth and nail for them. And we've got folks that really see nothing but a tripping hazard in front of them on a brick sidewalk and want to see that change. I do think there's something compelling, though, about the way in which we require, and my understanding is, and I've talked with the DDOT director about this within the law, the way in which we require the substructure essentially of that brick, which lends itself to not last as long and be susceptible to that loose brick, which then does truly become a tripping hazard.
Sure.
I just want to let you know, I have talked to the DDOT director about this. I do think that it would be helpful to have the Department of Transportation put forward recommendations about what they would like. I think there might be a little bit of chicken and egg here where I am not a sidewalk engineer. And so if DDOT keeps wanting me to write it, I don't know if that's the right approach. I'd love to have the experts in that space make a proposal, which then we can weigh and get the feedback about if that's the right way. And that might be the best way forward, is to think about how we, for people who want to aesthetically still see the brick, but it's the substructure underneath it that will allow it to be a longer lasting and safer sidewalk material. Does that
Yep.
make sense? Does that line up, you think, with kind of what you're hearing as well?
Yeah, absolutely, council member. No, I appreciate that those thoughts. I have a constituent, for example, who they just recently redid their alley, and it's a brick substrate, but they placed concrete below it, and so they were extraordinarily happy because they were looking for the longevity that that concrete base substrate has. I think the current regulation for sidewalks in Capitol Hill is just a sand substrate, and so there are potential issues as as erosion happens, as trees grow, as weather causes expansion, contraction, etc. That these sidewalks become tripping hazards. I'm a runner. I will run down Capitol Street and at my own peril sometimes. I won't do it at dusk. I won't do it in the dark. I'll choose a bike lane, or I'll choose a different route. But certainly would appreciate, I have constituents who love the way the brick sidewalks look, and I have those constituents who are very concerned about the potential health, safety, and injury aspects of that. So I appreciate your engagement on this, council member.
Got it. Well, thank you. Well, I certainly am open to work on that, and I'll talk with the director next week during our hearing as well on that. I'll note this something, and I think a lot of our commissioners, both that are here today and couldn't be here today, but talk about, is when we identify these different intersections, one of the steps the council has taken is we just passed the essentially Prioritizing People in Public Spaces Act, and that should lead to better design and engineering that doesn't place the highest priority and value on how many cars can you get through an intersection, but instead, how can you prioritize people? Now, that person might be on a bus, it might be in a car, it might be on foot, it might be on a bike, but if we prioritize the people over the vehicle, then I think we inherently make better decisions. And you identified a couple intersections, for example, that are currently two-way and would greatly benefit and be much safer if they were always stops. A few years ago, I tried to get something passed that it didn't get passed, but to flip the presumption where every intersection should begin as an always stop, and in the cases where DDOT makes a compelling argument that it's better suited to be a two-way stop, that they still have the ability to do that, but to flip the presumption, then what we have to do right now, which is argue for years to try to create a safer intersection. My hope is that the Prioritizing People Act, as it goes into effect, is going to help us essentially take the same approach, which is how do we make sure it's a safer intersection? And we work closely with DDOT on that. We pushed DDOT to get there, and I'll certainly follow up with the director on that next week.
No, I greatly appreciate your support, council member. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. To all of our commissioners, we talked about this on the first panel a little bit. Would welcome your thoughts on this one. When we look at our TSI process, and this was a couple of years ago when they first rolled this out, the feedback we heard from ANC commissioners across the board was pretty upset with the way in which they kind of first rolled this out. I think they've made some changes, and then DDOT very much said we want to change the way that we're looking at this, and we want to prioritize safety interventions based on need rather than just ANC demand. So, for example, in the pre-hearing responses we got back from DDOT, it's on page 87 for anyone who wants to look it up. DDOT said that the TSIs in wards 5, 7, and 8 account for over half, 52% of all the TSI locations prioritized since January 2023, even though less than 40% of the requests are received from those wards. So what that tells me is DDOT is proactively saying, even though we have fewer total requests from that ward, we're prioritizing them. And that does line up, obviously, with where we also see injuries and fatalities. And so I do think that they are putting in practice what they said. And I do hear a lot of positive feedback around this to prioritize the right way. But of course, you all represent your SMDs in your area. And so you've got something in your SMD that needs attention right then and there, which is why they are making sure that they've got the 200. Commissioner Roblin, I think you brought this up of saying, that's only 200 overall and 25 per ward. I agree with you. In last year's hearing, we did ask DDOT, what would it take to do more? And it wasn't really a money issue. It's a capacity issue that they cited just from a staffing. I would love to see them increase that number. So whether it's money, capacity, I'm willing to help them do that. But the conversation we were having as well, TSI process can be a very lengthy one. And sometimes, frankly, you can just see the problem and frankly, the quick fix. Would love if you could share anything you want to about where you see and where you want to see DDOT move more quickly with the tactical response that they can take that isn't necessarily a months and months and months long TSI. And how do we help push DDOT to be able to do both things, the really thoughtful, engaged, hard work of a TSI and the more tactical, nimble approach when we can just see it? I'd welcome any of my commissioners that want to jump in on that one.
It sounds like they need to hire more people if they don't have the capacity.
Yes, but my question was, is that something you see, a difference between a lengthier TSI process and then other areas that probably could be just addressed more quickly and straightforward?
Well, Councilmember, the problem is that everything gets jumped into the TSI process, right? So every time we ask for any kind of street safety measure, it gets into the TSI process. So it could be as simple as something as speed bumps, and that gets into the TSI process. It could be something as asking for restriping of a sidewalk, and that gets lumped into the TSI process, right? And those things take anywhere between 1 year to 2 years. I can give you an example. I put in a request for a new sidewalk, which sure had new curb cuts. It was put in October 2022. In January of 2025 was when it was actually completed. And that means everything from fixing the signage to adding the sidewalk to restriping it to all of that. That's 2 years and some 3 months. That is unacceptable. That's for a new sidewalk in a place where DDOT knew that there was a problem that existed. I was not the first person to flag it, and I wouldn't have been the last one to do it either. And so the problem is also that before the TSI process, there used to be more capacity to add, so sort of separate out like really short-term requests, like a restriping and so on, and that sort of now just gets lumped into TSIs, and DDOT uses that as sort of an excuse to not really take action on really straightforward measures.
Exactly. That's my concern is I don't want the TSI process to become a shield the agency uses to not take action on something that is a quicker fix, right? And we obviously don't want to see needed improvements or needed speed humps, as an example, competing with one another when they will make things safer. It will slow speeds and create a safer experience. And we don't want them competing against one another or competing against other smart projects. So I certainly want to follow up with the agency next week when we have them to talk about the distinction between quicker fixes and then the longer process that does lead itself into the TSI. Mr. Lakatos, did you want to jump in on that too?
I know I'm not a commissioner, but I do have just a quick thought on this.
You're gonna be like a commissioner emeritus. So yeah.
Some people will take offense to that title, but I won't. So I would echo what Commissioner MTS said, but especially it happens for stuff that isn't just even a speed bump, which I guess you could maybe construe an argument that should fall in that area. But for example, like at the intersection of 9th Street and U Street, there isn't a sign. When DDOT built the 9th Street protected bike lane, they didn't put a sign that said cyclists should follow a pedestrian signal, which is like a standard sign they have on all the rest of the bike lane. Busy intersection. So there's a lot of instances where cyclists will try to proceed. They get confused because the signage is unclear. And I requested a sign through the roadway sign request. I think it was a couple months ago, became a TSI. Like that's something DDOT is supposed to do by their own design manual. And they threw it into a TSI when it shouldn't be. And these are the kind of things where I'm not sure if you recall, but the director mentioned specifically, I think at the last either the budget hearing or the performance oversight hearing last year, is that not wanting these small, low-level things to be in the TSI. Like it's sort of like these are things that should just be like quicker fixes. We should find another process for it. I don't know if that's been formalized or what that looks like, but I really would love to kind of, have you asked them about that? Because I think those kind of that also just, besides being a real issue, it's like very frustrating, hearing that. I would also say that, we've been told in the past, we have a TSI yes for a speed bump. And now, like, if you really want to speed up, the ANC should pass a resolution asking for it and, giving their great weight in support of it. Our ANC did exactly that. And what ended up happening was DDOT just put in a speed limit sign, which didn't really do anything to actually substantively address the problem. I FOIA'd the copy of the TSI report. It was just like an engineer took a picture of the block and then said, this is what, I think this is worth it more. Actually, I'll take another second just to point out there was, I've noticed the difference in the amount of coverage for some of these hardenings, like hardening methods, depending on areas. For example, in Capitol Hill, there are a lot of speed bumps, and I think that's really great. It's really makes it more comfortable being a pedestrian, being a cyclist there when I'm visiting my area, especially in the more residential areas off of U Street. Not the same kind of a situation. And the director made a point last year is that there were some ANCs that got to the TSI process really early. They got it, they understood it, they angled in there, and they got a lot of installations. But now we're kind of here, and I don't think the solution would be no good hardening for everyone. Let's just put in signs because now someone else beforehand asked for a bunch. I think there needs to be some sort of another holistic solution.
Yeah. Appreciate that. It's gonna be something we definitely explore with the director and with the agency on that as well. And then so I see Commissioner Ruff, you leaving a comment there, getting a lot of pushback on safety improvements. And I think that is the tension about how we work on that. I'm really grateful for our ANC commissioners and how hard they push on these issues. And I know Commissioner Ruff, you and I have walked East Capitol Street together. We've walked some of the neighborhoods and the blocks in your SMD as well. And there is clearly a lot of work to do. And I know you're a strong advocate for your neighbors and constituents and making sure that everybody can get there safely. And kind of as we say, whether you're on foot, on a bike, in a car, we all want people to get safely from point A to point B. So I appreciate your leadership in that space. Lastly, just to Commissioner Roblin, because I know you brought up a very specific example. I just want to make sure you knew Ms. Yarlina is on a later panel. And so we'll certainly have a conversation there as well as with the Department of Transportation next week when they're here. So I just appreciate you being a voice and advocate there, and just want to make sure we'll be following up on that.
Thank you so much for that.
Yep. And sorry, Commissioner Ruff, I couldn't tell if you can't come off mute or if you just wanted me to answer this. You asked.
Sorry, Councilman, I can't come off mute. I'm sorry. One of my questions that like I said, I get the pushback about crime in the area for why certain projects can't be fully fulfilled by DDOT. But the other issue that I'm having is just like I put in the chat, who is in charge of the tree boxes? I have been trying to get the tree boxes fixed for quite some time, and it took for our new mokers to actually step in and get someone to come out and repair them, but all of them haven't been repaired. And then there's the argument that, oh, if this tree box is in front of this store, then the store owner is in charge of them. But the store owner may not necessarily know that they're actually in charge of those tree boxes to keep them clean or whatever. So I want to know, how can we have a better communication about that? And also, how can we as ANCs know who to contact directly about those tree boxes?
A great question, and we can certainly ask the Department of Transportation to do a better job of communicating out to the commissioners exactly how this works. The short version, if it's a repair of a tree box, meaning that something about it is broken, the concrete around it is broken, that's a DDOT issue, and the Department of Transportation manages our tree boxes and makes sure that trees are in the tree boxes. If the question is who helps clean up the trash that might collect in that is going to predominantly be the property owner who's essentially in front of that tree box. So trash and just kind of the maintenance of cleaning it up, it's even helping water the tree is the responsibility of that property owner right there. But if we're talking about the actual planting of the trees, the repairing of the concrete and the structure itself, that's the Department of Transportation. But we can follow up with DDOT to ask them to, just help make sure commissioners, because I'm sure you get questions from neighbors all over, to make sure you kind of can feel confident answering those questions. Yeah, you got it. Absolutely. Thanks to this entire panel. I appreciate, again, everybody's testimony on this and the work that we've done in the last year or two, and look forward to continue to work with you. And again, this type of feedback really helps us as we prepare next week for the department as well. So thank you. I'm going to move now to panel number 3 and start calling those witnesses that we've got signed up here. I'll note we're a little ahead of schedule, actually, from where we had said earlier. So we sent a note out to all of our witnesses if they're able to join in just a little bit earlier. And that may also mean, though, based on people's work schedules, if we need to kind of squeeze people in on different panels, we'll certainly be willing to accommodate folks and do that. So panel 3, though, I've got Chuck Elkins, Commissioner and Treasurer with ANC 3D, Bill Matsuki, Public Witness, James Kennedy, Public Witness, Finette Eaton, Public Witness, Angie Schmidt, President of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society, Scott Price, Member of Capitol Hill Village, Aaron Palmer, Public Witness, Charquenta McCrae, Public Witness, Slobodan Milik, Public Witness, Monica Martinez Lopez, Public Witness, and Frederick W. Allen, Public Witness. So Commissioner Elkins, if you're here.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. I'm going to start off with you. I'm also going to just add to this panel Mike Litt, who was on panel 2, but wasn't here previously when we called him. So I'm going to just kind of tack on Mike Litt here at the end. So Mr. Litt, if you can hear me, we're just going to push you into panel 3. But Commissioner Elkins, let me turn over to you, and good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say on the TSI issue, DDOT might benefit from having an advisory committee of ANC commissioners, or at least a periodic consultation with ANC commissioners about the TSI program. They haven't asked in the past. It's been a couple of years. Maybe they should. But let me turn to my main comment that although I'm a commissioner in 3D in Ward 3, I'm a proud member of the Capitol Hill Village Sidewalk Group, whom you honored with a Brixie Award. And I'm happy to join my colleagues on this panel in presenting our second report to the Committee on the issue of sidewalk repairs. As the report points out, we continue to have a serious public health problem here. People are falling and hurting themselves on our sidewalks, and in many cases, it is because DDOT is choosing to delay the repair of tripping hazards that residents report to them. As I reported last year, the department's stubborn refusal to change has become personal for me. My wife fell on an unrepaired sidewalk and spent 2 days in the hospital. At one point, I was told that there was a danger she might bleed to death from the injury in her hip. I can tell you that was a scary time. My wife is not an isolated case. As our group testified last year in a survey of just 473 Capitol Hill households, 305 households reported sidewalk falls within a 2-year period, with many experiencing multiple incidents. 114 of these falls required medical attention, and that's only one district neighborhood. We learned this year through conversations with Director Kirschbaum and Blake Holob that when it comes to sidewalk repair, DDOT emphasizes a cost-saving approach rather than putting pedestrian safety first. As you know, DDOT maintains 2 separate budgets for sidewalk repairs, a capital budget for repairs on a long response time and an operating budget for smaller repairs with a quicker response. The critical issue is that DDOT assigns the repair of these tripping hazards to these 2 budgets, largely based on cost efficiency, not on protecting residents from injury. In other words, some of these tripping hazards go into the capital budget. Combining repairs into larger projects may save the department money, but in the meantime, the tripping hazard remains in place. We believe that all tripping hazards should be done quickly, even if it means the department will need to return later when it repairs other portions of the same sidewalk using its capital funds. It's like as if a landlord said they wouldn't fix the broken front door lock to your building for 270 days because it would be cheaper to fix all the doors in the building all at one time. None of us would accept this penny pinching approach to the safety in our home, so why should we find it acceptable in our sidewalks? DDOT's policy on sidewalk tripping hazards contrasts strikingly with DDOT's policy on pothole repairs. As you mentioned, the department commits to fixing potholes within 3 business days while allowing sidewalk repairs to take 270 business days, approximately 13 months. DDOT's cost-saving logic should apply to pothole repairs as well. It would be cheaper to just postpone these pothole repairs until DDOT can pave the entire street. But drivers have the AAA to lobby against such a policy. Unfortunately, the only lobby group for pedestrians consists of people like us here today, but we hope we can be persuasive. The crazy thing is that DDOT doesn't even try to keep track of these falls on its sidewalks. We suggested last year amending 311 repair requests to get this information, but DDOT has now countered that the data would be too subjective. So the result is they refuse to collect any tripping accident data. They rely on the small number of injuries the Office of Risk Management grudgingly gives out to assert that the number of injuries is small, but our survey shows otherwise. DDOT did tell us they do give priority to repairs where the sidewalk is in such bad repair that a wheelchair can't pass by, a clear ADA necessity. But then ADA requires that these repairs be done if it's 1/4 of an inch, and they have decided to stick with just 1/2 an inch. So they're cherry picking what they follow. In terms of conclusions and recommendations, we believe that DDOT should not send any tripping hazard repairs to the long-term capital budget project team. Instead, they should get them all repaired or mitigated in 60 days or less. If DDOT has to come back later, that's fine. Secondly, they should stop fudging on the ADA definition of tripping hazard. It's a 1/4 inch instead of 1/2 inch. They should start collecting data on people who fall on our sidewalks. And they should elevate pedestrian safety within the department by doing a major revision of the 2009 pedestrian master plan for the district. So we hope that you'll sit down with DDOT. We'd like to be involved in some of those conversations. We hope you focus particularly on the 270-day service level. This is something that they use for managing their department on a quarterly basis, and we need to change that 270 days if we expect their performance to change. So thank you for your attention to pedestrian safeties. In the meantime, if you walk on the district sidewalks, please be careful. You're on your own out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Elkins. Next, let me see, Bill Matuszewski, are you there? Bill, I think we've got you on the panel, but we can't see or hear you.
Can we postpone? This is Mary Proctor.
Hey, Mary.
While I have to close down the whole computer and bring it back up in order to see his picture.
Yeah, no problem, Mary. We can, what I'll do is just kind of keep moving through the panel and we'll just come back in just a moment.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks. All right, so let's see. Next on our list, we had James Kennedy. All right, and Mr. Kennedy, we've got a table with 4 chairs up here. Is Finette Eaton here? Miss Eaton, why don't you come on up? Angie Schmidt, come on up. Thank you. All right, so just give us a moment here. We're hybrid. We have folks both on the computer and here in person. All right, Mr. Kennedy, I'm going to go ahead and turn over for your testimony here. Ms. Eaton, if I could ask your assistance just to bend the microphone for Mr. Kennedy down just a teeny bit. That's perfect. All right, Mr. Kennedy, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is James Kennedy, and I'm a member of Capitol Hill Village, one of its board of directors as well. I'm also, as you can see, a member of the blind community and the disabled community. I've lived on Capitol Hill since 1975, and only by remembrance pretty much know where every crack and break in the street is located. However, I'm here to petition this committee to urge DDOT to repair the sidewalks that are in our residential areas as well as in our main thoroughways. Not in 270 days, but reduce that to 60 days. I myself have tripped on some concrete that was out of place and sustained a concussion that Howard University verified. That was a couple of years ago. And streets still remain unrepaired. The disabled community, those that are in wheelchairs and those that are blind, have very difficulty trying to navigate moving through the street, especially when utility companies have done their work and put asphalt. As a blind person, we get disorientated on asphalt and quite frankly lose our direction. And that is definitely a hazard for us out there. And we are here to urge this committee to work with DDOT to have them reduce the time to repair our sidewalks in our streets. That's basically why I'm here today, to make that statement as a living witness of the disabled community.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. Really grateful that you're here. And if you're able to just stay where you are for a little bit, I'm gonna have a few more people add to the testimony, and then I'm gonna turn to some questions in just a moment. So thank you. And thank you, Ms. Eaton. So Ms. Eaton, why don't I turn to you, and then we'll turn to Ms. Schmidt after that.
Good morning. My name is Finette Eaton, and today I too represent the Capitol Hill Village. So I thank you for the opportunity to share our views. I want to recommend that the council ask DDOT to develop a 2026 pedestrian master plan as an update to their excellent 2009 plan. It has been 15 years, and we need a new plan. This document provides an excellent base for developing a program that meets the vision of that plan. And I quote, "Washington, D.C. will be a city where any trip can be taken on foot, safely and comfortably, and where roadways equally serve pedestrians, bicyclists, transit users, and motorists." The DC Council directed DDOT to develop this 2009 pedestrian plan. The plan had two main goals, which are as applicable today. First, to reduce the number of pedestrians killed and injured in crashes with motor vehicles. Second, to increase pedestrian activity by making walking a comfortable and accessible mode of travel throughout all parts of the District of Columbia. Based on our interest in sidewalk hazards, we would add another goal, that the sidewalks are safe and accommodate all types of pedestrians. One of the strengths of the 2009 plan was public involvement and as an important part of the planning process for the master plan. Another strength was the acknowledgement that the responsibility for carrying out the three identified objectives would fall upon many different organizations and agencies. So it was not just DDOT. The specific objectives were provide accessible, safe, and well-maintained pedestrian facilities along and across all streets. 2, institute policies and practices to ensure that every street in the district meets the needs of pedestrians of all abilities. And 3, establish education, enforcement, and encouragement programs that support pedestrian travel. Examples of recommendations identified for these objectives include provide accessible, safe, and well-maintained pedestrian facilities along and across all streets, construct new sidewalks where missing on streets in the district, improve the system for prioritizing sidewalk maintenance and repair, and revise the DDOT design and engineering manual to better address pedestrian safety and accessibility. We reviewed the pedestrian plans for Seattle, Chicago, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Portland, and New York City. Elements from their plan should be considered as we move forward, including establishing measurable goals, analyzing pedestrian activity, and analyzing pedestrian deaths and injuries. Of particular note in the Seattle plan is the use of human factors to prioritize which sidewalks to repair. This is the approach that we recommended in our testimony last year. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eaton. Ms. Schmidt?
Good morning, Councilmember Allen. My name is Angie Schmidt, and I am testifying as the president of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society, CHRS. Since 1955, CHRS, the largest civic organization on Capitol Hill, has advocated for the welfare of the Capitol Hill community. This includes one of the largest residential historic districts in the entire country. We request that DC's Department of Transportation, DDOT, conduct a pilot project to demonstrate that brick-appearing poured concrete sidewalks could be an aesthetically acceptable, economical, and safer alternative to sand-bedded brick. CHRS is neither pro nor anti-brick sidewalks. Sidewalks on Capitol Hill have been created out of many different materials over the years. Initially, they were installed by individual developers, which create a patchwork, block by block, and even building by building. Wood, brick, asphalt, and tile and block were all used over the years. No one style of pavement was adopted by district authorities as the official sidewalk material, and this continues to this day. In 1983, residents in the historic districts of Georgetown and Capitol Hill pushed for brick as a replacement to enhance the charm of their neighborhoods. City officials made it policy with a published regulation that says the city will replace concrete and asphalt with brick whenever more than 20 feet of walkway in a historic area needs repair. This rule applies to approximately 500 miles of sidewalks across 14 historic districts in DC. Brick and sand sidewalks need more frequent maintenance than poured concrete sidewalks, often creating a tripping risk until errant bricks are reset. However, these brick sidewalks have become a part of Capitol Hill culture. Therefore, we request that DDOT conduct a pilot project to determine if brick-appearing poured concrete sidewalks can work well in Capitol Hill residential neighborhoods, fitting into the DC historic culture and providing fewer tripping hazards. Under 2019's Section 333 of the DDOT Design Standards for historic zones, quote, materials for residential and special use zones shall consist of brick pavers, red, on sand, unquote. It also states that, quote, alternative paving material may be approved on a case-by-case basis by DDOT, unquote. This pilot project sidewalk would be poured concrete colored throughout to the color of brick and then stamped into a brick pattern. This project, estimated to cost less than $20,000 and already within DDOT's authority, should involve traditional Capitol Hill community organizations to facilitate the discussion about the results. We recommend that this project be conducted in a DC-owned area with no adjacent houses or businesses. There are many wedge-shaped areas or pocket parks located on Capitol Hill which would accommodate this project. Thank you for considering our testimony.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I definitely have some questions, so hopefully you can stick around for a bit longer. Let me see if Bill is back. And I can turn back or not yet. Okay, I think they're still rebooting their computer. All right, Scott Price, are you there? Let me turn to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. By the way, Bill today is called Mary Proctor. His computer got fried, so he's using Mary's
Got it. Thank
computer.
you.
And
right.
I'm hoping I can have 5 minutes to testify because I'm testifying on behalf of the village.
You've got 5 minutes. Absolutely.
I live in Ward 6, was an ANC commissioner for 9 years. Our written testimony has been uploaded to the council's website and has been endorsed both by Capitol Village and by the Capitol Restoration Society. First, the good news. DDOT has made remarkable progress already in this fiscal year. In just the first 2 months of fiscal year 2025, DDOT closed more 311 sidewalk complaints than it did in the same period in 2022 and 2023 combined. Also, DDOT's own testimony for this oversight hearing notes that it has achieved a 91% closure rate within the 270-day service level agreement for the past 3 years. With these advances, there should be no engineering or logistic reason to not reduce the 270-day SLA to 60 days, as you've heard in the earlier testimony. We recommend that this committee request DDOT to report in its testimony for the budget hearing the cost of sidewalk repair for fiscal years 2024 and 25, and the cost if the SLA was changed to 60 days for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. Now I'll turn to 2 additional issues that we brought to the council last year, but about which DDOT has not taken action. You heard Commissioner Elkins talk about the need for data and about sidewalk injuries and the Capitol Hill survey. Clearly, DDOT cannot develop a comprehensive plan to reduce pedestrian injuries if DDOT lacks information about those injuries. Currently, DDOT relies upon data about pedestrians killed or injured in collisions with vehicles, but to be clear, these incidences Incidences involving motor vehicles are just a small fraction of all pedestrian injuries. Over the past year, we reached out to both DDOT and the Office of Risk Management to urge them to start collecting this critical information about pedestrian injuries, but neither agency has been willing to act. This is why we urge this committee to take the lead in directing DDOT to implement a solution. Perhaps all that is needed is a simple software update in the 311 system. When someone reports a sidewalk repair request, a field can be added asking if anyone was injured and, if so, the date of the incident. A second issue that we raised last year concerns fair reimbursement for injuries sustained on DC sidewalks. The Office of Risk Management has a strict policy. They won't compensate individuals on district sidewalks unless the problem was reported before the injury occurred. Fortunately, for many potential pedestrian injuries, DDOT has already provided this prior notice. DDOT completed a thorough sidewalk assessment in 2023 and identified hundreds of segments of sidewalks that are rated fair, poor, or very poor. This assessment gave DC government more than a year advance notice of the problems, and so any claim for injury in these areas should be automatically approved. Next week, we will present the same argument to the DC Council Committee on Government Operations, and we urge this Committee on Transportation to work with the Committee on Government Operations to schedule public hearings about this matter. Perhaps it is prudent for the Council and DDOT to try to save money on sidewalk repairs. However, if they do that, then it is vastly unfair to make a pedestrian pay for their own medical expenses when their injuries are a direct result of intentionally delayed maintenance. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify and for your Bricky Award to our team. Thank you for all you do to improve our community, and I'll be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. Now I think Bill/Mary, we've got you pulled into the panel. So let's see if you're there now.
Yes.
Excellent. Good to see
you. And good to see you and the whole group and the interest on this. I am a recent victim, and I'll try to show you a picture of me to prove that. And I live on Capitol Hill, member of the village. On the afternoon of Christmas Eve, December 24th.
22. 22. December 22.
Okay. Mary Proctor and my wife, and who is my wife, and who tries to control my. Anyway, we were walking along A Street and happened to be chatting about the dangers of humps and valleys and brick sidewalks. The next thing I know, I was face down on the sidewalk and the glasses were smashed. Blood was pouring out of the right side of my head, and the northwest corner of A and 5th Northeast, a 4-foot ripple in the bricks had tripped me up. A passerby called an ambulance, took me to Howard University Hospital, emergency room, and I had excellent service there. They checked for any serious injuries by X-ray and MRI, and I was lucky. But I wore a bandage for a week, and I had to replace my eyeglasses. More than a year later, Mary and I revisited the same ripple, and it was still there. Now, we have visited the site now recently, and it had been repaired to a 4-foot flat surface, still covered with sand. From the research by Scott Price and the CHV team, we learned that DDOT fixes street potholes in less than 2 weeks, but allows many months to fix a dangerous place in the sidewalk. DDOT apparently does this to save money for repair of sidewalks. Unsafe sidewalks cause injuries and cause deaths. Avoiding these is worth repairing the sidewalks.
Now I'm going to show.
Oh, Mary wants to put up a couple pictures of me.
This is what he looked like after his fall, with a enormous amount of blood. And this is what it looked like a year later. And I guess it's pretty hard to see this, but there's ripples all the way through here. So it was still very dangerous. And then very recently, we had the comforting sight of sand that had corrected the bricks.
But an uncomforting sight of about 60 other places up and down the street. Okay, any questions?
Well, first off, Bill and Mary, thank you. Mary, we could see those images, so thank you for holding those up. We have a couple more people on this panel, so if you're able to hang around for a second, then I'll come back with some questions in just a moment. Does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you both very much. Next, let me turn to Aaron Palmer.
Hello. Thank you, Councilmember Allen, committee members, and staff for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aaron Palmer. I'm a resident of Ward 4. I've served as an advisory neighborhood commissioner, helping to start the first ANC Vision Zero committee, co-chaired WABA's ANC Vision Zero caucus, and helped create Sidewalk Palooza. Today, I'm focused on pedestrian safety and infrastructure, specifically sidewalks. You can see here a sidewalk in my neighborhood with a 6-inch tripping hazard that I've been reporting for 6 years. I'd like to begin by quoting a Ward 6 resident, Meredith Holmgren, as I have in my testimony in the past. She says, "Not everyone drives, not everyone bikes, not everyone uses transit, but almost everyone walks or rolls. We should have infrastructure that is safe and accessible for everyone." This statement means a lot to me. It encompasses what I think the district's priorities and actions should be with regard to sidewalk infrastructure. I do want to acknowledge DDOT's efforts to improve sidewalk repairs, responsiveness, and transparency, including several public-facing tools that were responsive to advocacy asking for those. These are steps in the right direction and responsive to calls for improvements, particularly as to transparency and objective criteria for action. Nonetheless, pedestrian infrastructure remains deprioritized in multiple ways. Sidewalk repairs, crosswalk striping, pedestrian signage requests will languish for up to 270 business days, while, as several people have noted, potholes are addressed in just 3. Sidewalk Palooza, which I helped create in 2021, was a somewhat clever way to call attention to this disparity, lightly trolling the mayor's Pothole Palooza and Alley Palooza. Sidewalk Palooza has been a tactical resident-led effort that has drawn attention to the severe need for sidewalk repairs. Over 3 years and dozens of events in all 8 wards, we have seen a significant public response. People are pleading for quicker action on sidewalks and pedestrian infrastructure. A key issue is that much of the responsibility for reporting sidewalk issues falls on residents, including through initiatives like Sidewalk Palooza. That the event has an impact reflects an agency failure. Further, not everyone has the time, knowledge, or energy to engage in the process of reporting issues, placing an undue burden on often under-resourced communities. While DDOT has made progress in assessing sidewalk conditions proactively, more is needed, and sidewalks should be evaluated holistically for their usability. For example, I often think of Morris Road Southeast, which is an impassable sidewalk in many stretches due to utility pole obstructions, narrow sidewalks, sidewalk gaps, tripping hazards, and all kinds of issues. Individual 311 requests for repairs won't solve the challenges of that stretch of sidewalk. Try walking there if you haven't. There's a reason why we see wheelchairs using the street along that stretch. There's also the issue of sidewalk gaps. DDOT's progress in filling sidewalk gaps has been painfully slow. In fiscal year 2024, DDOT filled only 1 mile of sidewalk gaps with 8 miles planned in fiscal year 2025. With 233 miles of missing sidewalks throughout our city, this rate of progress is painfully slow. At the current rate, it would take over 29 years to fill all sidewalk gaps in the district. DDOT itself has acknowledged that more funding is needed. According to their performance oversight responses, an increase in funding would allow for more proactive work to meet the agency's goals regarding sidewalks. If DDOT recognizes its own limitations due to funding, the council should step up to ensure adequate resources are allocated to meet these critical needs. As I've testified before, I urge the council to support improvements in DDOT's work on sidewalks, pedestrian safety, and infrastructure, both through oversight and funding. Our city deserves better, and we must prioritize the safety and accessibility of all pedestrians. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Palmer. Let me see if we've got Sharquinta McCray. I think we have online. Ms. McCray, if you're there, let me turn to you.
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes, and Commissioner McCray. Good to see you and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So good morning, Chairperson Allen, council members, and other members of this panel. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding sidewalk safety. And I'm going to take a different spin on it with a little bit of a connection to public safety. But again, my name is Sharquinta McCray, and I'm a proud resident and first-time ANC Commissioner for ANC 5D06, Trinidad Carver Langston. It's my first time testifying during an oversight hearing, so I'm here to kind of speak to some of the things I've noticed, speak to my experience and some things that I think could help foster sidewalk safety while also fostering some community engagement as well. So I'm going to start with my experience with sidewalk conditions in 5D06. So in October 2024, I hosted a Sidewalk Palooza event, thanks to Aaron, to highlight conditions of sidewalk in ANC 5D06, particularly in the Trinidad Carver Langston neighborhood. I was pleasantly surprised by the overall quick response and timeliness in getting some of the sidewalk issues resolved where there were missing bricks and some sidewalk gaps that existed. Most of the issues that were tweeted were resolved within 30 to 60 days of notifying 311, which is a promising kind of example of how effective coordination and action can be when things are resolved in a timely fashion. So with the right support and attention, I'm almost positive we can make some significant progress in improving sidewalk safety just across the city. But today I really wanted to focus in on some of the more recent sidewalk issues regarding some of the severe weather events we've been having. So the condition of the sidewalks is especially concerning during snowstorms. These are a primary pathway for pedestrians, many of whom rely on walking to access public transportation, any essential services, and their homes. When sidewalks remain unclear, not only does it pose a risk of slipping and injury, but it also limits accessibility for those with disabilities and those using strollers or wheelchairs. It is vital that we treat sidewalk clearing with the same urgency that we treat roadway clearing to ensure a safe and accessible environment for everyone. I also want to input a plug that businesses and schools should be incentivized to clear the public sidewalks adjacent to their property, as they contribute to a large amount of foot and sidewalk traffic in the surrounding area. I think there is a need for improved coordination just across the board between DDOT, DPW, and other agencies in order to clear sidewalks when there is a snowstorm. In the most recent weather events, we know that we had a lot of snow, then we had a lot of ice because of all of the melting and then the refreezing. Salt costs a significant amount of money for folks when they're clearing their sidewalks. When it comes to getting out there, it becomes extremely dangerous. And in 5D06, like, even though it may appear flat, anywhere you are in DC that appears flat sometimes has a hill. There were many instances where the snow melting and refreezing caused a lot of ice, and understanding that this is sometimes a resident or a business's responsibility, the SALT cost across the board was extremely significant in this scenario. So what I would want to urge the council to work on with DDOT and other agencies is creating some type of framework to dedicate the necessary resource to address this issue. We're going to continue to have these extreme weather events. They're not gonna be far removed from us. So in these instances, we need some type of accountability and framework to ensure that folks have the necessary resources, whether it is subsidies for SALT, understanding that DDOT is responsible for clearing the roads. There's a gap. Who clears those sidewalks? And there is not a way to input into 311 a way to clear those sidewalks. So even if it is creating some type of additional accountability measure through a 311 request. So I would like to urge the council to consider that alongside some type of possibility for a youth stipend or community service program that they can add to the snow removal team. The snow removal team needs additional hands. Like, we are going to continue to have these extreme weather events. High school students will always need community service hours. Students would always like a stipend. As many of us once were students, I'm sure it would have helped us to get out there and get connected to the community a bit more through something along those lines. So I would like to urge the council to consider those. And it's not just about the convenience of it. It is about the safety of making sure we can get around regardless of what kind of weather event we are experiencing. So thank you for your time and attention. And I hope to urge the council to consider these.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Commissioner, if you're able to stick around for a couple more minutes, I'll have some questions here. We have Slobodan Milik. Okay, Mr. Milik, if you can grab that chair there. We have Monica Martinez Lopez here. Okay. Actually, how about this? Ms. Eaton, would you mind just swapping out chairs for a second, and then I'll come back with some questions in a moment? Okay. So Monica Martinez Lopez, if you can join up here. And thank you very much, Ms. Eaton. And then I believe I have Frederick Allen and Mike Litt that'll be online. So Mr. Milik, let me turn to you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Allen, for the opportunity to testify. I'm Slobodan Milic. I live in Ward 4 in Tacoma area. And in late September, I joined this group of ANC commissioners in assessing the state of our sidewalks. Our neighborhood is nestled around the Tacoma metro station, and our sidewalks actually get a lot of traffic. People walk kids to schools. There is a Tacoma elementary over there, Tacoma Rec Center, and so on. As part of this sidewalk palooza, my group submitted over 30 requests to DDOT, and I personally submitted 19 requests. And these are the results. 21% of the requests were fully completed. 10% were proclaimed as work not needed, as they were seen as up to standards. And I'd like to learn what the procedure is to actually meet a DDOT expert. I wish there is a button to say, well, could I talk to someone? Because clearly those standards were not met. 10% were coded as private property. And let me just explain, there are sidewalks where vegetation, bushes, and trees encroach on sidewalks, so people have to either duck or go around. And DDOT just says this is private property, nothing we can do. And I would like to understand, why can't they trim something that is obviously on public property? Further 5% was cases of other departments identified, such as the Department of General Services, and case closed. If we want this to make easier for citizens, I think DDOT should transfer these requests to the other departments that are identified, rather than just washing their hands. About 15% of requests have not started with implementation, and this is alarming because this was over 4 months ago. And finally, 37% of the requests have been closed down without comments. And these are nominally completed, but in reality, work has not been done. And this is a recurring situation and most frustrating for citizens, because the app doesn't have the option of reopening the same request. You would have to submit a new request. However, the highlight of this activity for me and my testimony today is about a family that lives on Blair Road in my neighborhood, a family whose child is in a wheelchair, and the parents were planning to be here with us today, but they couldn't, so I will convey their testimony. The situations that I just described affect them on daily basis. The state of their sidewalk is such that on the way to the metro station, they cannot easily use the sidewalk. It gets very narrow, so they have to stop and wait for the oncoming pedestrians to go around them. The sidewalk further narrows by the bushes and trees, and also due to poor planning, I would say there are often street signs or even fire hydrants right in the middle of the sidewalk. So on their wheelchair, they have to go around sometimes to step onto the road, and that's quite dangerous. Finally, the uneven sidewalks with bricks sticking out make the ride quite uncomfortable. So they very often have to opt to use their own car. And luckily for them, they have a specifically fitted car, but there are other neighbors who don't have such a car. And they often, in order to load the wheelchair off and on, they have to park on the Blair Road. And this is a major road. This is an emergency route. So people stop, everybody gets nervous, get on their honks. So all of this is just to tell you that these are real people and real lives who suffer for these conditions. I believe that the city owes to all the citizens the right to use the sidewalks to get where they need without forcing them to spend money on alternative solutions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And Ms. Martinez Lopez.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Monica Martinez Lopez. I'm a resident in Ward 5 and as of last month, new ANC, just north of the Brooklyn Metro Station. It is actually, I'm very happy to be here and, join the voices of everybody else who's advocating for pedestrian safety. I am a pedestrian myself, and I want to also echo here what Commissioner McRae mentioned about snow clearing. I think for those of us who are new commissioners and just, had the snow event in January and the freezes, it was very telling to see the disregard, generally speaking, for the safety of pedestrians. In my neighborhood, that meant a major road to the Brooklyn Metro Station, actually, which was never cleared, although I submitted requests to do so. Again, I echo also the need to improve the timeline for solving requests from 270 days to 60 days. I think, again, it cannot be, mentioned enough that we get separate treatment than, pedestrians get separate treatment from those who are in other modes of transportation. So I would like to also just, add something here that yes, sidewalk safety is very important and it's a must. And it's also very important to remember that crossing streets safely is it's as important. I recognize here some improvements in this regard. In actually my neighborhood, we have had raised crosswalks, which actually have improved, visibility for pedestrians and help us and help keep us safe. We need more of them. I want to, acknowledge that the DOT has improved a lot when it comes to this infrastructure. However, we also need, residents need better communication and coordination from DDOT, especially about timelines and expected times for, like new infrastructure to be operational. As one example, we have a new traffic light that was installed last May. And as of yesterday, it's still not operational. I understand that DDOT says that they have kind of completed their part of the project and it's now up to PEPCO, but we don't know anything. And we have to be just kind of chasing after someone, usually the council member, to give us some information about what is going on. And this is a school zone. It's a school zone. It's Brooklyn Middle School and it's Turkey Thicket, big rec center, very busy, and it's really helping kids safely, well, not only kids, but safely cross the street in a major thoroughfare, which is Michigan Avenue, which is very much known for speeding. Yes, well, I think that is it. I really thank you for the opportunity to testify in this committee, and thank you to everybody else who's here supporting pedestrian safety in the city. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioner. If you can hang here just for a second longer, I'll have some questions in just a moment. And what I was going to suggest, maybe Ms. Eaton, if we might be able to just add an extra chair. If I We'll see if my staff can maybe pull a chair up on the side there, and we'll make sure that you're there. Thanks. All right, we have two more witnesses on this panel. Both of them are online. So Frederick Allen and then Mike Litt, and then we'll turn to some questions after that. So Frederick Allen, are you there? Frederick Allen, I think we see you, but I don't think we hear you. So if you could check to see if you can unmute.
Okay.
There
Can
we
you hear
go.
me now?
Yep, now we got you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. I'm Frederick Allen. I live in the Spring Valley neighborhood of Ward 3, and appreciate the opportunity to testify today. While I'm testifying in my own behalf, my testimony is informed by my experience during the past 5 years as co-chair of the ANC 3D Transportation Committee. I've submitted a detailed version of my testimony in which I make 2 points, but I'm only going to focus on the second one today. It's not about sidewalks, although I agree that they're very important, but it's about something that occurs right next to the sidewalks. And it's about creating dedicated funding for citywide maintenance of green infrastructure for stormwater. One of the issues that we have in our neighborhood, and which many other neighborhoods across the city have as well, is a federal mandate that DC create green infrastructure for stormwater management. We've made good progress in our neighborhood working with DDOT staff on the placement of curb extensions that have carefully selected plantings to capture stormwater from streets and to allow it to be absorbed into the ground, avoiding storm sewers. This is a good idea when it works. The major problem that remains is squarely in your bailiwick: arrangements for funding the maintenance of curb extensions into the indefinite future, through the seasons, free of trash, and in good working order so that they perform as designed. Our neighbors have made it very clear that curb extensions will need to be well maintained or they should not be built at all. Our concern is based on actual sad experiences around the city. DDOT and DOE have plans for maintenance, but long-term funding is at the mercy of the annual budgeting process. We've heard estimates for the amount of needed citywide that range from $4 million to $11 million a year. This issue needs to be studied carefully. It's also clear that the amount will be enough to form an appealing target for budget cutters working in the middle of the night. Fortunately, there is a long-term approach that should work, but which will need a clear push from the council. On the bills that all customers of DC Water receive each month, there are several DC government fees, among which is a DC government stormwater fee. I presume this helped pay for expensive stormwater infrastructure, such as stormwater tunnels, that green infrastructure is designed to avoid at a lower cost. In other words, green infrastructure serves more cheaply the purpose that is already being served here. This fee should be modestly increased to cover the maintenance of curb extensions across the city. This will take the maintenance out of the annual budgeting process and put it on a long-term firm footing. I strongly recommend that you convene the relevant parties immediately to explore this option, as it has the potential to solve a citywide problem in a fairly simple way. Without such a solution, the entire green infrastructure program is at risk of a strong backlash from residents around the city, and it may fail. Please read my testimony for more details. I appreciate your attention today, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much. And last on this panel, Mike Litt, let me turn to you, and then we'll turn to questions after that.
Chair Allen, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mike Litt. I'm a car-free renter in Ward 6 and the new chair of the Sierra Club DC chapter. I also chair our Sustainable Transportation Committee. I'll walk through the top lines of many of our recommendations from my more detailed written testimony, starting with bus priority. DDOT appears to have missed its goal of 25 bus lane miles by 2025. We urge funding so DDOT can catch up and meet this goal as soon as possible to really address the additional time that transit riders are taxed with compared to driving. We also commend the continuation of overnight Metro bus service, which provides 24/7 service on 14 routes throughout the district. It's crucial for DDOT's next bus shelter contract to ensure an equitable distribution of shelters, especially considering the heat impacts across different parts of the district. We have chapter members who have brought up the need to clear ice and snow beyond just the area immediately surrounding bus stops, and also the need to clear leaves, ice, and snow from bike lanes. And speaking of bike and pedestrian infrastructure, we urge DDOT to resolve the reasons for only creating about 4 bike lane miles toward its goal of 10 miles in FY24. And we still urge the mayor and council to restore protected bike lanes to the Connecticut Avenue redesign plan. Wanted to give a shout out to Capital Bike Share, which continues to shatter records for revenue and ridership. Traffic safety is a major concern, as 2024 was tied with 2023 as the deadliest year for traffic fatalities in 17 years, with 52 people having lost their lives. This is a matter of life or death. Vision Zero must be fully funded. We urge eventual enforcement of the new right turn on red ban beyond just the lights that currently have no turn signs. It's astonishing that in FY24, more than 125,000 vehicles had outstanding automated traffic enforcement fines over $5,000, of which 764 vehicles owed between $50,000 to $100,000. This lack of accountability for dangerous drivers is unacceptable and reinforces the need for stronger enforcement and full funding for the STEER Act and the recently passed parking enforcement law. We also support full funding for DDOT's analysis of its safety improvements that are currently in use. So, for example, its study on pedestrian crossing treatments, which has been on hold due to staffing and funding constraints. In addition to safety and providing people in DC with viable alternatives to cars, car use itself must also be addressed to reflect its true costs. We encourage the committee to consider permanent car-free streets and zones across the district. The Plaza Act is a great start and should be fully funded to ensure DDOT prioritizes people over cars. Congestion pricing remains an essential tool for reducing vehicle miles traveled, improving air quality, and generating revenue for Metro. We call on this committee to compel DDOT to release its congestion pricing study, which has been delayed for far too long, to ensure decisions are based on the best available data. #release the study. And we urge timely completion of another study, DDOT study on charging, or rather changing residential parking permit policies, which was delayed in FY24. On electrification, we applaud the passage of your EV charging bill and urge full funding to accelerate the expansion of EV charging infrastructure. Additionally, we urge continued funding for your electric bicycle incentive program, which helps residents afford e-bikes. And finally, can't forget the trees. All fines for tree law violations should go to the tree fund to replace trees and support long-term tree health. We look forward to working with the committee to turn these recommendations into actions and truly create a more sustainable transportation future for all residents in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Litt. And let me thank everybody on this panel. If you couldn't tell, this was predominantly the sidewalk panel. And so I really appreciate everybody's concerted efforts and work there. In particular, of course, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Matuszewski sharing the fact that you've experienced injuries yourself. I know it's actually difficult to come talk in a public space sometimes about an injury and about what happened. So thank you for sharing that, to help highlight just the real world challenges and injuries that can happen when we're not taking care of our sidewalks the right way. Ms. Palmer, you quoted Meredith. I kind of have a similar quote where it doesn't matter if you drive a car, if you take a bus, if you ride a bike, at some point, I guarantee you, we are all pedestrians. And so every one of us, no matter how you get around, needs to have safe sidewalks. And I really appreciate the leadership that's been on this panel to talk about this and highlight it. Last year, several of you actually testified as well. I'm thinking Mr. Price in particular, but everybody. And it really helped highlight in a really constructive way a good push on the city to do more. In the budget, your advocacy directly led to me taking money out of the roadway paving budget and putting it into the sidewalk budget. Now, typically when we're in budgeting, we kind of look and see if an agency kind of starts to cry uncle a lot when you're moving their money around, you've kind of started to hit something. They didn't cry uncle when I moved 5% of the paving budget into sidewalks, which tells me we'll be coming back to that again this year because it's a priority. And I think for some of you, you might have heard me earlier, I've seen all over social media, a big push from DDOT asking residents to help report potholes in the roadways so they can help, get those fixed within 48 hours. And I don't doubt that we probably have some potholes that need to be repaired, but I think all of us wish that we saw the same level of urgency on those sidewalks, and the 270 days to get a sidewalk repaired is just simply unacceptable. I was going to ask a couple of questions here. Mr. Price, in your written testimony, you kind of flagged for us that based on the responses we've gotten back from DDOT, the closure rate for 311 requests for sidewalk repair has increased a bit. So you said DDOT's able to close more 311 sidewalk service requests than it had in the prior 2 years combined for an average of 519 requests per month. And you added that at this average closure rate, DDOT would have been able to close all of the new 5,200 service requests that were filed in 2024 without contributing to the existing backlog. I'm certainly going to talk to DDOT and Director Kirschbaum about this next week, but just from your perspective, any sense of why DDOT was able to increase its closure rate? Is that they just paid more attention to it and they kept track of it better? Was there something more fundamental about what you were seeing? Would welcome any kind of insights you have into that.
We're grateful that they did. We don't know why. They do a tremendous job with potholes. And what we urged last year was that they apply the same engineering skills to sidewalk, and maybe they started doing it. Maybe they were going to do it anyway. We've heard though that the office that actually makes the sidewalk repairs did not get the money. And Commissioner Elkins, I think, has more information about that. Chuck, do you have anything?
Sure, Commissioner Elkins, did you want to add to that?
I just would add that, yes, I heard from Mr. Holub, who is, I think, the deputy director of their construction program, that he never saw the $5 million. So I think this is worth following up on. And of course, we're all interested about why they were able to do a better job. I think they've been trying to really clear their backlog, which is good. It still doesn't, even if they are doing a good job on clearing the backlog, it doesn't address our main issue, which is if you have a tripping hazard, it should be up to the top, the front of the line, and it should be done in 60 days.
Be faster than 60 days in my mind, if it's that type of tripping hazard. I agree with you. Well, right. And that's part of why we have the oversight hearings, and it's partly why for folks that are familiar with our DDOT oversight hearings, we typically have a lot of folks that come and testify at our DDOT hearings, which means we sometimes don't get to the agency till 5 or 6 o'clock at night. And sometimes the agency at nighttime, when everyone's gone through an entire day, is not as effective. So we broke apart our public testimony, and next week will be the government. It also frankly helps us because we're able to hear your issues better, and that helps us prepare for that hearing. So we will be absolutely following up, and our plan has been to track those dollars that we had shifted to make sure they have gotten to the agency in the right places and where they're going to get deployed. Ms. Schmidt, we talked about this on the previous panel a little bit. When it comes to the potential changes that are needed for the ways in which we build our sidewalks, again, for a good chunk of historic Capitol Hill, it is essentially sand and then bricks on top of it. I had an issue just last week, actually. We had a brick that basically just collapsed in the ground, right? And so a resident reaches out to me and says, I think we've got a hole developing. This is a really big hazard. I flag it for DDOT and appreciate it. DDOT was super responsive. They came out there, they put a cone, they did markings, they investigated. We thought maybe it was a DC water issue with some water leak that was turns out it was a soil compaction issue that just had kind of knocked it down, and they made the repair on a Saturday. So again, appreciate DDOT's actions there. But what we're talking about is, what are our systemic issues? And in that one, there's just only so much that just dirt and sand are going to hold up. And all those, as Bill and Mary were showing us, the kind of the ripple, which I'm going to assume is probably from a tree root, things like that, you're no stranger to the heated debate that we have seen for years around sidewalks. And what I'm hearing, but I want to make sure that I'm hearing it correctly, is that Capital Restoration Society isn't advocating you have to go one way or another, or brick or no brick. But what you are saying is, we need you to look at a different way to do the substructure of a sidewalk so that it can last longer, be safer, better maintained. Am I hearing that correctly from CHRS? If you can, because that way other people can hear us.
We have no standing on whether or not it has to be a particular way at all. If it's not safe, what we're doing now, we need to find better solutions. And that's why this pilot project that has been brought up, we're not opposed to it. We do think it needs to be a pilot project first, because it may not be the right solution, but I think it's worth investigating what possibilities there are, regardless of whether it's large set, paving blocks or poured concrete or whatever. We have trees and we love our trees, and that's always going to be an effort. But if there is a way to get better resolution and longer lasting sidewalks with less hazards, we're all for it. And again, historically, there's no reason to be using any particular thing. At one point, we were just walking on dirt. So we're open to new solutions.
We had muddy roads. Absolutely. All right, that's helpful, and I appreciate it.
And I will say, this is a problem. I've talked with other historic districts, and they also are having very similar issues with their bricks. The brick and sand, when the bricks are on top of the concrete in the commercial zones, they seem to do very well. But the bricks and sand and the tree roots and everything else may not always be the best thing in a particular area. I don't think we should pull up perfectly good ones that are working well.
Yeah.
But maybe in the future, we need to think about something else.
I mean, I am partial to brick. I like a brick sidewalk. I think it looks nice. I'm not actually thinking about it from a historic context. I just think it looks nicer than concrete, frankly. But I want it to be safe. I want it to be smooth. I want it to be something that, whether I am in a walker or pushing a stroller or just walking down the sidewalk, everyone needs to be able to have and count on a smooth surface. And that is hard to do with brick if it's not built in a way that can last.
And in the sidewalk safety, the resident sidewalk safety report, we noted that there are places down on M Street where this has been, we have the engineering capability to create something that looks like brick, which isn't brick. And so maybe we need to really try this out in a concerted way as a sidewalk instead of as a passage over a roadway.
Yeah, this is years ago, but I think it's F Street Terrace Southeast. We worked with DDOT, and it was I think it's a stamped concrete that looks like brick.
Yep.
And if you were to walk down it, you'd think you were on a brick alleyway and walkway, but in fact, it's actually stamped. I think it's important for us to look at a couple different ideas. I agree, the idea of a pilot, there is no scenario where DDOT's going to be able to remove all brick sidewalks and replace them anyway right away. So it will be something that would take us, frankly, 20, 30 years over time as we replace brick sidewalks. So if this is a smarter and safer way to move, I'd like us to test it out and find out what works and what doesn't more quickly, because it'll still take us 20 years at least before you've gone through all of that. You mentioned in your testimony, I think, though, of recommending like a pocket park sidewalk, or those. Why that versus in front of a residential block where you can kind of test and see what the use on that sidewalk's going to look like and the impact?
I think that there has been enough heated debate that it might be better to take the personal out of it. And so it's not in front of your house.
Noise mitigation idea.
Or your business, and we do have all these funny little pocket parks where it would be very easy. A lot of them have bus stops on them. A lot of them are the places that DC doesn't clear the snow, which would also be very interesting. I think it would just be an easy way that then you could get, if the ANC commissioner was into it, you could, promote people checking it out and thinking about it and using it without having to get into the personal as much.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. I will say our pocket parks are also, many of them actually aren't DC, they're federal, they're National Park Service, which also National Park Service does not clear the snow at all. But people, obviously you see a sidewalk, you don't really care who owns it, you just want it cleared. So let me transition to that as well. And I think Commissioner McCray, Commissioner Martina Lopez, Ms. Palmer, others brought this up too. Everybody, I think, can give a little grace, in the first 24 hours after a snowstorm. But the way in which we approach safe sidewalks after a snowstorm is it's all on you. The city will come plow those streets right away, but we threaten residents and businesses with fines, and we tell everyone over and over again, it's your job and responsibility to come out there and clear those sidewalks. And by and large, I do see neighbors really trying hard. I know I clear my sidewalk, my senior neighbor who's next to me, we kind of everybody pitches in and kind of tries to clear a good section of sidewalk. I'm curious, I'd welcome your thoughts, especially to our commissioners. I think we could be doing a lot more of partnering with our bids and our main streets, especially around our retail corridors, because in a big snowstorm, if you're driving, your car's snowed in. You're going to be walking most of your places, or you're going to be looking for public transportation. We have partnered, for example, with the Georgetown bid, partners with DDOT to do sidewalk repairs. And they frankly can repair a sidewalk in 24 to 48 hours. I've seen individual bids take action and get a snow blower and kind of help clear off a sidewalk. But I was struck just the other day, or a couple of weeks ago, the sidewalk to get from 8th Street Northeast up to Union Station, so to connect to Metro, was completely frozen and iced over for days. It forced people to walk into the street, where of course we'd had plows run that, which now meant I have pedestrians walking as cars and buses are coming speeding down Hopscotch Bridge towards 8th Street Northeast. And the bid, no one from DDOT had reached out to the bid to say, could you come get this and help us clear this sidewalk? It's within the bid's area. I think we should be doing a lot more. Granted, not every area is covered by a main street and a bid, but it is a pretty good chunk of areas that could help us. What do you think about that? Is that a space where we want to kind of expand the manpower, the ability to have people out there? And it also can help create a little bit of financial support for the men and women that are working in those jobs, to make sure that they've got pay and they're helping create those spaces. And I think Commissioner McCray, you even talked about young people and seeing if we can find a way to, whether it's through some of the youth employment programs or others, to make sure that people are getting some money, but also providing a really good service. What do you think about ideas like that?
Personally, I think it's a smart idea. I know in my area, a lot of the businesses are looking to become a part of that Main Street bid in general. So I know that they would ideally take on this and they would run with it. So I think it's a great idea, on top of the fact that if we can expand that closer to Trinidad, Carver, Langston, I think we can get, a lot of us were on foot. There was only at Heckinger Mall, there was only Safeway open. A lot of the stores were closed for a few days. They were closed and they opened later. There was a delayed opening, but it was very and extremely hard, like you said, to get around on foot, and there was snow that iced over days on end. So I think if that was expanded, folks would take heed to that. But I also think there should be some type of maybe even communal solution where we're gonna have older residents. It is a larger, older neighborhood. So in general, there are older residents that will need assistance regardless. And even if there's some type of communal salt solution that is pet friendly, sidewalk safe, that will avoid that erosion, would be extremely helpful to folks. And even if they bring their own bucket and you can get some salt, I think that is also a solution that actually someone messaged me after I spoke the first time and said that as well. So I think there are a few different ways we can kind of go about this, just so one solution will get to part of the problem, right? Mm-hmm. But I think there's a kind of holistic solution that could be a bit more helpful.
That's helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Martinez-Lopez?
Yeah, actually, just following on what Commissioner McRae is saying, I think in our neighborhoods, we're both in Ward 5, we where my SMD is located, there's no bid. There is a commercial corridor, but it's actually not in the way to the metro station. They're pretty, apart. So they do mostly well. I'm just really kind of talking about long stretches of sidewalk where it's adjacent to the Michigan Avenue bridge. And so there are no businesses there. There are no homes there. So I think like that's also what promotes people just being like, well, we don't really know who should take care of this. And so, the communal aspect of this, like looking for a solution that is communal, that was also my first thought in my first 4 weeks as ANC. The snow removal team, like the community base, does not have enough people. We could have some budget for snow snow melting material, or just having it be just way more local. Nobody knows as much as residents what streets or what sidewalks are often in need of servicing. So again, I really support what Commissioner McRae was saying. I definitely think that we should be working towards community-based solutions that do not, remove also the responsibility from the city, because it is often, I experienced it this past month, when people say, well, you gotta pitch in. And I did. I helped neighbors remove their snow, or their elderly neighbors who, in my experience living in the neighborhood, never get their snow cleared. A lot of these options are very far away. I mean, they don't know about submitting a request to get their snow removed or get an exemption or anything like that, right? This is all also, internet-based, and that might be out of reach for so many people. So I'm hoping also to get more solutions at the community level without removing the responsibility that the city has in providing services.
I think that's a fantastic point. One of my big frustrations is the city has essentially no responsibility for clearing the sidewalks. And so it's constantly passing the buck to somebody else to have to do it, and threatening fines. And I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time I saw them even issue a fine for that property owner that refuses to and leaves it dangerous. I don't see fines issued there either. So the system we got isn't working as well as it should. I get really annoyed when I see the snow plows pile up all the snow and ice at the crosswalks, undoing all the work that people may have just done to clear a sidewalk and a safe path. So there's a lot of work to be done. We have the tool and the means. It's the will for these agencies to get it done and prioritize it.
If I may
Yes,
add,
ma'am.
just so there is a crosswalk from the underpass of the Michigan Avenue Bridge to get into the actual, metro station. The crews who cleared the snow from the road just piled it up onto the curb cut. And that, it was not a small amount. And I have pictures that I took throughout the different days after I had reported it, just hoping that somebody would think, okay, this is completely unacceptable. It is the way to access the metro station, but because it's in this kind of gray area of who's responsible, right? And again, saying like, there are no businesses, there are no homes, it's just a very kind of, just like left out there to kind of like be uncared for. And I thought it was incredibly disrespect, like just a disrespect to pile up a massive amount of snow and impede pedestrians and everybody who is rolling or walking with us, seniors with their shopping cart, people in wheelchairs, people with mobility issues, just completely disrespected.
I have experienced that firsthand as well. So I hear you on
you.
that. Thank you. Just real briefly, Ms. Eaton, I appreciate your recommendation on the 2026 pedestrian plan. So
2009 plan.
yes, but
Oh,
your recommendation was to
26.
make
Yes,
sure we
I'm
have
sorry.
2026, right?
Yes, yeah.
So I will make sure that when we talk with the DDOT director, we ask is there something like that in progress? And if not, there should be. And of course, I think, having voices like Mr. Kennedy's to make sure that no matter how we use the sidewalk or need to use the sidewalk, that all voices are included in that, and making sure for folks that just may not know it, Mr. Kennedy, as you explained the difference of what the asphalt, for example, as a substance versus brick or concrete is going to be used and interpreted a different way. That's just something I'm not going to know. And we need to make sure we have voices and experiences like yours helping craft something like that. So I appreciate that.
Great.
And let's see, finally, Mr. Allen, I appreciated, no relation, appreciate your testimony. It's a good last name. And one of our challenges that we see in the budget is the reduction in funding that we kind of have to fight every single year. So whether it is the mayor swipes all the money out of the Vision Zero supports that are going to try to improve sidewalk and street safety, whether it's the bioretention maintenance funds, we've worked to help restore those and keep putting those funds back, but it means that we've got to cut it from somewhere else in the budget. So it is a battle. The more that you can help advocate for these types of resources to go into the budget on the front end, makes it a lot easier once the budget comes to the council, because once it comes to us, it's just a matter of slicing the pie in different ways, and that becomes a significant challenge, but we will continue to do that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and anything that I can do to help you. But I really think that what this is going to take is someone in a position such as the DC Council to bring together the DDOT, the DOE, the DC water people all together to work on this, because no one of them can do it alone. It's going to take a group effort, so happy to help you on that if necessary.
Yeah, there are conversations that happen between DDOT and DOE and DC Water, but I will use this oversight hearing process to make sure that we're amplifying that and trying to coordinate better of what they're doing there. So thank you. Well, I know we want to keep moving.
I just also thought I'd add, since most of the people here were talking about sidewalks, as it turns out, my wife also tripped on a sidewalk crack several years ago, ended up in the emergency room. This is something that it's not just the people who come here today to testify, it's all over.
It is, and as Mr. Price talked about too, being able to document where those injuries take place is part of the challenge, because so many of them never get reported there. And so that means there is no data set that we're looking at to see where we have these injuries, in the same way that I would document, for example, car collisions. And I can look at a high injury network, and that then drives choices we make about funding priorities and policy priorities. We need to make sure we have the data there too, because just anecdotally, we know there's a lot of people that have had tripping injuries. They just probably don't get reported in a way that actually allows us to see it, and we need to get better at that. So
you're right. You're
that's
right.
Great.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, I know we've got a large number of folks still to go today, so I want to thank everybody for your testimony and for your advocacy. We will take it to heart, and it will absolutely impact the way that we're going to be doing oversight with the agency next week as well. So thank you all very much. All right, I'm going to start calling panel 4 to come up. And I think most of our individuals on panel 4 are virtual, but let me go ahead and start calling out those names. We have Jessica Hart, member of DC Families for Safe Streets; Richard Wetzel, public witness; Brian Hart, public witness; Joya Banerjee, public witness; Richard Streba, public witness; Dale Prince, public witness; Kai Hall, coordinator of the DC Transportation Equity Network; Alex Baca, the DC Policy Director of Greater Washington; Faith Broderick, Vice President of Planning for Economic Development and Destination Marketing with the Georgetown Business Improvement District; Will Crane, the Vice President of FBA; Joey Davis, President of AFJE Local 1975; Matt Girardi, Political and Communications Director with Amalgamated Transit Union Local 689; Taylor Terry, public witness; and Trupti Patel, public witness. Are any of those folks that I called in person? All right, so we have one in person, excellent. So come on up and grab a chair. And then for our other witnesses, I believe are all online. And I believe, Jessica Hart, you're here. So since I've got you first on this panel, why don't I turn to you if you're ready?
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Hart. I am testifying on behalf of the DC chapter of Families for Safe Streets. Our mission is to confront the preventable epidemic of traffic violence by advocating for life-saving changes and providing support to those who have been impacted by crashes. My 5-year-old daughter, Allie, was killed while riding her bike in a crosswalk in 2021, and I am here today because I cannot accept that my child is dead and nothing else changes. In 2021, the year Allie was killed, 40 people were killed on DC streets. 4-year-old Zaire Joshua, 24-year-old aspiring opera singer Nina Larson, 20-year-old Jemiah Williams, who dreamed of being a cardiologist. In 2022, it was 35 people, including artists Jane Bloom and Therese Studnick Taffer on Connecticut Avenue, and Anthony Shaw on the notoriously dangerous Southern Avenue. In 2023, it was again 52 people like Madison Jones, William Lamont Walker, Annie Carino, James Terrence, Nijad Husanov, and Peter Black, who lost their lives. In 2024, it was again 52 lives. It was 62-year-old Alton Kelly and his wife who survived but is recovering from her own injuries while mourning the loss of her beloved husband. Brianna Anderson, who was using a wheelchair, 5-year-old Zainia Crump on her way home from school. Every person should be alive today. This is unacceptable. It is also avoidable. There is a framework, policies, and goals that should be guiding DDOT's work, the Move DC plan. In her introduction to Move DC, Mayor Bowser lists a framework of goals: safety, equity, mobility, project delivery, management and operations, sustainability, and enjoyable spaces. Further, she says it, quote, reflects our commitment to not only provide excellent transportation facilities and services, but to deliver them in a manner that addresses structural injustices and inequities. As you will continue to hear from safety advocates today, the mayor's words here are not reality. DDOT projects are often mired in community meetings and input sessions. A small group of vocal or well-connected people can undermine projects, often based on their own selfish interests. Move DC goals for the greater good are discarded. If this is frustrating for advocates like me, I can only imagine how demoralizing it is for the professionals at DDOT who want to make the city better serve all road users in a safe way. You will also hear from supporters of the status quo who equate infrastructure and enforcement changes as anti-car. The reality is that our streets and roads are not safe for those inside a car. 20 fatalities in 2024 were people in vehicles, while 19 were pedestrians. This is a crisis that affects all. A year ago, this committee pressed the DDOT director and the deputy mayor for operations and infrastructure about how the numbers are trending in the wrong direction. You received lip service about how minor injuries were the true metric for progress. Frankly, that answer is insulting to the families of the 52 people who were killed in 2023, an all-time high number of traffic fatalities, which we've now reached for the second year in a row. The DDOT director said she had enough money and had no issues with not receiving funds from automated traffic enforcement to reinvest back into street safety. We in DC Families for Safe Streets feel a sense of urgency about making safety improvements, and I believe this committee does as well. Yet DDOT's pre-hearing responses suggest a lack of urgency placed on meeting Move DC safety goals. Multiple studies are done, meetings are held, projects delayed. It is exhausting as an advocate. Quick build can take 3 years. In my own ward, Ward 5, something as small as narrowing travel lanes, a proven way to slow drivers and prevent serious crashes, on Taylor Street Northeast is stuck in a loop of meetings and assessments. It should not require someone losing their life for DDOT leadership to feel urgency and to act on it. DC Families for Safe Streets urges the council to remember the people behind the statistics. These aren't just 52 fatalities and 345 major crash victims. They are parents, siblings, children, spouses, friends. We urge you to press DDOT on why it allows anti-change agents to impede DDOT and the mayor's goals in Move DC. And we urge you to provide the moral and political support to DDOT that will allow it to implement changes that will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica Hart. Next, let me turn to Richard Wetzel.
Good morning, Chairman Allen. Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Wetzel. I'm testifying as a DC resident and a member of the East-West Low Stress Biking Coalition, which has gathered more than 1,500 signatures for our petition asking DDOT to build protected bike lanes on Q and R streets from Connecticut Avenue Northwest all the way to the Metropolitan Branch Trail. The existing unprotected bike lanes on Q and R streets, wedged between the car travel lane and parking, present a serious danger to bicycle riders who must navigate stopped vehicles, drivers veering into the bike lane, and the threat of being hit by opening doors of parked vehicles. In addition to over 1,500 petition signers, our call for the upgrading of the bike lanes on Q and R has been endorsed by 4 ANCs in Ward 2 and Ward 5, the Eckington Civic Association, and the District of Columbia's Bicycle Advisory Council. More than 2 years ago, in December 2022, we met with senior DDOT officials who promised to study our proposal. For the past year and a half, DDOT has used the argument that they are working on a new strategic bike plan as a reason for why they have not moved on the Q and R Street issue. At the oversight hearing a year ago, in February 2024, then acting DDOT Director Kirschbaum sent an encouraging signal when she said that she agreed that a safer east-west connection in the QR Street corridor was, quote, much needed. More recently, last month at the January 2025 meeting of the DC Bicycle Advisory Council, Director Kirschbaum stated that upgrading existing unprotected bike lanes would be an important aspect of the new strategic bike plan. And on that occasion, a DDOT rep said that connectivity would be a key focus of the new bike plan. As several colleagues from the East-West Coalition will explain in greater detail in their testimony following my introductory remarks, our call for upgrading the Q and R Street bike lanes to protected bike lanes meets all the criteria for a high-priority bike infrastructure project. It provides a crucial east-west connection in the bike lane network. It has a high volume of bike traffic and a high number of crashes. We're therefore asking this committee to ask DDOT not to continue putting this project on hold until the strategic bike plan is completed, which most likely will take another 2 years, but to start now on the process of public outreach, study, and planning for a protected bike facility in the Q and R Street corridor. We know that DDOT's superb active transportation branch and bike team are aware of the need, and we look forward to working with DDOT in the process of public outreach and community feedback that will hopefully get this project started soon. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wetzel. Brian Hurt, I think I've got you up next. I think I saw you there.
Yeah. Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. My name is Brian Hart. I'm a Ward 5 resident and the father of 5-year-old Allison Hart, who was killed by a driver of a for-hire vehicle on September 13, 2021, while riding her bike in a crosswalk. Today, I am testifying as a member of the East-West Low Stress Biking Coalition that has gathered more than 1,500 signatures for our petition asking DDOT to build protected bike lanes on Q and R Street from Connecticut Avenue Northwest to the Metropolitan Branch Trail. I am proud to work together with such dedicated volunteers who are all looking for the same thing, a safer way for everyone, pedestrians, bicyclists, scooter riders, motorists, to move across the district. I am testifying today because I know this route well. It is one of the few continuous east-west corridors between downtown and the hospital center. I ride it up to 10 times a week. I used it to take my daughter to daycare. I use it to go to work, to go shopping, to get a haircut, to take my son to music class. But these unprotected bike lanes are unsafe. I have seen frequent close calls and aggressive driving. Along my route, I passed at least 3 ghost bike memorials. Dan Neidhart's at First in Florida, who was killed in 2017. Michael Gordon's at 7th and R, who was killed in 2022. And Alice Swanson at R in Connecticut, who was killed in 2008. And that's not even counting the ghost bike from my daughter, 1 block from my own home. DDOT's draft strategic bikeway planning identifies large swaths of Q and R Street as Tier 1 corridors due to the magnitude and severity of crashes involving cyclists. DDOT's own responses to this oversight hearing indicate that the 7th and R has the 5th highest number of bicycle crash injuries in the district. And according to the Vision Zero crash data, MPD and EMS responded to 254 reported injuries in the past 5 years. That's 1 injury per week on Q and R streets between Connecticut Avenue Northwest and the Metropolitan Branch Trail. Research from the DC Policy Center in 2021 suggests that the true number is probably higher due to underreporting. The Federal Highway Administration identifies protected bike lanes as a proven safety countermeasure for riders in urban settings, reducing crashes by up to 53% while increasing ridership. DDOT's own post-installation analyses for protected bike lanes on C Street Northeast, 9th Street Northwest, Kenyon Street Northwest, Minnesota Avenue Southeast confirm this, showing fewer vehicle crashes and more people biking. DDOT's Move DC plan also states that bike lanes on minor arterials, like Q and R streets are for the majority of their length, should be protected. DDOT is embarking on a new strategic plan for bikeways. While we applaud this effort, we have serious concerns that the process will delay delivery of needed safety improvements by installing plans for any lanes beyond 2026. Too many people are being hurt, something I know all too well. We cannot afford delays for studies and countless layers of community engagement that reaffirm what we already know and the goals that we have already set in Move DC, Carbon-Free DC, Sustainable DC, and Vision Zero DC. I'm sure my son would appreciate my wife and I not having to be in so many meetings. We urge DDOT to prioritize upgrading the painted lanes on Q and R Street to protected lanes. DDOT must have the staffing and independence to implement solutions that it already knows will make our streets safer and give people more options to get around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. Next, let me turn to Joya Banerjee.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joya Banerjee, and I'm the mother of a 3-year-old and a longtime resident of Bloomingdale in Ward 5. I'm also part of the East-West Low Stress Biking Coalition. I'm requesting the urgent prioritization by DDOT for upgrading the current painted bike lanes on Q and R Street to protected lanes. I bike my 3-year-old toddler to school across town every day. Currently, there are no cross-town protected bike lanes anywhere near our commute. The lanes on Q and R Street were among the first painted 25 years ago, and they're unsafe and insufficient for the heavy volume of traffic that they experience today. The existing lanes, wedged between the car lanes and parking, present a serious danger to cyclists. I want to show you a picture. That's what we experience every day. Cars are veering into the lane without using a signal. There are parked cars throwing their doors open into our path, and many other acts of traffic violence. I myself was hit by cars twice while biking in these lanes. Once in 2016, I was cycling to work in the painted lane along Q Street. A driver in an alley crossed Q Street at high speed without checking to see if anyone was in the lane first. They hit me and I rolled over their hood. In 2018, on R Street Northeast, a distracted driver weaved into the bike lane where I was riding, hit me, and I fell off my bike. While I was lucky enough to escape with just a few scrapes and bruises, many others were not, as you have just heard in Jessica and Brian's devastating testimony. A physical barrier between the traffic and riders will make Q Street and R Street safer for cyclists and riders of all ages and abilities. Protecting these lanes would provide a crucial east-west connection, as you have heard, all the way from the Metropolitan Branch Trail in Northeast to Connecticut Ave and many other bike routes that are currently bridges to nowhere. These bike lanes are heavily used and ridership is growing every day. The neighborhoods along this route are among the most densely populated and least wedded to car ownership of any in the city. For many families in DC like mine, these streets are vital routes for biking to school, work, and more. In addition to cycling, I'm also a driver. I reject the outrageous argument that street parking is more important than the lives and safety of DC residents. I'm asking for a simple but impactful change that will make biking safer and more accessible for all, not to mention for other pedestrians, motorists, and scooterists. I want DDOT to put this project on the front burner, not the back burner. We can't wait another 2 years for DDOT to finish their strategic bike plan. The time is now to begin a study, public outreach, and planning. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Banerjee. And if you're able to stick with us for a little bit, we'll turn to some questions after we finish everyone from this panel. Richard Stirba.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the committee. My name is Richard Stirba. I'm a DuPont Circle resident and a volunteer in the campaign to put safety first on Q&R streets. I am happy to see DDOT's bike share, scooter share, and e-bike voucher programs encouraging more DC residents and visitors of all ages and abilities to get out and explore district neighborhoods. But equipping people with the means to ride is one thing. Providing them safe places to do so is quite another. Each day on Q&R streets between Connecticut Avenue Northwest and the Metropolitan Branch Trail, hundreds of people use bicycles to commute to work, take their children to school or daycare, run errands at local businesses, go to the gym, or just meet up with friends. And every evening, riders on Q&R deliver food in support of the restaurant industry. Use of bike share is strong and growing in the QR corridor, which is home to 20 of the 100 busiest bike share stations in Cabby system. The 25 Cabby stations within a quarter mile of Q&R streets were the starter endpoint for 64,000 bike share trips during December 2024, accounting for more than 2,000 trips each day on average, or 1 out of 6 trips system-wide. But the painted lanes laid down on Q&R streets in the early 2000s, which predate e-bikes or even the idea of Cabby, are substandard for their street classification. A painted bike lane between traffic and parked cars would never be built on a minor arterial street today. It pains me to watch as DDOT dithers over whether to upgrade these painted bike lanes, while reported crashes on Q&R injure 1 person per week, sometimes seriously and occasionally fatally. How many more weeks must pass and injuries be suffered before DDOT implements safety measures for all users in the QR corridor? We call on this committee and the DC Council to ensure that DDOT moves without delay to improve safety for all users by repurposing street space on Q&R for uses other than parking. DDOT routinely reallocates curb space for reasons of safety and commerce to daylight intersections for motorists and pedestrians, to create loading zones for business deliveries, PUDOs for rideshare customers, to carve out streeteries in support of the restaurant industry, even to build a pedestrian zone at BLM Plaza. We call on DDOT to show respect for the community of bike and scooter riders it otherwise encourages by repurposing street space for a protected bikeway in the QR corridor. Swapping a small fraction of the enormous amount of street space consumed by parking to activate a community-serving east-west low-stress bikeway is one of the simplest and most cost-effective things DDOT can do to improve bike safety in our communities. It will give thousands of current and future riders a margin of safety and demonstrate DDOT's commitment to building safe bike routes throughout our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Next, let me look to Dale Prince.
Chairman Allen, everyone with us today, good afternoon. I'm Dale Prince. I would also like to talk about DDOT's performance with regard to safety and bike lanes in the QR corridor. DDOT has a great bike team. They've been doing some really great work, and the results are clearly visible in the progress made toward our growing network of protected bike lanes. So high marks there. High marks too for DDOT's outreach at last September's Strategic Bikeways Open House for ANCs. I really appreciated the opportunity to meet the director and a lot of the bike folks at DDOT. I learned about some of the criteria for the Strategic Bikeways plan, but several questions remained in my mind. According to the project timeline, the Strategic Bikeways plan is behind schedule. Public engagement was supposed to have begun last fall. I don't think they've started this. The project timeline then shows completion of the plan in winter 2026, followed by the start of work to implement the plan. Now, I appreciate the logic of a holistic approach to strategic bikeways, but there are good reasons to do the Q&R corridor earlier, as you've heard from the speakers just before me. Does anyone think that the final plan will not include an east-west protected bike route between DuPont and the Met Branch Trail? If we agree that this one is not a hard call, it should be studied and completed now. Despite all of DDOT's great work and the great bike folks there, the department's credibility on bike projects could be higher. We've seen, for example, the cancellation of the K Street Transitway and Bikeway under a previous DDOT director. Then there is the setback on Connecticut Avenue bike lanes, and now a reversal on Taylor Street, taking the project backwards from concept development to needs assessment. Regardless of whether Q&R is undertaken soon or as part of the Strategic Bikeways Plan, DDOT could be more forthcoming with the public about how the strategic plan will evaluate and rank projects. Specifically, what factors, such as crashes, connectivity, or equity, will be used to prioritize the construction of routes? What public and private data sets underlie each factor, and what are the relative weights of each factor? And what factors, if any, are excluded from the prioritization model? My fellow bike advocates and I are confident that whatever prioritization model DDOT puts forth in its strategic bikeways plan, a protected bikeway in the Q&R corridor will rank high because it upgrades a heavily used, outmoded, and unsafe facility. It connects 7 or 8 bikeways running north-south through several neighborhoods, and it's responsive to the community's demonstrated need for a safe east-west route for bicyclists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Next, let me turn to Kai Hall with the DC Transportation Equity Network.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Allen and members of the committee. My name is Kai Hall, and I'm with the DC Transportation Equity Network. Our testimony today will focus on the concept of a transportation time tax, concerns about progress made on mode shift goals outlined in Sustainable DC 2.0, DDOT initiatives that improve bus speeds, reliability, and accessibility, and issues related to the phase out of the circulator, as well as Vision Zero. The district's transportation systems impose a time tax on residents who take public transit instead of driving to jobs, schools, healthcare facilities, grocery stores, and leisure spaces through longer, more circuitous trips and unsafe streets that reduce the mobility independence of seniors, children, and people with disabilities. While the time tax disproportionately harms transit riders, everyone, including drivers, loses out as a result of underinvestment in frequent and reliable transit while they're sitting in traffic. Our systems waste residents' valuable time when our transportation system doesn't prioritize pedestrians and transit. We support initiatives that reduce the transportation time tax by prioritizing transit and active transportation in the district's public right-of-way. We strongly support DDOT's continued implementation of the Bus Priority Plan, the Clear Lanes Program, and 24/7 bus service to improve the speed, reliability, and accessibility of transit, therefore reducing the transportation time tax for all road users. Speeding up buses by redistributing street space to dedicated bus lanes and enforcing those bus lanes will make trips taken by the 38% of district residents who do not own a car easier and faster. So too does banning drivers from turning right on red. We ask the committee to take a leading role in figuring out a way to successfully implement this critical component of Vision Zero. These types of programs move the district in the right direction on achieving its Sustainable DC 2.0 mode shift goals, which include shifting 50% of commute trips to public transit, 25% to active transportation, and 25% to driving by 2032. Achieving these goals would improve travel times for all road users, making streets safer for everyone and reduce the footprint of the second largest source of carbon emissions in the district. We are concerned that the district is not on track to accomplish its sustainable DC 2.0 mode shift goals by 2032, as outlined in the plan. According to the 2024 progress report for the plan, only 31.4% of commuter trips are taken by non-car modes of transportation, which is less than half of the 75% goal outlined in the plan. As DDOT updates Move DC, the district's multimodal long-range transportation plan, we hope to see the agency establish a modal hierarchy that prioritizes pedestrians, transit riders, and bicyclists above drivers to align with the sustainable DC 2.0 mode shift goals. On bus shelters, we are encouraged to see DDOT prioritizing heat exposure and rider priorities to inform their solicitation to manage bus shelters, as the current 20-year bus shelter franchise agreement ends this year. We would like to see DDOT take advantage of the generational opportunity posed by the implementation of WMATA's Better Bus Network redesign to integrate bus shelters in our streets to improve the rider experience, climate resiliency, and accessibility. On corridors experiencing the worst of the urban heat island effect, or with high ridership, but where the sidewalk may be too narrow to accommodate a bus shelter, we would like DDOT to consider reprioritizing parking spaces for expanded sidewalks that would allow for shelters to be built. In the 2025 through 27 Olmsted Community Integration Plan, which presents the district's priorities for ensuring people with disabilities can live in the most integrated setting possible, bus shelters are listed under the Transportation Priority section, highlighting the critical role they play in making buses an accessible transportation option for people of all ages and abilities. On the circulator phase out, the process of phasing out the circulator service was marred by missed deadlines to communicate with this committee by the executive, which led to significant distress for circulator operators and riders. We will defer to ATU Local 689's testimony on the phase-out process for accountability. And the DC-10 would like to see DDOT release the road pricing report, which costs $475,000 in taxpayer dollars and has not yet been made public by the DC government. The 10 would want to see DMV Move's recommendations include revenue raisers, such as a land value tax and road pricing, to sustainably fund WMATA's capital and operating needs. And finally, I'd like to end by expressing our disappointment that the district failed to meet its Vision Zero goal of eliminating traffic fatalities by 2024. We tragically ended last year with 52 fatalities on our streets, the same number of people killed in 2023. We cannot accept the status quo. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Kai Hall. Next, let me turn to Alex Baca.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as the DC Policy Director. Very little has changed since I delivered testimony on GGWash's behalf at DDOT's FY24 performance oversight hearing. The district government still has not released its long complete report on road pricing. Given the instantaneous success of congestion pricing in New York City, it is shameful that district taxpayers are not able to see how a similar policy might work here. Rather than belabor this yet again, I have resubmitted our 2024 DDOT oversight testimony with the written version of this testimony. Our only new ask regarding road pricing is for the committee to amend the relevant code section to clearly state that the report is a public document. In response to Freedom of Information Act requests for the report, the executive has denied its release under the guise of deliberative privilege, even though it is in its final state. Last year, the Committee on Transportation and the Environment allowed the executive to repeal the requirement for the report's release it had included in the FY24 Budget Supplemental Act. Amending the relevant code section to define the report as public would at least take away the executive's excuse of deliberative privilege if someone were to FOIA the report in the future. Beyond road pricing, we urge DDOT to expeditiously complete its strategic bikeways plan. While this will not entirely compensate for the embarrassment that is the cancellation of the Connecticut Avenue bike lane, we've been supportive of the bus priority program largely because it is a straightforward plan designed to deliver projects. Bike lanes deserve the same treatment. Coalescing both under the Acting Capital Planning Division is a positive development in DDOT's org chart. As always, we are grateful to DDOT's talented planners, engineers, and project managers for their dedication to reducing trips by car in the district and keeping residents and visitors safe from being killed or injured by drivers. These are the district's own goals, and from time to time, I worry that the agency will lose talent due to the agency's lack of direction, and in part due to the executive's return to work policies, which have been a huge disincentive from what I've heard. We have amazing talent here. I frankly don't want to see them go to other jurisdictions. Additionally, shifts in direction visited upon the agency and its staff, such as the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, leading transportation downtown, undermine progress toward a safer and more sustainable district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me go to Faith Broderick with the Georgetown bid.
Great. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee. My name is Faith Broderick, and I'm the Vice President of Planning at the Georgetown bid, and I'll be providing the bid's testimony on the performance of DDOT this year. The bid has a strong relationship with agency leadership and staff, and we want to recognize them for being accountable and collaborative partners. We appreciate all the support from management, the traffic engineers, inspectors, and permit reviewers in the Public Space Regulation Division at DDOT. Staff are consistently helpful when addressing a wide range of permit challenges, such as overnight installations, especially when it comes to holiday and seasonal decor, sidewalk cafe installations, public art, and art in the right-of-way initiatives, and ensuring traffic control plans are safe and effective. Within DDOT, we also have a strong relationship with the urban forestry team, and they continue to be great partners with tree box repairs, planting and removal requests, structural pruning for tree health, and collaboration on educational programming. We're very excited to continue working with the urban forestry team to continue filling in tree boxes that are needed to ensure that there's good public spaces and pedestrian safety along our sidewalks. The bid also has a long and successful partnership with DDOT using the Public Space Maintenance Contracting Authorization Act of 2014 to perform several public space maintenance tasks within the bid. Since FY26, within FY 2016, we have installed or repaired over 250 bike racks, fixed or reset over 18,000 bricks in the sidewalks, as well as other tasks. 85% of brick jobs that we do are completed within 48 hours or less after being identified, compared to the 270 days estimated via 311. Each repair fixes potential tripping hazards and prevents potential injuries on our sidewalks. This partnership is a huge win for the district, and we hope more agencies will follow DDOT's lead and use this contracting mechanism so that bids can do work on their behalves. The brick repair program has been so successful that the ANC in Georgetown has passed a resolution asking us to consider providing these services outside of the bid boundaries and within the residential neighborhood. This is not currently allowed based on our authorization within the Public Space Maintenance Agreement Act. However, we have discussed this program with DDOT, and we hope to see it evolve and find a path forward that supports everything that DDOT wants and the council wants, so we're able to fix and repair DDOT infrastructure in an effective and efficient manner. The sidewalk extension and street program also continues to have a positive economic impact and a safety impact in Georgetown. Since the implementation of the sidewalk extension program, traffic crashes are down on both M Street and Wisconsin Avenue by over 50%. Outdoor dining continues to help our many restaurant operators and has fueled leasing activity across all retail sectors. DDOT has been a collaborative partner and working with us on ways to transition the program away from temporary materials to high quality materials that are long lasting. And we look forward to DDOT's continued support on advancing beautiful, safe, and functional sidewalk extensions. With a reduction in bus trips to and through Georgetown, we value DDOT's partnerships on evaluating and improving capital bike share stations, testing micromobility parking and enforcement, and partnerships on scooter and micromobility docks. We ask, though, for continued partnership and expansion of the capital bike share program to support and managing the influx of dockless vehicles coming into the district. We have also proposed a bus and motor coach parking area at 27th and K Street to accommodate large tour groups visiting Georgetown, the West End, and Foggy Bottom. If built, this capital project from DDOT will capture visitors and tourism dollars that are currently being lost to different and better bus facilities outside of the district and in the suburbs. This underused lot at 27th and K is owned by the district and controlled by DDOT and is not otherwise programmed. And we look forward to DDOT's support with moving this project forward, as well as council's. We just want to thank DDOT, though, for their partnership and efforts in Georgetown, and want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on DDOT's performance. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Broderick. Next, we have Will Crane. Yep, if you'll push the button so the red light comes on. And there you
Hi,
go.
my name is Will Crane. I'm the Vice President of the Foggy Bottom Association, just down the street from Georgetown. And I am a resident of 2A03 Historic Foggy Bottom. I don't have actually a very much of a prepared statement, but what I wanted to talk about was two things. And the first was the DDOT. We've had a lot of positive experiences with DDOT in terms of the Foggy Bottom Association. One thing that the neighborhood has been dealing with is the lands that are west of 26th Street, east of Rock Creek Parkway, south of Pennsylvania Avenue, and north of the Watergate. It's squares 1, 4, and 5. Square 1 is currently used as a sidewalk or sidewalk-let temporary COVID sidewalk storage area, Jersey barriers. So all the positive work that has come with the bid is all that material that they're replacing with better material is now being stored in Foggy Bottom. It's not really an official storage yard, so it's very poorly managed. There's a large encampment there. It's quite unsafe, quite unsightly. Square 5, which is essentially 27th Street, there's 3 homes that remain, and there's highway over ramps that fly behind the properties. These lands are all owned by DDOT. These 3 homes have no pedestrian, legal, safe access to the front, to the rear, or to the side. I've been on the board of the Foggy Bottom Association for 2 years. I've had several meetings with DDOT, several different community engagement specialists. Has anything happened? No, but it's been there a long time. And I think that if we're talking about trying to prevent tragic incidents like I've been hearing on this panel, I think it's important that we push the 27th Street Traffic Safety Initiative directly to Director Kirschbaum and ask her to prioritize this. In 2025, we should not have sidewalks, or we should not have houses that don't have legal, safe access to any side of their home. So that's there for the neighborhood. For my personal, I'm actually very excited to speak with you because I live in a historic alley dwelling in Foggy Bottom, 10 feet wide. The front door opens directly onto the public space. And I will say this, in 2005, DDOT did an amazing job on the historic alley surfacing project, which I think was before my time. Concrete, sand, brick, graded, wonderful. In fact, I praised DDOT on the work that they did. We identified a section that was not done. And essentially it was a Google Map issue because the area that they didn't do was in Google Map perpetual shade of a building. And I would hope that our agencies would be using something better than Google Maps for technicals. But I think why I'm coming here today, and this is my first time testifying in front of a panel, so thank you for letting me speak. But I think that it's important when we talk about alleys, there should be a separation between commercial alleys and residential alleys. Ward 2 and Ward 6 house, I think, over 80% of alleys in which people live. I don't get snow clearance. I don't get leaf clearance. There are, and it sounds like you're familiar, there's several issues that we deal with that are unique, and we don't receive the same level of service as those that live 25 feet from me who have a street address. I really would like to ask DDOT to, just like in the Paper Alley Act that Councilmember Pinto and I believe the council passed 2 years ago, identify residential alleys in which people live and classify them as actual streets so that way we could receive the same level of service as other folks. Other than that, it's been a pleasure speaking, and I look forward to questions if you need. Oh, also, I did sort of just show up today. I will submit testimony and documents after my testimony.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Crane. You didn't just show up, though. You signed up, so you're here. You did great for your first time, so thank you. If you are able to help put some of those thoughts in writing to be part of the official record, that's great. We took notes along the way, but you have until, what was the date? February 19th to get those in, so I appreciate it. So yeah, if you're able to hang out for a little bit longer, once we finish the panel, I'll come back with some questions. I appreciate it. Next, let me turn to Joey Davis with AFGE. Mr. Davis, are you there? All right, let me see if Mr. Girardi's there. I think we've got Mr. Davis coming in just a second. So Mr. Girardi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Okay, well, let's turn to you and then I'll come right back to Mr. Davis right after that.
Will do. Thank you so much. Chair Allen, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today. ATU Local 689 represents over 15,000 transit workers and retirees across this region, including the dedicated and employees that run WMATA, Metro Access, and DC Streetcar. We are an engine of the middle class of the DMV, and our members help keep this city moving every single day. Seeing as these hearings serve as a yearly review, obviously, of an agency's operations, over the course of the past year by concerned stakeholders, residents, neighbors, it should not be surprising that I come before you today largely and unfortunately dissatisfied with DDOT's performance. Nearly a year ago, I came before the same committee to forthrightly note that challenges that our members faced at DC Circulator, but also to welcome the then interim director, and we're hopeful for continuity in administration going forward. Instead, the union and our members were repaid for that spirit of partnership with mass layoffs and obfuscation. As I'd stated before, Mr. Chair, when the budget was presented to council last year, this body, workers, and the public were all under the impression that there would be a transition of DC Circulator service from DDOT management to WMATA. Instead, the executive refused to use the power that it had on the books to initiate such a process and arbitrarily moved the process up by months. This led to hundreds of operators' livelihoods being destroyed and riders facing challenges to find new transportation options. I will also mention that this broke years of precedent that we saw, being from the transitions of Capital Transit to DC Transit over to WMATA Metrobus. This had never happened before, where we effectively shut down an entire service and then created compensatory service through another transit provider instead of doing a clean transfer over. So let me be clear, it has never been the intention of this union for anybody in the executive who is listening to be needlessly antagonistic nor bellicose. However, we always feel compelled to advocate for our members when they're under threat and their livelihoods are treated as disposable. So when first presented with the proposal of a transition from DC Circulator to WMATA Metrobus, we engaged until the executive refused to return our calls. Even official engagement letters from both us and the Washington Metropolitan AFL-CIO were met with silence. I will also note that to date, we are not aware of any DC Circulator assets being sold, despite the last day of service being over a month ago. Constituents deserve better, working Washingtonians deserve better, and the district deserves better from this department. This committee, I highly encourage to find accountability mechanisms to ensure that this does not happen again. With potential federal interference in district government, we cannot have an administration that is not accountable and breaks precedent that harms its own citizens. However, I will note that to cover one place where we are glad to see DDOT making progress in the Clear Lanes initiative. As I stated last year, when it was first being rolled out, clear bus lanes are a matter of fairness to operators, the public, and to law-abiding motorists. Allowing for those who flout our traffic laws to obstruct bus lanes with impunity means that everyone pays the price for their irresponsibility and selfishness. It also heightens, as Kai Hall from the DC Transit Equity Network mentioned, of which we are proud to be a part of, it lengthens the delta effectively between drivers and transit riders, something that's just fundamentally unfair. However, I'll also note that it's a matter of safety. Navigating denser urban areas filled with cyclists, pedestrians, and other motorists can be challenging, even under the best conditions for the most experienced operators. So giving them clear bus lanes with an enforcement mechanism is key to moving more people more safely. We only know that this mechanism must be correctly enforced. And unfortunately, multiple times, WMATA vehicles have ticketed other WMATA vehicles already parked in the bus lanes while providing service. So I think that that's a very fixable problem, but it's nonetheless one that has continuously come up for us. I thank you for your time and consideration of Local 689's views on this matter, your partnership and your leadership, and I welcome any questions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Girardi. Let me go back and now see if Mr. Davis is with us.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen. Can you hear me today?
Absolutely. Good afternoon.
Fantastic. I'm so glad I have audio now. I appreciate the accommodation. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Joey Davis, and I am president of AFGE Local 1975. We proudly represent hundreds of District of Columbia Department of Transportation personnel, along with employees at DPW, DMV, Department of For-Hire Vehicles, and MPD. Together, our more than 1,200 members keep DC moving each and every day. Our members take pride in serving the residents of Washington, D.C., but we cannot ignore the harsh and inhumane working conditions that they have been subjected to, particularly during extreme cold. The agency's current extreme cold policy sets a dangerous and unrealistic threshold of 25 degrees below zero before work modifications are made. That is simply unacceptable, not to mention a contractual violation. Science and common sense tell us that frostbite and hypothermia set in at far higher temperatures. And for a little bit of context, the current temperature at the North Pole is only -8 degrees Fahrenheit. So apparently our employees would be expected to be working right now at the North Pole. Yet our members have been continuously sent outside in this dangerous cold with the understanding from management that they will go outside no matter what. That is not a policy, that is not. And it is a fundamental failure of safety standards that we hope the new agency administration will urgently address. Further, requiring employees to fill potholes and repaint pavement markings in extreme cold weather is an exercise in oppressive futility. The materials do not adhere properly. They do not set correctly. Both of these issues result in wasted time, wasted city resources, and work that must eventually be redone. It is demoralizing to our workforce and fiscally irresponsible for our city. That is why we called upon Council in real time to provide real oversight to ensure these wasteful and unsafe practices are ended immediately. Councilman Allen, your response was that you would reach out to the director to make sure the employees had gloves. Sir, we're able to ensure our employees have gloves. We're happy to report that they do. However, what we do need is your assistance with ensuring that both parties to our collective bargaining agreement are held accountable, not just the union. Additionally, I would like to bring to Council's attention the appalling conditions our members face while working in the salt domes used for plowing operations throughout the district. There was no ventilation. There was no lighting. Employees working through the night in darkness and inhaling fumes with no regard for their well-being. We find it difficult to believe that an agency with such heavy responsibilities does not have so much as a seasonal checklist wherein management would have checked the lighting and exhaust in the salt domes in September. On this issue, amongst others, we fought for change, and I am pleased to acknowledge that progress has been made. The lights have been repaired and exhaust systems have been fixed. This is a step in the right direction, and we commend the agency's new leadership for taking swift action on these improvements. However, progress in one area does not excuse inaction in others. Another pressing issue is the continuous shifting of job descriptions within the agency, which has created an unfair and untenable situation for our members. For instance, employees with expertise in asphalt work cannot also be expected to be experts in 30 other areas of construction, especially when they are not compensated accordingly. This misalignment of responsibilities and pay must be addressed. It is imperative that job descriptions be reviewed and realigned so that workers are fairly classified, properly trained, and adequately compensated for their actual scope of work. Anything less is an exploitation of their labor and expertise, and we urge Council to take immediate action to rectify this disparity. Moving forward, we expect that this Council will no longer turn a blind eye to the issues our employees face. We expect genuine oversight and meaningful policy reforms that ensure our members are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. The workforce that keeps this city moving should never have to choose between doing their job and preserving their health. We will continue to hold both the agency and council accountable until comprehensive, humane, and enforceable reforms are in place to protect our employees and ensure transparency and equity across all administrations within the District Department of Transportation. Councilman Allen, our members show up for this city every day, no matter the weather. It's time for the city to show up for them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Next, we have Taylor Terry.
Thank you, Chair Allen, and all the members of the committee for your time and attention during these hearings. I want to try to briefly get through two issues here. I'm just a private citizen speaking on my own behalf, not any committee or anything like that. First, I want to talk about the disparity between DDOT's responsiveness on repairing issues that affect drivers on the roads versus its really extremely lax approach to the repair of pedestrian and bike safety infrastructure. It's really time for DDOT to revisit the SLAs, the agreed timelines for repair that we have on fixing problems on our roads, bike lanes, and sidewalks. It's not credible to say that we're working towards safer streets and Vision Zero when the stated timeline for fixes to crosswalks, flex posts, and bike lanes is 270 business days. That's a full calendar year. Meanwhile, we have a 3-day repair timeline on potholes. This means that pretty much every day, there's a team out there with 3 or 4 workers, 2 trucks, an asphalt trailer on the road doing nothing but preventing damage to drivers' vehicles. Where's our truck full of flex posts, crossing signs, and road marking materials replacing all the infrastructure that protects actual human bodies, the same way we would protect damage to vehicles? Most of our pedestrian and bike infrastructure is very easily repaired and replaced by 1 or 2 people with hand tools. Like, these are just flex posts and signs, and we can at least do temporary striping on the roads where it's worn away. We have Pothole Palooza every spring where potholes are fixed within 2 days. When can we schedule Flex Post to Palooza? Or, this name may need some work, but bike lane paint that is completely worn away Palooza. It takes months and often years to get these issues fixed, and it affects residents who walk and bike every day. Turning the page, there's a second issue that I would really like to see all the agencies that are users of 311 to address, including DDOT, which handles over 80,000 311 tickets per year, which is the second most of every agency. Briefly put, unlike every other municipal 311 style ticketing system in the country, tickets in our system just have a single closed status, regardless of whether the problem was actually fixed. So you can put in a 311 ticket to DDOT, and sometimes a closed ticket will mean that that street sign got replaced or a pedestrian crossing was repainted. But it can also mean that the responding staff found no problem with the signage, or that the crossing wasn't repainted because the road was going to be repaved in a month, so no point in painting. All too often, these closed ticket statuses just mean that for no discernible reason, nothing was done, including this one magical day every quarter when thousands of these tickets are just closed for no discernible reason other than that they've been open for a long time. And I think we all know when tickets get closed without the issue being fixed and no more information, residents have to escalate their requests through the agency, council member offices, ANCs, MOKers, all these different secondary means of getting things done that are helpful, but they're frustrating for the resident and they're a drain on officials and staffers' time. So again, I just urge us to look at the way almost every other city uses their ticketing system, where when a ticket is closed, they actually say whether they repaired it or closed it without action, or there was no violation, or it was a duplicate ticket or something like that. We really need to get these systems working the way that they should so that we have accountability and data about what's actually happening out there and what is and isn't getting done. Thank you all for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And I think it's consistent with a lot of the testimony we heard, especially from the last panel too. So thank you. And Trupti Patel, let me turn to you as the last person on this panel, and then we'll turn to some questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Trupti Patel. I am so sorry, Chairperson Allen. I am really tired. You're my last hearing for the day, but my best one. So thank you for holding the hearing so I can enter my comments into the record. My name is Trupti Patel. I am the former chairperson of ANC2A. We don't have quorums, so my officership expired at the end of the month. So chairperson emeritus of ANC2A. I represent single member district 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. And one of the top issues I wanted to talk to you about today is I wanted to highlight an issue that falls actually under your purview. My colleague, Commissioner Ed Comer, is actually testifying later on in this hearing, but we both wanted to flag our experience with the Urban Forestry Division, and my constituent, Will Crane, who is there with you in person, can also add some context to this as well. The 26th and I Street project, which is happening in ANC2A, has had a lot of back and forth, had delays due to COVID, and the Urban Forestry Division has now become weaponized. Apparently, they have put out a report. We're hearing different things from different people about this report. Some people are like, we're hearing from one group that Urban Forestry Division said, yes, the park can go ahead. We don't have an issue with it. And then we have other agencies saying urban forestry is the reason why nothing is going through. So if you could help us get the answers, that would be really, really appreciated. And I'm sure Will Crane can probably explain a little bit more about the Urban Forestry Division because it's been a hot mess. And also, because everybody expects it, please fix the sidewalks. As you know, I fell and shattered my left elbow a few years ago. I do attach myself to all of Commissioner Emeritus Scott Price's comments, as well as he sent me the report, 2025 DC residents report to improve safety, sidewalk safety. I attach myself to all the recommendations made. I still have some sidewalk issues, and it seems to be a never-ending problem, especially when you're in the historic district. That brick is, a lot of my residents won't like me saying this, are god awful. I have a constituent who is living with congestive heart failure, and he had a stroke. So he has one side of his body that's incredibly weak, and there's an entire patch of sidewalk he can't walk through because if he puts his cane on the wrong brick, he could actually collapse and then end up in the hospital. So, and then I've heard stories of constituents just going out and fixing a loose brick themselves. They just go buy the materials rather than just put in a request to DDOT. There's another area of sidewalk. I don't know if it's classified as a private property, but the bricks are sinking. And if someone is ADA accessible, like if their wheelchair can literally flip. And a lot of this is really been frustrating because, anyone suffers like an injury from a sidewalk trip, it's really traumatic. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And then a gentleman talked about like potholes. Apparently, your DDOT came out to repair, and this is right in front of my apartment building, to fix something, and they didn't pave it right. So now there's this huge gigantic nail as like part of the road is sinking into the ground, and people have been hitting their cars on it and they're getting damaged. And it's like sometimes I'm just really stunned at how we get so close and get so good at things, and then I have to come to these hearings to tell you about these issues. And then in addition, as you already know, I am DC's longest serving elected official that is also a tipped worker. And I always come to talk to you about the issues of tipped workers as far as transit justice. Similar to last year, workers need safe and reliable and affordable transit options. Having transit justice is racial justice, and racial justice is economic justice, which segues into me also saying that, Initiative 82 is a wage theft prevention initiative. It is also a anti-poverty tool. And most of all, it's allowed workers to actually survive COVID, and it's actually been helping workers get up off their feet. I know I've benefited from this policy. And, if we want workers to be able to get to and work from, get to work and home safely, there needs to be things in place that makes it affordable for them. And this talk of overturning Initiative 82 is really horrendous to workers. This this will set them back financially and economically. And I see my time is running out. I do have my testimony written out and I will submit it for the record. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. And thanks to everybody on this panel. I do want to spend at least a couple of minutes, though, talking through a couple of questions here. Jessica Hart, I know you're still on, and I know there's a lot of conversation about Q&R, so I'll come to that in just a moment. But Jessica, I appreciate that you've been a very consistent voice at our hearings and appreciate your advocacy. I'd welcome kind of your thoughts. I feel like I have seen over the last year or two a shift in the way that I find the executive discusses Vision Zero. Not necessarily talking about it as a goal to be achieved necessarily, but a larger framework. And of course, Vision Zero is a framework, but I do feel like I hear less and less about specific steps to achieve Vision Zero, as in actually zero. Do you share that observation? And more importantly, where do you think the district needs to be able to go to, I'm going to assume that you share the same goal as me, which is zero is the goal, not a framework, not a concept, not a concept of a plan, zero. Where do you think the district needs to go in the next year or two to really start making some meaningful gains?
Well, yes, I definitely agree that Vision Zero has been forgotten conveniently or ignored. The language in the report, they kind of changed the goalpost for the year of meeting the goal. And I think in reality, they're not, like, the mayor is not serious about it. So, for whatever reason, I can speculate, but so I think part of it is a political decision that the people who have the ear potentially of the mayor or others in the executive branch are able to oppose changes. I think we saw that with Connecticut Avenue. People who had the mayor's attention were successful in filling the bike lane there. And the overall project just isn't going to meet any of the goals. It isn't going to fulfill any of the policies and the plans. Someone outlined like 4 different things that would all contribute to safer streets for everybody. And they're not being followed. And in part it's, in part, I think it's people having the ear that we need the political leadership, maybe from the council, to weigh in and say, no, this is the plan and this is what's right. And we believe that we need to stop people from needlessly dying in a very violent way on DC streets. And then the other thing is DDOT has all of these policies and strategies and goals, and they have these experts who know what we need to be doing. And instead, we're going to so many meetings and so many Zoom calls. And, Brian said he was at a meeting on Saturday. We're here today. We'll be at other meetings. Like, it's a lot. And all of it is because there's no will either from DDOT. And maybe even there's no political cover for them to say, no, we're putting in this bike lane. No, we are fixing this sidewalk. Sorry, your parking is going. It's public space anyhow. And so I really think if we can just get DDOT to do the things that they know they need to do, we don't have to have the meetings. We don't have to recreate the policies.
Well, I appreciate that. I do think the issue around political will or political cover is a real thing. I know that not just myself, but my ANC commissioners in Ward 6 and others on sometimes perceived to be controversial projects have stood there to say this is the right decision we need to all collectively make, and have not backed down and try to help make sure we're moving projects forward. Always asking the tough questions, always trying to find ways to address concerns and questions people have, but have also helped create that. I think that is an important element. I will say the other part, I can only speak for myself, I know I got tired of asking for ticket reciprocity. So when we think about dangerous drivers on our streets that have just racked up tens and tens of thousands of dollars, I lost track of how many times I wrote a letter, got a resolution passed, tried to ask for our executive and the executives of Virginia and Maryland to create our ticket reciprocity. And so we decided to get creative. And with the STEER Act, we now have an attorney general who has the ability to go after some of these most dangerous drivers, reckless drivers. And I was just talking with the attorney general the other day. And so they have 2 attorneys now working on this, and they will be rolling out, holding some of these drivers accountable in a way that we've never done before very, very soon. And I'm excited about that because I think it will send a message. As much as it has an immediate impact on those individuals, I think it'll start sending a message as well to other drivers that think they can just flaunt the rules and just toss that ticket in the trash. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know we had multiple voices here regarding Q&R. I remember, last year's oversight and in the budget, we talked about this and pushed on the director. I will do so again and really push to make sure that they are laying that out. And I share the concern that I heard from several of you and others that if we always kind of kick things to just wait till I finish this 5-year plan, it feels like it's kind of a shield to not take action. It's a way to kind of delay taking a step. So I do not want to slow walk that project. I think it's one that clearly a lot of folks have identified as a very key east-west connection that's needed in our city. We actually have done some good things north-south. We're really lacking some strong east-west connections. So please know that I will continue to push on that. I was going to ask a question to both Kai Hall and Matt Girardi. I think both of you actually talked about the clear lanes enforcement in your testimony. In our pre-hearing responses, did get some interesting information about the number of tickets issued through the Clear Lanes program. I actually am following up with DDOT to try to break that down a little bit further so we make sure we understand it. But the data that was shared from when it was initiated in, I believe it was October 2023 until last month, cited 197,000 some odd tickets that have been issued. I don't know, some of those probably were warning tickets and citations. I'm not sure how many of those are upheld. So we're going to try to break down some more data on that. But what I'm also really interested in is not just the tickets, it's did it do what we want it to do, which is speed up bus performance and make sure that those bus lanes are moving in a more reliable way. Do you have any information about that you feel like you can share or are aware of to determine, is the Clear Lanes program working in a way that we want? In the same way that when I pressed on DDOT about our automated traffic enforcement, they were able to come back and show a steep percentage decline in traffic collisions where the cameras are located. So it has a clear nexus to safety. Have we seen or are you aware of anything that shows a clear nexus to speeding the bus up?
I haven't seen that data yet, but council member, I can circle back and talk with some of our shop stewards and even with Metro to see whether we can get that data. Because at this point, I can tell you that just from talking with our members, we've had just circumstantially a lot better experience with it, but I don't have the data to bring right now.
Good. Well, that's good to hear. And I'd love, if you're able to help me with that, we can certainly keep asking for that from DDOT and WMATA. I mean, the bottom line is, I don't want to write tickets for the sake of writing tickets. It has to be tied to an outcome that we want, whether that is safer streets, safer pedestrian crossings, faster buses, more reliable bus service. That should be our goal, is what is that tool? If it's a ticket for the sake of a ticket, I'm not interested. I want to make sure it's actually leading to an outcome that we want. So look forward to it. Yeah, Kai Hall?
Just wanted to also note, like on top of, I'd also be curious to see the data about speeding up buses, but it also plays a really important role in making bus stops accessible. If the bus can't safely pull up to the curb, if you're using some sort of wheelchair or other mobility device, I as a regular bus rider myself, I've seen this where they just can't pull up.
Oh, completely. Yep, I've seen it too. Yep.
So I'm sure once the data comes out, I don't know if they're actually counting the instances where this happens, but on top of bus speeds, there's the accessibility component here.
Completely. And that is an outcome that we want. Absolutely. Alex Baca, I was going to turn to you if I can for a second. You, in your testimony, you talked about the success of New York's congestion pricing system. I know it's only been in effect for a short amount of time. So could you just share a little bit more about how's it working from your perspective? How are you defining the success and kind of quantifying that?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So I think the most heartwarming success story is that kids are getting to school on time. That's a pretty direct and easy one, is that school buses are not stuck in traffic, which is pretty cool. You know, it's working as intended, right? And that's something that you can rarely say about policies that basically get a switch flipped on. There isn't traffic in Midtown Manhattan. That's working as designed, right? So let me pull up some other stuff for you, since the headlines are just magnificent. I think one of the recent ones that I saw was that like crime on the subway is down, you know, just like good stuff like that. I'm happy to send over more thorough links. You know, I didn't put together a whole memo on that, but it's a policy that's working as designed. And we see that everywhere that road pricing has been implemented, whether that's in London or Stockholm, is that traffic drops, emissions drop, people get where they need to go faster, traffic fatalities are reduced. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing the long-term data. I don't think that this is just promising. It is what happens when you are actually able to shift a norm overnight and make things about people rather than cars.
Well, we obviously are keeping a close eye on it as well. And if you have any other data sets that you're able to help show, again, I know it's still very new, so I don't expect that we have long data on it yet, but I know we're looking forward to that, and anything you're able to share would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
To Mr. Crane, I want to follow up. You talk about the homes that don't have essentially pedestrian access. I agree with you. Everybody needs to have pedestrian access. So I need to understand that a bit more. We can follow up after the hearing.
Absolutely.
I'd also like to know maybe if your ward councilor has been working on this, I can try to collaborate on that as well, just to make sure we understand what we're kind of advocating for at the same time. Your colleague also mentioned, or your neighbor mentioned, about UFA and urban forestry. Now, I will say my experience has largely been positive with urban forestry. So if you've had a challenging situation, I would love to hear that too.
I would like to thank you for addressing this, because we just received the Urban Forestry Division report, which had delayed and caused a lot of problems within the community.
As in you just received it while sitting here?
1 minute ago.
You know what? Sometimes hearings have consequences. That's there. I promise you, there are folks at DDOT listening right now. So that's good to hear.
Received a couple of text messages. I think they were saying great job, but I think they were really saying we're watching you. So I'm glad I showed up in person.
Yeah.
They know where I'm at, and I'm happy to talk about whatever it is that they would like to talk about. So the UFD, I mean, yes, I would actually prefer to, I mean, I'll forward it to you.
Okay.
And add that to my written testimony, as well as a map and a description of what's going on in Square 5. The Snows Court Task Force, which Councilmember Pinto began. Snows Court is the name of the alley I live in, as you probably know, in terms of court. So that largely my work within the FBA has been on the Snows Court Task Force, addressing the multitude of agencies and issues having to do with alley. The DDOT lands was sort of an offshoot from that work.
Yeah, got it. Okay. You mentioned as well around just like the maintenance issues in historic alleys, and I think it's a very good point about Ward 6 and Ward 2. I think for any ward that is a part of the old city, and that's meaning where the map defined the old city, is filled with very similar style alleys where we had a lot of alley dwellings. And as we have a lot of homes now back in our alleys, there was a time when we moved away from that, and a time we've kind of re-embraced that and come back. I find at least a pretty mixed result. Some alleys are actually getting service and kind of will get cleared. Sometimes maybe it's their council member that makes a lot of phone calls, and all of a sudden they'll go in and help clear that out. And then some aren't getting touched at all. So I think we need to probably spend a little time to step back and try to find some standardization around it.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy to do that. And of course, work with my colleagues that are facing similar issues in their wards too. So I appreciate you flagging that. Real fast, a couple more quick questions before we move to our next panel. Mr. Girardi, when it comes to the circulator, can you share just what the state of the latest negotiations with WMATA around onboarding circulator workers? I don't know if you have the data in front of you. How many did WMATA end up hiring? And I know one of the kind of issues that we have been having there is also around the length of service that many of those employees had with the circulator, but essentially starting from scratch at WMATA, which means that even if you've driven for 15 years, it's now like it's your first day on the job. And from a tenure standpoint, you're starting all over again.
Correct. So I don't have the exact numbers in front of me right now. Again, I can follow up with those. The last time I checked, it was nearly half of the folks from DC Circulator were hired over at WMATA. Now, that was a few months ago that I last checked to get those exact numbers.
Okay.
In terms of if we're talking about negotiations for continuing tenure, I believe that the authority is very open to the idea of bringing folks on and at least keeping their wages at they were so that their livelihoods will remain the same. The problem is just that as of right now, it's an unfunded mandate if it were to be imposed. So I think that the district during budget time would have to find a way to put those funds into place. We haven't gotten a detailed cost estimate from the authority of what that would be. We got one memo that just said there would be about $2.5 million, but we haven't seen any per se, real detailed calculations of what that would be going towards and how they got there.
Got it. Okay. Well, happy to follow up with you as well after this, and we can continue the conversations with DDOT next week in their hearing.
Great.
And lastly, Mr. Davis, I appreciated your testimony. I might have heard it differently than you intended it. But when you reached out to me and I said, I want to make sure people have gloves. I actually pulled up my email here and I said, I'm going to reach out to the DDOT director, inquire what steps they're taking and ensure all the appropriate cold weather clothing and accessories are being provided. I followed up with the DDOT director as well, who flagged it for labor management for negotiation with the union. Perhaps you didn't intend it to sound like it was a de minimis step, but wanted to make sure you knew that wanted to make sure that, of course, our employees that are working in cold and extreme weather have everything they need, gloves and everything else. But I personally took that to the DDOT director so that they flagged that for their labor team to be able to work on that because it's part of the labor management agreement.
We certainly appreciate the steps that you have taken, and it was not intended in any other way than to express that. We only bring issues that we believe are significant to council's attention. And this one particularly involved dangerous working conditions, but also really just a waste of city resources and funding. Yep. So again, we reiterate the part of our testimony where we do commend Director Kirschbaum on her swift action in making the repairs that we've requested, and we are happy to report that we will move forward with those negotiations as well. So thank you for your input on that matter, sir. I'm so sure that expedited their ability to negotiate with us.
Excellent. Well, and I appreciate it because obviously we want our workers that are out there making sure that people can move around safely and responding in cold and extreme weather, that they've got the resources and supports they need. So thank you very much. And please keep me in touch as to how that conversation continues to go. All right. I appreciate everybody on this panel for your testimony. Thank you all very much. We're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. So thanks again, everybody here. It's going to take us a moment as we move folks onto the panel, but let me start calling out those names. For our fifth panel, we have Cynthia Mason, public witness. Donna McCrae, public witness. Nancy Eleanor Shevlin, public witness. Nick Deladon. Dennis James. Barbara Meeker. Gail Williams. And Olima Yarlina. And if I've got any of those folks that are here in person, if you're able to come join us at the table. And I think most of our witnesses are on virtually. Or just give us one moment as we're transitioning folks from the online panel. I don't think we've got Ms. Mason or Ms. McCray here yet. Hopefully they will, and we'll add them in. But Nancy Shevlin, I think I've got you up next. So if you can hear me and if you're able to join and turn your camera on and join us, whenever you're ready, we'd love to hear your testimony.
Thank you very much, Director Allen, and thank the council for allowing me to testify. I've been a resident of DC for over 50 years and a resident of Panorama Triangle, Adams Morgan for over 43. DDOT's performance, despite some moves in the right direction, has fallen woefully short in many ways, in my estimation, this past year. Time allows me to only mention a few, and though I am drawing examples for Columbia Road Northwest area, these issues are pervasive from my experience going throughout the city. First of all, DDOT needs to do a far better job in reaching all residents affected by a proposed project, and to do so in well in advance of project approval. Using the ANCs as a primary way to gather community response typically just does not work, and I will talk about that in the ANC oversight. More important, DDOT needs to listen, really listen to community concerns and not dismiss them as merely opposition to change or a certain way of transportation. Over 700 residents and business owners signed petitions and commented on the Columbia Road project's poor design and safety issues. There were many attempts to hold meetings, but none were held. Outreach to DDOT to hold meetings with us. After the project approval was announced, and just a few weeks before the start, 2 DDOT officials finally did a 3-hour walk with a handful of residents and business owners who identified multiple design and safety issues. And we only did this, it was about a week or two before. Now a reality, these problems are even more problematic than we had imagined. Congestion has considerably worsened. Double parking has exponentially increased. But with the new design, these double parked cars now occupy the only through lane, thus resulting and regularly forcing vehicles to travel in the oncoming lane. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This issue could have been avoided. We pointed this problem out. There's talk to do more commercial loading zones, and many of us have commented that this is not going to solve the issue. For instance, building a massive bus platform in front of an urgent care clinic has forced ambulances and the like to stop in the through lane to unload sick, ill patients, and backing up traffic or forcing unsafe conditions to go around. The situation is far more dangerous for pedestrians too. They now must contend with more obstacles and more speeding scooters, bicyclists, and mopeds, as well as cars. Although I will say, because of the congestion, cars have been slowed, which is, a good thing. Crosswalks well positioned for years have been eliminated or moved, and residents have repeatedly asked them to be put back where they are safer. That DDOT has placed signs on Columbia Road warning bus patrons to wait on sidewalks instead of the newly built bus platforms is very telling and suggests a kind of liability issue or worry about pedestrian safety, where the bus platforms, however, have been built to allow them and the bus to pull over for safe reasons. Finally, I just would like to say a word about signage problems, both in times of waste of money and in times of safety. The new parking signs installed last summer on the upper half between 18th and 16th on Columbia were contradictory and just plain wrong. DDOT admitted the error, but they had destroyed the old signs, so we had to wait for a while to have new ones made to replace them. And of course, we had to pay for the new ones, discarding ones that were just useless. This issue of signage and waste causing safety issues occurs all over. In fact, there's a residential parking sign telling residents with Permit 1 stickers that they can park over on Leroy Place on the other side of Connecticut. Unfortunately, however, that sign is adjacent to a hydrant. It's basically informing people, oh yes, park in front of the hydrant. And I have examples that I will submit with my written testimony. I would be glad to elaborate on anything. I also would like to say I think we need enforcement, more enforcement of and regulations of mopeds, scooters, and bicyclists, and definitely enforcement more than I have seen with the priority lanes of buses on 16th Street.
Okay.
One last word about the signage directing people for the new traffic pattern from 16th to Columbia Road. It's extremely misleading. People are making right-hand turns illegally from 16th still. They're directed towards Adams Mill and then doing these huge loop rounds because the sign is pointing to Adams Mill or Harvard, not Adams Mill, sorry, Harvard, instead of going down Columbia Road as the signage should point.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Shevlin. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Shevlin. Next, Nick Deladon.
Thank you.
There you go. We can hear you now. Good afternoon.
My name is Nick Deladon. Thank you for this opportunity. I represent the citywide coalition known as DC Safe Streets. And I attended a presentation from Tool Design. It's a corporation that provides counseling for cities and promotes protected bike lanes. And the presentation was by Jim Sebastian. Some of you know him. He was a longtime employee at DDOT, and now he's working for the corporation, advising the city. And one of the things that he showed was a map of DC with a lot of dots on it, which represented crashes, he said. And the crashes are on the major arterials, he explained. And that is why we need protected bike lanes on the major arterials like Georgia Avenue, New York Avenue, and all the rest. And I have to protest. That is not a conclusion that is valid. It is not responsible, and it doesn't make any sense. If that is where the hazards are, we don't want to embrace that. We want to avoid that. When I was growing up and wanted to ride my bike downtown, I would map out a route that was safe, that avoided the most dangerous intersections and the streets. And you see, it worked. I'm here today to tell you about it. That today is DDOT's job. They can find safe routes through the city. There are a lot of roads in this city, not just New York Avenue and Georgia Avenue, and that can get you where you want to go safely and without endangering people's lives. There are important studies by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety that explain that protected bike lanes are dangerous. If all the streets of the city had a protected bike lane, there still would be no protection for the intersections. As you know, We cannot put a protected bike lane through an intersection. You cannot block an alley, and you cannot block driveways. So a lot of the urban traffic, which includes interruptions like this, are defeat the whole idea of pretending that the protected bike lanes will provide safety for you. They don't. So today, like I say, today is we're really pleased to see that there is 5-year planning going on, and that we hope that the DDOT will take this opportunity to rethink some of its planning, because there are safer ways to do things. A lot of what is going on is ill-conceived. So I would recommend that we avoid protected bike lanes. We avoid using them on commercial congested streets like 17th Street and DuPont Circle and Columbia Road, where the hazards are, where people need flexibility. Bikers need flexibility to get out of the way. And so some of the plans are self-defeating. We need access to the curb, not only for parking, but for pedestrians, seniors, and the handicapped. That is being robbed by the determination to put the bike lanes on the curb line. I would end, and finally, let me say that it is not a regulatory matter, but it is a legislative matter, that we need to make bikers accountable. Bikes are not toys. If they're going to be vehicles in the street, we need to regulate them with registration, license plates, insurance, education, and protected helmets and protective gear. And that is something that is really your job as part of the council, to champion that and make the streets safer. I think it would do us a lot of good if we brought accountability to biking in the city. Thank you for the time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Deladon. I had Dennis James next, but I don't see that Dennis James is here, but hopefully we can jump back in later. Barbara Meeker, I think I've got you next if you're here.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now, Ms. Meeker.
Sure, yes. Hi.
Good afternoon.
You know, I love these hearings. They really are. I think they are an important part
Me too. Me too.
of politics, even when I disagree with the people that are talking. Okay, my name is Barbara Meeker. I live on R Street, almost at the corner with 17th Street. I've lived here for several decades. My husband and I own our house, although we are one of only 2 private single-family residences. The rest of the buildings along our street here are restaurants, retail, or big apartment buildings. 17th Street was redesigned under this new system about 3 years ago, just before the pandemic hit. It's redesigned in such a way that there is only one lane, one rather narrow lane for any vehicle of any sort to get down 17th Street. 17th Street is one way going south. Since there is only one lane for any kind of traffic, there is no way, for example, for an emergency vehicle to get down. I have watched ambulances trying to get down 17th Street, siren blaring, lights flashing, going nowhere, because none of the traffic ahead of them has any place to pull over to get out of the way. I've seen the same thing with fire engines. Treating a fire, they closed off the block, but their auxiliary vehicles, the ambulances, had no place to park. They had to park on side streets. There's no place for a vehicle to pull over if it's disabled, if somebody has a flat tire. The entire street either has to back up going the wrong way, or wait for the AAA to come and change the tire. I don't think this is safe. The reason that they have the rest of the street space is taken up by two protected bike lanes, one going south and one going north. The one going north is going the opposite direction of a one-way street. That's very confusing, especially to anyone who's a stranger to the area. But fortunately, it doesn't get used very much. It just sits there taking up street space that might be used for somebody else. The one going south gets a little more use, but not a lot. It seems to be mostly an amenity for dog walkers because they don't have enough space on the sidewalk to walk their dogs. At any rate, what I'm trying to say is I don't see any evidence that DDOT is learning anything from this area that has several years of experience with what's considered the good organization. And I would like to see more use of the things that haven't worked. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Meeker. And I agree with you. I love these hearings too. All right, Ms. Williams, Gail Williams, we've got you here in person. So let me turn to you. Good afternoon. Good to see you again. And Ms. Williams, if you can push the buttons, the red light comes on. There you go.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and all members of the council in attendance. I am Gail Williams, interim chair of the Ward 4 Commission on Aging and a native Washingtonian. I am pleased to testify before you today about the concerns expressed by seniors of the Ward 4 Commission on Aging regarding the Department of Transportation. Today, as we discuss various concerns related to transportation, we request senior consideration be included before DDOT decisions are made. Seniors at the Mini Commission have identified challenges when WMATA routes are changed or removed. The DDOT Urban Forestry Service doesn't tell the requester the result of their issue. Bicycle riders who don't follow the law, barriers that require seniors to have to go to the corner of their street to enter a car because of the barrier, and new street designs that are implemented which cause cars to be hit because the street then becomes too narrow for cars, trucks, and buses to come through. Our seniors rely heavily on the WMATA routes for their daily commutes, medical appointments, and social engagements. When these routes are altered or discontinued without prior consultation or alternative arrangements, it severely impacts their mobility and independence. Moreover, when issues such as tree trimming or sidewalk repairs arise and are reported to the DDOT Urban Forestry Service, it is essential for the requester to receive clear communication if the matter falls outside their purview or is closed. Additionally, the influx of bicycle riders who disregard traffic laws poses a significant safety risk, not only to pedestrians, but also to drivers. Our seniors have also highlighted the inconvenience caused by physical barriers that prevent them from accessing vehicles directly in front of their residences, forcing them to further designated pickup points. This is not only inconvenient, but potentially hazardous, especially in inclement weather. Lastly, the introduction of new street designs while aimed at modernizing our infrastructure has resulted in unintended consequences. Narrower streets have led to increased incidences of vehicle damage, such as cars, trucks, and buses struggling to navigate these confined spaces. It is imperative that any infrastructural changes consider the practical implications for all road users, particularly our senior citizens who are often the most vulnerable. We believe that an open dialogue between DDOT and the seniors of our community can lead to more informed and inclusive decision-making, ensuring that the voices of our senior citizens are heard and their needs are addressed. It's not just a matter of convenience, but of respect and dignity of those who have contributed so much to our society. The Ward 4 Commission on Aging would like to work together to create a transportation system that's safe, accessible, and accommodating for all, especially our seniors. By doing so, we can foster a community where everyone, regardless of age, can navigate their environment with ease and confidence. Thank you for your attention, and consideration, and I look forward to your support and collaboration in addressing these vital issues. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams. And then next, let me see if Olima Yarlina is here. I think we were having some trouble earlier getting her on. Hang on one second. Ms. Yarlina, if you can hear me, we've tried promoting you to the panel a couple of times. I think we might have you now. Ms. Yarlina, can you hear me? See that we've got you there. If you can unmute yourself or turn your camera on so we can hear you. All right. I'm not sure, Ms. Yarlene, if you can hear me, but every time we are trying to move you over to the panel, it keeps saying that you're declining the request. So I'll have my staff keep trying to figure that out so we can get you on to the panel and be able to hear you. Wait, okay. Ms. Yarlene, can you speak so we can hear you? All right, we can't hear you. It does look like you're unmuted. I think there might be something with your microphone then, because I can tell that you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're on maybe earbuds or a Bluetooth. But if we can't figure this out, we can always try to bring you back on in just a little bit too.
Hello?
There we go. We can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I
That's
just,
okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I heard. So, I wrote down whatever I wanted to testify about and I submitted it to your committee. And thank you very much for this opportunity. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay,
And
wonderful, wonderful. So, thank you very much. So, my name is Olima Yarulina, and I want to tell you about a situation I'm going through with D dot that illustrates the need for some serious changes toward the residents like me and my mother. So DDoT decision-making process in my case has resulted in an egregious lack of humanity towards my elder mother and myself. And I'm not sure that their decision have been adversely, and I'm sure that their decisions have been adversely affecting many other people since they have adversely affected myself and my mother. During the whole construction project on Florida Avenue, we had a very big ordeal with, the Metro Access van was not able to park in front of car, in front of the house, I'm sorry, which we've been doing for quite a while already, for about a decade. And now we cannot do that. WMATA reassessed the pickup spot, which is at the back of the house, at the alley, and it requires walking there. My mother is wheelchair bound, and sometimes she has a walker, and it puts enormous pressure on us, physical and mental, to get to that pickup spot. So I personally wrote to Ms. Kirschbaum the request of markings for Metro Access parking spot right in front of our house. So they replied with a very general email refusing accommodation of our request, explaining that we do not have a vehicle and therefore any parking spots cannot be assigned. So, and we do not have car, and I'm not planning, and I cannot buy a car just to submit this document to DDOT to prove that we have car and just to get that parking spot for Metro Access vehicle, which we use almost on daily basis to go to medical appointments. So, and as I said, we've written too many emails to various officials. However, things are still there, and we still experience enormous hardship to get on the vehicle and to get off vehicle and get to the house from the vehicle, and especially in bad weather conditions, it's very challenging. So I just want to point out the lack of humanity of that decision of DDOT, since it hurts absolutely no one, or it doesn't take anyone's space. It's just one parking space in front of the house. So it could be done like an exception. So in conclusion, I want to say that this is not just a matter of convenience. It's a matter of health, safety, and equality. The current situation is unacceptable. It reflects a failure to prioritize the needs of vulnerable residents. So my mother had the access to metro access vehicle very easily from the front of the house. And the reason why we got that house was at first exactly for that purpose. And now we just, thrown back to the bushes. So we need that to be solved in some humane manner. And I urge DDOT to act swiftly on that, because it's been taken 1 year already of that turmoil.
Okay.
And we really hope for their compassion to resolve this issue in our particular situation.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, I will have to go probably further to, Attorney General, Department of Aging. I don't know. Although Ms. Gail Williams already explained everything perfectly from Department of Aging. So we are the actual residents who experience that right now. Have been experiencing for the whole entire year already.
Okay.
Through those.
Ms.
Yes.
Charlena.
Yes.
Well, so thank you for walking me through that. What I likely would want to do, because this sounds like a very specific issue at your address. So it might be the type of thing where I'm going to ask my staff to see if we can reach out to you. Would also want to check in with your ward council member, see what's happening and how we can try to assist on that, since it's a very specific issue right at your residence. So I know we've got your contact information since you had signed up. So we'll follow up and reach out there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, in big picture, I think this is one of the things I've talked about before, is that especially when we look at long blocks, where if we're installing a protected bike lane on a curb lane, for example, and it's a very, very long block, anybody who lives middle of that very long block does have, let's use the example of Metro Access as an example, would have a very difficult time being able to get all the way over to a curb.
Yes.
In the same way that we create some scale at bus stops, for example, where we create elevated platforms so that it's at grade. So anyone who's in a wheelchair or using a walker or mobility challenge can walk at grade to get into the vehicles. I think DDOT should kind of explore what that could look like, or maybe pilot in a few areas to see if that can help accommodate the various needs that we have. So I appreciate your point.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
I don't think you're wrong that we do see, while we're fixing one problem, we create a conflict somewhere else. We got to keep working at it. And I think that is one of the inherent natures and challenges of constantly trying to think about how do you program public space. It has to serve so many different people and so many different needs. So we're constantly working at it. And, I've said this before, I've been at this long enough to know DDOT's never going to put forward a proposal that 100% of people agree with. What I do expect out of them, though, is to work in earnest, work sincerely with a lot of different stakeholders, a lot of different community members, because I know for myself, if I hear a plan that I don't necessarily agree with, or it's not the way I would have liked it to work out, if I felt like I was listened to in the process, felt like I was respected through the process, and somebody's there to look me in the eye and explain to me, here's why we didn't go the way you wanted to go, I don't like it. It doesn't make me like the decision, but I can at least respect and hear that. And that to me is part of the community engagement process that we want to see. Not just DDOT, but all government has to kind of continue working at that. Ms. Shevlin, there was one question I did want to ask you. And I think you and I actually talked about this briefly right after our when we talked after the Ward 4 mini
Ward
commission
4.
meeting. And you mentioned your testimony, and I remember you mentioning it to me there as well, that ANCs aren't going to be representative, or you shouldn't have, the agency shouldn't necessarily look to the ANCs.
Well,
Wait,
and I'm,
let me get to my
no,
question.
sure. Oh, I'm so
So-
sorry. I
what
thought you had.
I think that that is our local form of elected government. And so I think it is completely rational that an agency is going to go to their ANC commissioner, because the voters of that area elected them to that job, to ask them to help make decisions. It's in our home rule charter that the ANC is to be given great weight, and that's the entity there. So how do you respond if someone kind of pushes back to what you said and said, well, if you don't like the way the ANC is deciding, well, then elect somebody different. But why? How do I tell an agency not to listen to an ANC and instead to listen to somebody else when they're actually elected from that neighborhood?
Several points, and I'll be quick. First of all, some of these issues, when a problem crops up with the ANC, we find out then, but the problem that there's not the outreach you would expect. That it's a very limited circle.
By the ANC or by the agency?
By the ANC, a very limited circle. They have email list. I was never on an email list, and I'm on email all the time. I found out about this by accident.
Wouldn't that mean you'd want to hold the ANC commissioner accountable through elections?
Well,
if you feel like they're
yes.
not doing a good job of effectively.
Well, I think there should be training, more regulation of ANCs by the council, more outreach in terms of training to tell them that they need to listen to ideas that they don't like, just as you were saying, and be respectful, and show people that they're really listening. And I have not, frequently, I have not seen that. I have seen many exceptions, but I've also seen just as many that dismiss, cancel meetings when they find out that views are coming that they don't want to hear. Could be coincidence, but often it does not seem to be. I also think that sometimes we're in the midst of these projects when, and people are aware, become aware of the ANC not being responsive. And it's, a year before the election. So what I'm suggesting, and then you can't fix something like that. I don't think that there's usual great turnout. Often these people are running unopposed. It's a lot of work, and I understand that. And I'm appreciative of their willingness to do that. I'm also saying I am not saying not to take into account their views, but they have to be more widespread. It seems that DDOT is almost exclusively listening to ANCs.
That is the way our government is structured, though. I mean, it's
yes, I
our
know,
home rule
but
charter creates ANCs. They're given grade. Have you run for ANC?
No, I have not run for ANC for many years, and and don't laugh at this. I see that you're smiling.
No, I think you just announced your candidacy.
But what I'm saying is, for many years I commuted between here, and I was gone during the week to Pennsylvania, so I was unable to run or be involved. Since I'm doing half-time retirement, I've gotten much more involved. And it is something I would consider in the future because I think public service is important. And I also know that I would listen to multiple sides, which I don't feel that all the ANCs in my 1C area have done, okay? But the other thing I was going to say, I know that's the way government is structured, but when they were going to move the post office, which was more of a federal decision, or they were going to move, DC Water comes out with something, all residents get a postcard. And that is reaching everybody to notify them that this is on the board. A lot of that, and I think that DDOT, for whatever reason, I have been to community meetings elsewhere where more people are involved. Sometimes that's because of civic churches and activation that way that they're involved. But what I'm saying is that it seems it's exclusive reliance on ANC. Others do not do that. I mean, there are other agencies or other projects do not rely, it does not seem to me, exclusively on A and C work.
Okay.
And I am just
need
saying
to,
that we need to try, when these are lifestyle and major changes, you've heard from a variety of people about the narrowing of the streets, unsafe conditions, and effects. I have found a lot of cyclists in my neighborhood that are very unhappy with this project too, I might add.
okay. Well,
And
I got to keep moving here, but I
Yes.
appreciate that. And it sounds like you're going to go testify at the Office of ANCs around how to help support commissioners as well. So I appreciate that. I do think, though, as we're learning almost every day, elections have consequences.
Elections have
who we
consequences.
elect into those ANC seats matters. Let me ask Ms. Williams, I wanted to check in. I really appreciate the time we spent together with the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging. So thank you very much for inviting me to do that.
Thank you for coming. We
Absolutely.
appreciated you coming. Thank you.
Absolutely. And there were moments when maybe it felt a little hot, but it's okay. That's what you sign up for. And I appreciated hearing from a lot of folks and took something away from that. I know in our conversations, one of what I could feel was a bit of a frustration from folks in the room was wanting to hear more from DDOT, having DDOT be accountable and be responsive to their concerns. Have you had, or do you have DDOT scheduled for one of your upcoming meetings to have them attend?
No, I don't. When Director Kirschbaum was a deputy, we had her there. We didn't get a lot of things resolved. We have the mini commission keeps a list of challenges. And we try to contact the agency head of that agency to come and go through our issues with them. Or we ask the MOCR, or we ask the ANC, or the Janice George's team to look into whatever our issues are. But we didn't get a lot from Director Kirschbaum when she was deputy. We have not thought about bringing her back. But we do realize that being seniors, sometimes no one listens to us. And we have a lot of concerns, especially about transportation, whether it's bicycle lanes, where it's narrowing of streets. And so even bringing her back, I'm not even, and she's director now, but even bringing her back, I'm not sure that we will be heard. And so, you and I have discussed that we would like a seat at the table. Whatever table that is, I don't know, but we definitely need a seat. No one's listening to us.
Yeah.
We can say the same thing year after year after year and nothing changes. We can write. We can ask the MOCR to go find out something. We can ask, and to direct Councilmember George's credit, when WMATA brought their presentation to us, we did not fully even understand it. And some of the routes had already been discontinued. They were slated for discontinuance. I noticed today one route that was supposed to be closed, still operating. So I don't even understand how WMATA got to that point. So we just ask that we have so many concerns. DDOT isn't listening to us. How do we get a seat at the table before they implement things that negatively impact us?
Yeah.
How do we get there? And I know you and I have discussed this.
Yeah,
back and
absolutely.
forth.
And I think that if you think it would be at least a productive conversation, I think inviting Director Kirschbaum and senior leaders back out. I mean, I'm under no illusion, that we didn't walk out of our meeting agreeing on every single item out there. But I was able to hear you. I was able to engage in a good conversation. I took something away from it and listened. And I would hope that every leader goes into that space with that spirit, right? So I would encourage us to think about having the director invite her out. Doesn't mean that, again, you leave the room with everybody agreeing on every issue, but want to make sure that people feel heard, people feel respected. And I know, at least in my case, it was helpful and I heard something coming out of it, right? So
Yes,
I'm happy to help facilitate that or encourage that in whatever way I can.
Yes, anything you can do to help us would be appreciated. We just feel that sometimes people just don't hear us.
Yeah.
And we say the same things over and over and over again. And many of those who attend our meetings hear this. We can talk about the same thing for years and nothing happens, no matter who the director is. It's just that maybe they see gray hair and decide, no, we're not going to go that way.
Well,
I'm sorry to say that, but that's just the way we feel sometimes.
it's not the way I'm going to operate, but let's work on that. Well, I know we're about 30 minutes behind schedule, so I got to
Okay.
get to our next panel of public
All right.
witnesses, but I really appreciate you taking the time, and I thank everybody on the panel for their testimony.
Thank you.
So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, let me call our next panel. We're going to move to panel 6 now. And I have Maya Martine Cadogan, who is the founder and executive director of Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, also known as PAVE. We have Taisha Andrews, a parent leader with PAVE, Anna Rodriguez, a parent leader with PAVE, Stephanie Griffith Richardson with PAVE, Tiffany Randall, parent leader with PAVE, and Kiana Lamons, parent leader with PAVE. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen, members of the Committee of Transportation and the Environment, and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan. I am a Ward 4 resident, the founder and executive director of PAVE, which stands for Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, and the parent of a 26-month-old little boy, a 7th-generation Washingtonian. We want to thank DDOT for their willingness to engage with PAVE about parent leaders' vision for safe passage to school. The DDOT team has been transparent about their goals, challenges, and processes, and open to new ideas or suggestions from parents, school leaders, and community partner. DDOT plays such a key role in DC's Vision Zero effort, particularly in ensuring students are safe from dangerous drivers during their commute. In 2024, the number of traffic fatalities matched the previous year at 52, the highest since DC Vision Zero launched in 2015. These fatalities still disproportionately affect residents east of the river. Even if someone survives being hit, there still can be lasting change and damage, especially for children. More must be done to ensure children are safe from dangerous drivers. Here are the key areas that PAVE would like to see DDOT address in the coming year. The first is support and resources for crossing guards. In August 2024, DDOT released a crossing guard deployment plan, identifying the staffed locations, 220 total, and those awaiting a new hire, that was 29. We hope DDOT fills these positions as soon as possible. Further, DDOT should continue to facilitate introductions between schools, crossing guards, and school safety personnel, communicate changes with affected schools, and ensure crossing guards feel valued by focusing on recruitment, training, retention, and career advancement opportunities. Second, we need to prioritize school traffic safety needs. We appreciate the time and detail DDOT puts into action plans for schools and for sharing their selection processes. In the future, we want to see this process prioritize schools who are most at risk, regardless of sector, both DCPS and public charter. We also want to thank DDOT's team for attending the Safe Passage Summit at DC Bilingual last year and immediately submitting 311 requests to make safety improvements. We have heard from the school leader there that those changes are already underway. But we want to just clarify, it shouldn't require attendance at site visits and one person going above and beyond to make that happen at schools across the district. Given the potentially life or death stakes of this work for children, we think a specific process for emergency requests for schools is necessary. We encourage DDOT to work in partnership with schools to come to a clear understanding and subsequently develop a school-specific process when a situation reaches emergency status so that it can be handled in a timely manner. And last, number 3, we want to expand innovative transportation solutions to keep students safe. The DME's School Safety Enhancement Report released last year recommended providing transportation for high-risk students in safety hotspots through increased bus frequency, shuttle service between schools in the metro, and/or from areas near students' homes. DC School Connect is still one of the most highly lauded aspects of safe passage from both PAVE parent leaders, our school partners, and most importantly, students themselves. We need to improve information sharing and explore creative solutions like microtransit from metro stops to help ensure more kids can get to and from school safely and avoid high-risk traffic areas and situations. And we hope DDOT works in partnership with other related agencies to make this a priority. WMATA has also told us that they eliminated school express bus routes like the D31 that is near my house, although I know it's still operating. And those routes operate during school pickup and drop-off times from Shepherd Park to Deal Jackson Reed in the name of equity. But if we can't do it for all, we don't do it for the few. We want to push DDOT and WMATA to revisit that decision as students and parents do not feel safe on public transportation, and these creative solutions expand student-friendly options. This work is only possible with leaders at DDOT and the council who believe in the power and promise of community voice and will stand hand in hand with parents to ensure our children, our students, get what they need and deserve. I hope we can count on your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let's see if Taisha Andrews is here.
Yes, I am. Thank you for having me.
Excellent. Good afternoon.
Yes, greetings. My name is Ty Andrews, and I'm a native Washingtonian and Ward 8 resident. I'm also the proud parent of 2 children, one that attends Mary H. Plummer Elementary and the other at McKinley Technology High School. I'm a parent leader with PAVE, a citywide and Ward 8 PLE board member, the first vice president of the McKinley Tech Educational Campus PTO, and a parent LSAT member for Plummer Elementary. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm proud to share my voice on the lack of safe passages for DC students. Nowadays, children are exposed to severe aggression, violence, sexual assault, private exposure, drug use, and more. My high schooler and I have experienced some of these unfortunate events, and other families have experienced worse. Why would a parent want to send their child to school if the parent or child does not feel safe traveling to and from using public transportation? Parents do not have the means to Uber or drive their children to school, especially in Ward 8, where many children travel outside of their wards for a better education. Also, the Metro has regularly delayed trains, and there's sometimes much traffic that bus routes cannot avoid. Suppose a student's main transportation is public and there's always delays. In that case, you can't expect a child to be on time, especially when traveling for over an hour to get to and from school. Public transportation safety has deteriorated over the years. No one pays their fare anymore. Children and women with strollers take over the handicapped seats, and people play loud, derogatory music, urinate, and smoke cigarettes and marijuana on Metro. This is not a safe environment in general, let alone for a child, especially when you consider all the other issues that Metro has. At least once a week, my eldest son comes home from school complaining about witnessing fights and arguments on Metro while either trying to get to school or come home from school. When he was in middle school, he was actually attacked outside of a Metro station. It was reported and no action was taken by his school or MPD despite multiple follow-ups. My youngest son catches the school bus via OSSI. Although he is now in 3rd grade, we have used OSSI since he was in pre-K 3, and the issues are still the same. This falls on the executive offices of the Student Transportation Division because his regular bus driver and attendant are awesome. However, the main center only sometimes communicates when the bus will not arrive or be late. This is a huge inconvenience for working parents who have a set schedule. This is also detrimental to a child's education if they are late for school or do not make it due to the school bus being late or not showing up without notification. We've had situations where OSSI claimed the bus came, but it didn't, and the bus went to the wrong address for pickup. We almost had that issue about a month ago when the regular driver and attendant were out. As attendant walked to the apartment next to mine, my son walked onto the bus without her even noticing. And last, if the bus drops my son off to school late and the front office doesn't catch it, DCPS will send a notification stating that my son was absent. Who and when will someone be held accountable for the lack of proper services and safety provided by OSSI Transportation Division and WMATA? Since DDOT's Transportation and Planning Administration's Mass Transit Branch provides funding and policy recommendations for WMATA, I urge the Council to work to ensure proper oversight. As PAVE parent leaders, we're advocating for a variety of goals around safe passage across different agencies. We ask that DDOT expedite the approval process for schools to request emergency changes/improvements to their traffic safety infrastructure, i.e. crosswalks, crossing guards, speed bumps, and staggered drop-offs, create consistency in crossing guard placements, hiring and training, and communicate with schools immediately when personnel changes occur. And DDOT should increase recruitment and retention efforts for crossing guards. Schools are not able to get the infrastructure changes they need in a timely manner, if at all. These changes are essential to ensuring that children can get to school safely. Thank you. Schools must have a way to alert DDOT of rapid response needs instead of submitting a form in an ever-growing queue as DDOT works to address the concerns of residents across the district. 12-year-old Paisley Brody is a perfect example of why we need more crossing guards across the city. Little Paisley was hit by a car going around another car to speed through a red light crossing the street. Improving infrastructure and improving the various supports of the Safe Passage program are just a few ways to ensure our children can get to and from school safely. We also ask that the district expand the DC School Connect program so that more students have access to a safe way to get to and from school. While DDOT does not have the direct oversight over this program, we ask that DDOT and the committee advocate for DC School Connect's expansion. In closing, Safe Passages should be expanded to include more oversight for the actual Safe Passage program. DDOT should ensure schools have an easy way to submit urgent infrastructure changes and continue to improve the crossing guard program, and more wards and schools should be able to utilize the DC School Connect program. Safe Passage involves many different pieces, all working together to make the community safer. I'm thankful for your partnership and work that has occurred, and I look forward to seeing a positive change in the next year. Please consider this information and contact me with any questions or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, let me turn to Anna Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Rodriguez, and I'm a proud parent of a 9th grade student who attends McKinley Tech High School in Ward 5. I also serve as the McKinley Tech Parent Teacher Organization President, and with paid Parent Amplifying Voices in Education on the citywide board and Ward 5 Parent Leader in Education PLE board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on such an important topic, safe passage. Each day I drive my daughter to school because there is no safe alternative to get her to McKinley Tech. We live close enough that she could walk or take the bus to school. However, due to violence, unsafe drivers, and unsafe sidewalks, I do not feel comfortable having my child get to school without me driving her. I'm here today to urge Council and DDOT to address issues around safe passage. As paid parent leaders, we are advocating for DDOT to expedite the approval process for schools to request emergency changes, improvements to their traffic safety infrastructure. As the president of McKinley Tech PTO, I have worked closely with school leadership to advocate for changes to traffic safety infrastructure. Oftentimes, the principal will submit a request that goes unanswered until the PTO sends email urges to DDOT to make changes. There has to be a better way for our school leaders to request emergency changes to help make it possible for our children to get to school safely. Paid parent leaders are also asking DDOT to create consistency in crossing guards, placement, hiring, and training, and increase recruitment and retention efforts for crossing guards. Crossing guards play a valuable role in safe passage, especially at schools with very busy streets and a history of dangerous car accidents. I've had a negative experience with crossing guards, cussing at students, cussing at parents, and even getting into physical altercations with parents. We must professionalize the crossing guards role and ensure they all receive the same training to be successful. I have seen other crossing guards who have done a great job interacting with students and their families, keeping them safe when it is a turnover. When there is a turnover, it is key that we do not lose the skills that these crossing guards have. Consistently, and training will help to ease issues as new crossing guards join school communities. We all play a role in safe passage. Safe passage impacts all aspects of the student experience. Getting our students to school in a safe way allows them to focus on what is good inside the classroom instead of all they may encounter when they exit the classroom. I ask DDOT carefully consider its role in safe passage. I thank you for the work so far and look forward to seeing the progress that is made it throughout this next year. I am happy to answer any questions you have. Best. Thank you, Ana Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rodriguez. Next, let me turn to Stephanie Griffith Richardson.
Greetings. My name is Stephanie Griffiths Richardson, Ward 7 resident, and my son, Langston, attends Washington Global Public Charter School, Middle School in Ward 6. I also serve with PAVE Amplifying Voices in Education PAVE on Ward 7 PLE board. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the residents in Ward 7 and 8 who face an ongoing struggle with inadequacies in pedestrian safety and public transportation, particularly the inconsistencies surrounding student busing services. As a concerned parent and resident, I feel compelled to highlight highlight the glaring disparities in the quality of services we receive east of the river. While the federal government is focused on a so-called witch hunt against diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI programs, it's becoming increasingly clear that the inequality is deeply entrenched in the very systems that serve us daily. Specifically, the conditions in which pedestrians in our neighborhood cross streets and the unreliable busing systems for our students who have been neglected. Far too long, pedestrian crossings in our neighborhoods have been an afterthought. The conditions in which residents, particularly our most vulnerable population, must cross busy streets and dangerous and unsafe. The lack of proper pedestrian infrastructure, signage, and traffic control measures in our ward is a clear inequity compared to the other parts of the city. In addition to pedestrian safety, I would like to address the consistent and severe issues with student transportation and poor safe passage. My child, like many others in our community, rely on the WMATA to get to school. However, the buses often fail to arrive on time, forcing students to either miss school, rely on other means. I personally drive the entire route of the V4 bus line, attempting to find the Metro Evaluation and Safety Officer. After speaking to supervisors, I learned that one of the problems stems from overwhelming number of operators who call out, fail to show up for shifts, and WMATA simply do not have enough personnel to keep up the service reliable. In my own experience, my son is forced to leave home 45 minutes before his even scheduled bus time just to ensure that he has the chance to make it to school on time. This inconsistency is not only frustrating, but it also puts an unnecessary burden on our children and our family. The current system is failing us, and it's especially troubling that this only seems to occur east of the river. What's more perplexing is the lack of oversight along the Minnesota Avenue corridor, which serves and resources seems to be underserved. This is unacceptable. Our neighborhood, which is home to tree-lined streets and properties valued from $500,000 to $1 million, should not be left behind. We pay taxes, we invest in our homes, and we deserve the same level of services that residents in other parts of DC receive, particularly in terms of reliable transportation and pedestrian infrastructure. I urge the council and DTTOT officials to pilot youth-only WMATA Metro cars and station safe passage ambassadors on those routes, in addition to creating dedicated WMATA bus routes from areas of east of the river to schools west of the river, modeled after the previous WMATA bus route for students at Shepherd Park to the D31, with safe passage ambassadors on those routes. This is one step to address the disparities in transportation and pedestrian safety. Immediately, we take meaningful action to ensure that the infrastructure and services we rely on are safe, reliable, and equitable for all residents, regardless of their zip code or ward. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next up, we have Tiffany Randall. All right, I'm not sure if Tiffany Randall's here. How about Kiana Lamons? Are you there?
Yes, I am, Councilman.
Excellent.
Thank you,
We'll turn to
Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Allen and committee staff. My name is Quiana Lamont. I am a paid parent leader and I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I'm here to speak today about the critical importance of safe passage. Paid parent leaders are asking that DDOT create consistency in crossing guard placement, hiring, training, and communication with schools immediately when personnel changes occur. Increase recruitment and retention effort for crossing guards. We need more crossing guards to assist with safe passage for our children. In my experience, I have seen crossing guards watch as students break out into fights in the middle of the street or had conflict with parents. Crossing guards need consistent training to ensure when a crisis or conflict occurs that they have who they need to contact for rapid response. In order to have a safe passage, you will have a strong communication, the manpower to implement different tactics. This is why DDOT should increase recruitment and retention effort for crossing guards. Crossing guards can play an important role in getting our babies to and from school safely. Let's make sure they have the tools they need properly to support our children. Since DDOT Transportation Planning Administrative Mass Transport branch provides funding and policy recommendations for WMAT, I also here to advocate for parent leaders, X discussion, public transportation role, and safe passage. Paid parent leaders are asking that WMAT pilot youth-only WMAT Metro cars. School express bus routes are implemented, paying particularly attention to dedicated WMAT bus routes from area east of the river to schools east of the river. Youth-only Metro staff with safe passage ambassadors help to create a safe environment for students as they travel to and from school, as they are in a supervised Metro car with other students. This put parents' minds at ease as they do not have to worry about their students being around violence or incidents that occur on a normal Metro car. School express bus routes are bus routes that are open to all but include stops or very near to schools. These routes will model after the previous WMTA bus routes for students at Shepherd Park to deal with D31. Not only would these school express bus routes benefit students by allowing them an easier way to get to school, but it could also benefit schools, staff, administrators with their commute to schools. These schools express bus routes should be staffed with safe passage ambassadors to ensure the safety of our students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you for all your work throughout the past year to help our students be safer, and I hope that you will continue your partnership to ensure all students have a safe way to school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thanks to everybody on this panel. I had the pleasure of getting to meet with a lot of PAVE leaders just the other day. And so a lot of the themes and testimony here are consistent with part of what we talked about. I can't miss the opportunity though, since crossing guards came up so frequently here. I want to give a little PSA for DDOT right now. There is actually a hiring event coming up on February 7th. So that's just in 2 days. Great jobs, everybody here. So registration's open. Safety technicians work for a minimum of 20 hours a week. So for people who might be looking, maybe not for 40 hours a week, but 20 hours a week. The work schedule is Monday through Friday, 7 to 9 a.m. and 2 to 4 p.m. Salary is up to $19 an hour. So there's registration going on right now that you can find more information on DDOT's website, as well as DCHR's website. But I want to encourage anybody out there who's listening, we need more crossing guards. We've got a hiring event that's coming up in 2 days. So I'm hoping that we fill that up and make sure we got lots of folks out there. And again, you don't have to do 40 hours, just 20 hours. You can find 20 hours. You can do this. So let me thank you very much for the testimony. One of the things I also really appreciate, government likes to work in silos at times. And so when some people in government hear you say safe passages, they immediately say, okay, well, that's a program. It's housed over in DMPED's office. And so that's the only place where you're supposed to talk about that. And safe passages is more than just that. And I take what you say when this panel is talking about safe passages, it is from the moment that a child walks out the front door to the moment they're in their seat in class and back home again. And that is going to include WMATA and transportation. That is going to include what we think of as our safe passages programming. That's going to require a lot of work from a lot of places. So it is entirely appropriate to talk about it in a transportation environment hearing oversight, because it should be something we're looking at all around. You know, the testimony that we heard as well about our pedestrian safety and making sure that, you know, everything from the bus being clean, reliable, and safe to being able to walk those crosswalks. We had a meeting just yesterday, actually, with the general manager of WMATA, and he was talking about a lot of the gains they've made in the last year, all of which is good. Public safety has improved dramatically on WMATA. Crime is actually down more than 40% on WMATA. That's great. But if I have a mom who just tells me that a week ago, you know, their kid comes home talking about a fight and incident, then we're not there yet, right? So I think as leaders, we have to be able to do both things at the same time. I can acknowledge we've made a lot of progress and we're doing good work, but if you don't feel it, if you're coming home and your kid is telling you what just happened on the bus or happened on Metro, or to my parents that just testified saying, you don't feel confident. So you get in a car and you drive all the way. I can't remember if that was maybe Ms. Griffith Richardson, if that was you that talked about essentially replicating the B4 and following in your car the entire way, right? it's not delivering what you need if that's the experience you have. So I want to recognize and respect that's the experience you have. Proud of what we've been able to do on Metro, but know we still have more to do. Are you going to be testifying as well for the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice and some of those other places around Safe Passages and others?
Yeah, because Safe Passage does mean
Yeah.
all of the things to us. I mean, we of course have the Safe Passage Ambassador program that is run through DMPSJ, but we understand that this is in multiple places. Department for Highway Vehicles has DC School Connect. DDOT has all of the crossing guards and the crosswalks and all that kind of stuff. So we're testifying at all the hearings to be able to have that conversation about all components of Safe Passage as we define it, right? So which is much broader and which is exactly what other cities are working on. They're not defining Safe Passage in one way. The whole goal is to make sure every kid can get to school safely, however they want to transport themselves and most efficiently. So, yeah.
Excellent. I appreciate that. And I know, Ms. Andrews, you talked about OSSI as well and the OSSI buses. I have at a OSSI hearing a couple of months ago, I brought this issue up because I talked to a lot of families that were having, as you just, not that dissimilar from what you described, of having a really difficult experience with reliable bus service communications. With OSSI, we met with the then superintendent. We'll continue working with the new superintendent because a lot of work still needs to be done to get that in a better space. So I don't want you to think that that fell on deaf ears. I hear you, and we'll make sure that we're working on that too. So thank you. I appreciate everybody's testimony today from PAVE. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome. All right, we're going to move next to our panel number 7. So I'm going to call out some names. I think we have some people that are in person and some people virtually. So if you are in person, just come on up to the table as I call your name. So I have Silva Waker, trustee with the Michigan Park Christian Church. Robert Walker, General Board Chairman of the Michigan Park Christian Church. Laura Richards, Public Witness. Rebecca Miller, Public Witness. Larkin Sayer, Public Witness. Shirley Shannon, Public Witness. ANC Commissioner Edward Comer. Nevellin Jones, Public Witness.
Did you turn it on?
John Milletta, Public Witness, and Courtney Strickland, Public Witness. Yeah, I think I might have had a typo there. Is it Silva Walker? Is that right? Miss Walker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I was saying I think I might have had a typo. I didn't have the L in your last name. I just wanted to confirm it's Silva Walker. Is that right?
No problem. It's no problem.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, Miss Walker, I've got you up first. So if you're ready, I'm going to turn to you for your testimony.
I'm ready.
Okay. Good
First, I
afternoon.
want to
Let me turn
say good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be allowed to testify in your hearing today. Thank you, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. I'm a trustee for Michigan Park Christian Church, and I am here to testify against DDOT's proposal for a public bike lane on Taylor Street Northeast. And I'm urging you as part of my testimony to review this proposal thoroughly and investigate some of the issues that we're having with this particular project. I want to give you a little overview about my background with Michigan Park Christian Church, and also some of the things that we do at the church. My husband and I have been members of Michigan Park. It's located on the corner of Taylor Street and South Dakota Avenue. And this project poses, a major negative impact on the church. We have served this community for over 125 years and have been at this location for more than 75 years. In our congregation, it includes elderly, disabled, longtime residents of the community, as well as people who they're not able to communicate with electronic devices. Our primary ministry is to serve God and the community and to aid the vulnerable and humanity. Parking is essential to our members in accessing the church and our ministries. Many of these people that we serve, they drive, they don't ride bikes. And we also get deliveries and they pick up things and so forth. Let's see. Okay, I was raised here in the church, and I was nurtured and mentored in my Christian faith, and I grew up in Michigan Park, so it's very important to me. The church is part of a larger denomination of Disciples of Christ, and part of our mission in our ministry is to include everybody. And we are largely a diversity, equity, and inclusion church. So we welcome everybody to Christ's table, and we reach out to everybody to provide them with spiritual guidance and assistance if they're needed, and so forth. Let's see, since November, oh, and I want to just point out a few things too. Some of the things that we have provided to this community, it's been things like we were on the forefront of the civil rights movement. We provided refuge during civil unrest. We provided after-school care for hundreds of families in the community because a program was non-existent. Publishing the first African-American heritage hymnal, and just to name a few, along with mentoring numerous clergy from Howard University. We opened our doors in November of 2020 after COVID, and we've been diligently recovering since then in order to open our church, keep it open for the community, administer services, and fulfill our mission to the community. And it hasn't been easy, particularly in light of the PPL project. We've had to dig deep in our pockets to fix many of the infrastructure problems. We've done that through donations. We depleted our funds and loans. So to hear, in July of 2024, after we're making all these strides, that suddenly, we're going to be impacted by proposed protected bike lane project that we never heard about. We've been there open since November, and no one from the AC office, no one from DDOT contacted us in any way. So that's been very disturbing. Our church continues to grow. We're going to, school is about to enter our educational wing of our church, so we will need additional parking for that, as well as some of the other programs that we're planning to bring on board. Weekly services, we hold weekly services, we have Sunday services on Sunday. And so all of this will disrupt our plans for going forward and growth. I want to point out that Taylor Street is not a high injury network, and the PPL was going to impact emergency and service vehicles, and we do not have an alleyway on this particular segment of Taylor Street. Many churches are in the same dilemma that we are. The churches have been bypassed in any communication about a bike lane being put at the doorsteps of the church, and they don't find out until it's already in progress or it's about to get installed. I urge the committee to exercise its oversight and authority and fully investigate the substance of DDOT's decision-making and process behind the Taylor Street protected bike lane project. My major concerns include the lack of data and safety analysis, despite repeatedly asking DDOT for project documentation on numerous occasions to substantiate the Taylor Street PPL, we have received nothing. We haven't received any schedules, any cost benefit analysis, traffic analysis, engineer report, budgets, or any kind of review of any alternatives or impact studies. We've been told by DDOT that we were going to get a walking tour. We didn't get anything. The bikers got it, but we were snubbed altogether.
Okay, Ms. Walker, we're about 2 minutes over time, so I just want to ask if you could help summarize and wrap up.
Okay, I'll help summarize. So there's been a lot of failures along this process. As far as evaluation of any impacts, like for instance, the alternatives. There are 123 bikeways already in Washington, D.C. Why aren't they being reviewed? Why isn't a cost benefit analysis being reviewed as some sort of alternative? And then, okay, I'm gonna kind of like speed it up a little bit.
We're 3 minutes over now, so I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, one more thing. The community engagement that we have received from both DDOT and ANC 5B has been totally inadequate.
Okay.
We are not receiving communication on a regular basis or being kept up to date about anything that is going on. In fact, today I am just learning that the project has been pushed back to the assessment phase, something we were never told. And I'm just now hearing about it. I've been attending meetings.
Okay.
I have been in a transportation meeting and no one has said anything. So
all right.
Anyway,
I hear you. I'm going to wrap you up because I got several more people waiting to testify as well.
Okay,
I promise we'll come back with some questions, okay?
Okay,
all right.
I'm wrapping it up, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to express my opinions and for the invitation.
Thank you.
With that said, I will drop off.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
Okay.
Next on our list, we had Robert Walker. Is Robert Walker here? Okay. Next, let me turn then to Laura Richards.
He's here. Okay, yeah, he's here.
Okay, well, Robert Walker, if you're there, let's go. I'd love to hear you.
All right, I'm muted.
There we go. We can hear you now.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. My name is Robert Walker. I am here to testify against the District Department of Transportation, DDOT, Taylor Street Northeast projected bike lane project. I urge you to conduct a thorough inquiry into this project, as I believe both the decision to proceed with the project and the processes used to make that decision are fundamentally flawed. My wife and I are members of Michigan Park Christian Church, located at Taylor Street Northeast and South Dakota. This project poses a significant negative impact on our church, which my wife mentioned has served the community for over 125 years, has been at this location for more than 75 years. Our congregation includes members from all parts of DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And parking is essential to our members accessing the church. My wife and I have been members of Michigan Park for 21 years. And our church has been an important part of our lives. My wife and I were married there. We've established many long-term relationships with other Michigan Park church members. In addition, my stepfather's funeral was conducted here. Beyond serving as a place of worship, the church serves the broader community by offering health services, weekly Bible study classes, education through its long-standing educational wing, which provided schooling to hundreds of DC residents over the years. The church also participates in programs to feed needy families in the Washington, DC metro area. I serve as a church officer. I am the chairman of the Michigan Park Christian Church General Board, which performs governance and establishes policies for the church. In addition, I serve with the Property Care Ministry and I currently manage administrative operations. In my role as the board chair, I hear many concerns from our congregation members regarding the potential loss of parking, which will be a result of the proposed bike lanes. They ask questions like, How can we survive as a church if the parking is taken away? Some are concerned that our programs to help feed needy families will be affected. The proposed Taylor Street Northeast Protected Bike Lane project threatens this legacy by severely restricting access to parking, which is essential not only for our congregation, but also for the school operating in the church's education wing. Parking is critical for students, parents, staff, and visitors who rely on convenient access to the church's facilities. It also supports key activities, including weekly services, weddings, christenings, funerals, and community events. DDOT's plan to extend the project to South Dakota Avenue will further limit parking, compounding the disrupting to this historic institution and community it serves. I urge this committee to exercise its oversight authority and fully investigate both the substance of DDOT's decision and the process behind Taylor Street Northeast Protected Bike Lane project. My concerns include lack of data and safety analysis. We believe DDOT has not conducted studies to determine the project's impact on safety, on traffic or safety on Taylor Street Northeast and surrounding neighborhoods. Without a safety study, the claim that these bike lanes are essential for safety is unsubstantiated. Failure to evaluate the impacts, we believe no assessment has been conducted on how the project will affect residents, businesses, seniors, or individuals with disabilities. There has been no analysis of the impact on emergency services or property values, despite the clear consequences of reduced parking availability.
Mr. Walker?
DDOT, yes.
So we're a minute over, and I know Ms. Walker went 3 minutes over. If I can ask you to wrap up, because we do have several more witnesses I want to make sure we're able to hear from.
All right, okay. So again, our main concern is the basically the engagement, community engagement, which we mentioned. We feel that we don't get clear updates, leaving us confused about the project status. There's been a lot of confusion about the status and the design of the bike lanes. The information that we've seen is fragmented. There are related bike lane projects or rumors of related projects in our surrounding community, but the information on these projects is also fragmented. One day, all bike lanes are paused. Next time we hear they're in progress again. Basically, there's just been constant changes to our communication we hear. For these reasons, I respectfully request that you direct DDOT to halt any further work on the Taylor Street Protected Bike Lane project until it conducts comprehensive studies and meaningfully engages with affected residents and organizations. This project must not proceed.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
thank
Walker.
thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. All right, next let's turn to Laura Richards.
Thank you.
Laura Richards, are you there?
Okay. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the public. I am Laura Richards, a transit-dependent senior citizen living in Ward 7. I wish to address two issues. First, the level of bus service, especially on Route 36. And second, the proliferation of bike lanes, especially the bike lanes on Minnesota Avenue Southeast. Route 36, which serves Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast, needs to run more frequently and more reliably. It is intended to run every 15 to 20 minutes. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I have waited up to 30 minutes for the 36, and the occasions on which the 36 is delayed invariably occur on very cold or very wet days. The 32 bus route, which covers part of the same route before turning into Fairlawn, runs twice as often. Ideally, the 36 should run every 10 to 12 minutes, and it should run reliably. Once I get to Metro, I can zip around the city or the region with relative ease, but the last mile problem, getting from home to Metro or from Metro to a final destination, can triple the overall length of a journey and is filled with uncertainty. Rider software apps such as Move It don't always work. Solving the last mile problem would encourage more transit use. Routes that don't connect to Metro are even worse. A trip from Southeast to a church service on North Capitol Street can take 2 hours under optimal circumstances with all connections working, and conditions are rarely optimal. As to the second issue, the bike lanes on Minnesota Avenue need to go. They were put in place without opportunity for community input, which is the usual short shrift given to Southeast residents, and they have remained despite evidence that they impede emergency vehicles. We need that extra lane. There are ample opportunities for biking in Ward 7. Given the age demographics and the geography of Ward 7, biking won't become a significant mode of commuter transportation. It's primarily recreational, and we have ample parks for recreational cycling. Please remove the bike lane and consult with neighbors before installing new lanes. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richards. Next, we had Rebecca Miller. But I think, Ms. Miller, if you're able to hear me, we have been trying to promote you to a panelist. You should see a prompt on your screen that you need to accept. Otherwise, we can't get you onto the panel. So while we continue to work on that, why don't I turn to Larkin Sayer?
Hello. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good
Awesome.
afternoon.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. This is my first time testifying in a public hearing, so I'm a Ward 6 resident. My name is Larkin Sayer. I was I think, put into this panel a little bit randomly, so I'm going to provide a little bit of a different perspective, but I just want to say I really respect and hear the concerns about bike lanes coming from the other panelists and just totally understand that. I am testifying as a cyclist in the DC area, particularly in Ward 6, and how much traffic safety, traffic calming measures, bike lanes, and the end to right turn on red in the district impacts me and my friends and family. The bike lanes introduced this year have been hugely impactful for me as someone who relies on bikes to go about my daily life. I am a huge supporter of Capital Bike Share. It's incredible service with a really affordable yearly subscription price. So programs to boost Capital Bike Share would be wonderful, especially its wonderful Bike Angels program. I'm grateful for the protected bike lanes, but I did want to highlight one section of bike lane that I use pretty much daily that's become a little bit dangerous for me and for the people that use it. There is a hill construction site that has taken over the bike lane for the last 2 years on First Street Southeast, running alongside on the east side of Nashville's Park. And I live in Buzzard Point, which means access to the metro or getting into the city. I have to pass through this stretch, and I'm therefore then immediately merged with cars having come from a protected bike lane. And each time it's a bit scary. There's angry drivers going pretty fast, and there's often debris from the construction site. So this is not just an issue in my part of DC. Construction sites are often pushing out into bike lanes and threatening the safety of cyclists and pedestrians and also cars in the area. So I would really love to see DDOT be working with constructions to have signage up of saying, how long it's going to be that the bike lane is going to be obstructed and a timeline there that's clearly messaged, penalize for any debris left behind. It's frustrating to sort of make gains in infrastructure that helps calm traffic and reduce fatalities both for cyclists and motorists, but then to have that taken away by these long-term construction projects. So in conclusion, thank you for supporting bike safety. It makes the city safer for both motorists and cyclists and pedestrians. It makes my life better. And I would really appreciate continued work on that. Thank you. That's all.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much. And for all of our panelists, if you can stick around, because we'll do questions after we are able to have everybody share their testimony if you're able to stick around. So thank you very much. Let me next move to Shirley Shannon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Shannon. We've got a little bit of an echo.
Let me come out.
You have 2 speakers perhaps going?
Yeah, turn that on. Oh, gee. Turn that on.
You can mute one of them. That usually fixes this. I tell you what, Ms. Shannon, why don't we, if you can take a look at your system, my hunch is you've got two Zooms open at the same time. And so what's happening is the feedback happens when one of the open systems hears the other one. So if you mute one of them, it should work. Why don't I move to see if Commissioner Comer's here, and then we can come back to you once we see if we can figure out how to make sure we don't get that feedback.
This is Commissioner Comer. I am here.
Excellent. Commissioner Comer, how about you go ahead and get going, and then Ms. Shannon will come right back to you, okay?
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I'm here. I'm the ANC Commissioner for SMD 2A04, and I'm here to talk about a playground at 26th and I Street. This playground and dog park belong to the Department of Transportation. Before I discuss it, though, I understand one of our constituents, Will Crane, talked about the lack of access on 27th Street between K Street South. And I just want to say there is no pedestrian access, not only to 3 townhouses on I Street, but to the Watergate and to the riverfront along 27th Street. It's a very unsafe area for pedestrians. It's where the Potomac Freeway ends, and it needs to be fixed. Back to 26th and I. In March of 2023, the Department of Public Works announced they were going to go forward with an expansion project for a playground and dog park there. Community heard nothing for a year about it. Then we were told the contractor selected had gone bankrupt. And then we were also told that the expansion project had to be shrunk because they needed space along K Street for maintenance. Now, the space that's there, one, there is no space anywhere else along K Street or the Whitehurst Freeway for maintenance. And the space that's there now is empty, it's fenced off, it's got a homeless encampment, and it's full of trash and weeds. And we asked for the documents to support why they needed the space to continue to be empty. We never got anything. In mid-September, we were told that they were still going to go, they had still going to go forward with a somewhat smaller project, but still expanded. And we were told that the Urban Forestry Division technically approved the project, but advised against they advised against proceeding because it might have to be stopped midstream. My colleague, Commissioner Patel, talked about this about an hour ago, and within 2 minutes, I received an urban forestry decision, but it's the wrong decision. It's one that was issued in November for a smaller project, basically renovation, that they decided to proceed with, and which many, many people in the community oppose. Ultimately, they are going forward with the smaller project. It's got a dog park. For some reason, there's no water source, even though DC Water has a facility right in the middle of it. During the same period, right next to the playground, we have had a new community of homeless individuals, and they're leaving waste and needles, and many residents are fearful of bringing their kids there. The ironic thing is that the original expanded project would have had fences and retaining walls that would have prevented this kind of intrusion into the playground. I'm here today to ask you to explore the real reasons why we feel we're getting a runaround. We still want the release of all the information of the project. We want to see the land records of ownership for the area where this project is. It abuts the Potomac Freeway and an empty lot along 27th Street. We're not even sure who owns what and what restrictions may apply. We want to see the right urban forestry decision. And we suspect that if we had the data, the larger project could go forward, maybe with a few tweaks, but the community just doesn't want to settle for less. Finally, I'd like to ask that the council restore funding so we can have a water source that's required for a dog park. With that, I want to thank you for your time and for your attention. And hope we can, we have all these agencies pointing fingers at each other. We have 3 agencies involved, and it's been very frustrating. We can't get clear answers from anybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. And as I mentioned to your neighbor earlier, I'm happy to also reach out to my Ward 2 colleague and see if I can understand what maybe they're helping out from their office, and then see how we can be helpful from the committee standpoint as well.
Thank you. I think they're very supportive of us, but
okay, I'll check in on that. And obviously, about an hour ago, it sounded encouraging that whatever this report was that was just sent might have been responsive, but now I'm hearing that maybe it wasn't. So
it was the wrong one. I looked at it right away, and it's for the smaller project. Doesn't explain why the larger project was rejected.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
Let me go back to Shirley Shannon and see if we've got our audio issues worked out here.
All right, can you hear me now?
We can, and there's no feedback, so we hear you perfect.
Great. Well, I'd like to say good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Ms. Shirley Shannon. I'm a longtime community member and former educator. I've come here before you this afternoon to testify against the district's efforts to establish or install bike lanes along Taylor Street Northeast. First, there has been no collective data regarding the effects of these bike lanes upon the community. Many aging residents would be unable to access parking or metro access in front of their homes, as well as their church, Michigan Park Christian Church. A fair assessment and research would have indicated that Taylor Street is very narrow. The bicycle lanes would deprive the community members of accessing parking for funerals, weddings, church worship services, and church school. It would be extremely unsafe to get out of their cars, to navigate bicycle barriers, and dodge passing vehicles. Those with disabilities and in need of assistance would have extreme difficulty along that narrow street. God forbid the need for firefighters or an ambulance emergency. Traffic would come to a halt. Students attending the church school would not have safe access for arrivals and departures. Parents would not have access to park and participate in school activities. Teachers would have no access to park for work. The bicycle lanes would certainly devalue homes on Taylor Street Northeast. No one wants to live or purchase a home where there's no easy access. Lives would be greatly affected, and there has been no research of the effects of this project on the total community. My family and I have resided in this community for over 50 years, and my concern is for all community members, not just a select few. I ask that you consider these factors. Bicycle lanes are not for every street. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shannon. I'm glad we got the audio issue fixed, so we were able to hear you. So thank you very much. Neville and Jones? All right, I've got you next. Jones, can you put push the button so the red light comes on, and that'll be a hot mic. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen. My name is Nevelyn Jones, and I come before you this afternoon to testify against the District Department of Transportation's Taylor Street Northeast Protected Bike Lane project and respectfully request that the district does not install protected bike lanes along Taylor Street. I am a lifelong resident of the Brooklyn community in Ward 5. My parents, Martin and June, purchased our family home on Taylor Street Northeast 55 years ago. My siblings and I were born in Providence Hospital, attended Bunker Hill and St. Anthony's, and I bought my home just a block away from my parents. Our family home is a repository of cherished memories, celebrating birthdays, graduations, anniversaries, and holidays, and is where we said our final goodbye to my dad. In the final years of my father's life, he was chronically ill and required help with activities of daily living. There was a revolving door of therapists, nurses, caregivers, family members, friends, and emergency responders, all of whom parked in the 1300 block of Taylor Street. My parents purchased their forever home in a non-dense community with on-street parking. The implementation of the protected bike lanes will have a devastating impact on our family, my mother's quality of life, and her safety. My mom, an octogenarian, suffers from mobility issues, and her grandson, my nephew, is non-ambulatory as a result of a skiing accident. The elimination of parking in the 1300 block of Taylor Street will cause irreparable harm to my mom's life and ours. I employ this committee to direct the district to abandon the Taylor Street Bike Lane project and mandate that DDOT is inclusive in its outreach, ensures that most impacted residents are informed, and truly incorporate the views of the long-term residents, seniors, and disabled when planning any project. DDOT should not and cannot rely on the ANC to inform the community. When I became aware of the project, I canvassed my neighbors on Taylor Street between South Dakota Avenue and Michigan Avenue, single member District 5B02, which includes 23 homes and one church, and learned that many of the long-term residents in Michigan Park Church had no knowledge of the Taylor Street Protected Bike Lane project. This is unacceptable. To quote Councilmember Parker, change should occur with the community, not to the community. I respectfully request that the council rescinds any funds that have been allocated to the Taylor Street Bike Lane project, direct the district to cease the Taylor Street Bike Lane project, and in lieu of the protected bike lane, consider adding the shower graphics to Taylor Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I've got John Muleta.
Can you see me?
There we go. Yep.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the committee, as well as community members attending. My name is John Muleta, and I'm a longtime member of Michigan Park Christian Church, and members of my family have been involved with the church for over 52 years. I too am here to testify in strong opposition to the Taylor Street Northeast Protected Bike Lane project. I have practiced administrative law for 30 years, and I find that the process and sort of the substance in the process that have been used to sort of initiate this project and push it forward are essentially running roughshod over the community. I think it's important for your oversight responsibilities to understand that DDOT's decision to proceed with this project will infringe upon our right to worship. It will endanger the community and also devalue our property. So these are sort of three things that are very important in terms of our constitutional rights that I think this project is sort of triggering, and the fact that it's proceeding at pace is very concerning. I won't repeat a lot of the things that I've provided my written testimony, and I won't repeat a lot of the things that my congregationalists and neighbors have already said. But I do think it's very important for you to understand that given the importance of parking to the mission of our church and to our ability to serve our community, that we are fully prepared to protect our rights should DDOT proceed along this project. I think it's completely unacceptable that a project should proceed when it endangers public safety, restricts religious freedom, and also disregards the needs of those that it purports to serve. It's all of the community that it needs to serve, not just some of the community. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your willingness to listen to my testimony.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Courtney Strickland.
Thank you so much. I'm a newbie to this, so I appreciate you accommodating me. My name is Courtney Stockland. I'm a over 20-year resident of the Adams Morgan neighborhood. I'm a homeowner on Suiton Street. I'm a walker, an e-biker, a busser, a ride sharer, and a driver. And I wanted to talk a little bit about my personal experiences in Adams Morgan on Columbia Road and 18th Street Northwest. It's really remarkable to hear my neighbors on Taylor Street Northeast our Adams Morgan story is what I fear will happen to you guys. So it's really interesting to hear you guys get ahead of the process. What we've been experiencing, or what I've been experiencing, is what started as a rapid bus lane project up Columbia Avenue, up Columbia Road, has turned into much more than that. It's a rather dangerous matrix that Ms. Shevlin described previously, without much or adequate public engagement. They layered then on top of that, doubling down on the streeteries on 18th Street with actually no public engagement. So what that's left us with is an already congested area with all sorts of what I'll call street trash, ton of bollards, you know, the islands, yada, yada, everything that's meant to calm traffic, which would be fabulous, except that it ends up just creating havoc. And as somebody who uses all sorts of modes of transportation except the subway, you know, I find when I'm walking, you're having to keep your head on a swivel, to say the least. Similar to the northbound bike lane on 17th Street, which is also very, very confusing as a walker and a biker and a driver. When you're biking, I have an e-bike. I find any sort of curbing, especially double curbing, that ends up putting you into kind of a route, that's extremely dangerous. That's the last thing you want as a biker, because there's kind of no way to escape. Your tire can get caught. It's bad news. There's no room that's been carved out for ride shares or deliveries, and so that backs up and creates a total gridlock situation. And then, of course, the folks who are trying to drive, there's no parking at, you know, there's very little parking, 41% loss along that corridor. That's an extreme loss that causes a ton of circling and triples down on the traffic issue. I recently had to drive a neighbor and their actively dying dog to the vet on Columbia Road. We were in gridlock traffic. This is not a situation that somebody could get out and walk their dying animal to the vet. That was an excruciating experience. And I can't even imagine being in an ambulance with a human with that going on, because there is nowhere for people to go. You really are stuck. You know, I think the whole area needs to be rethought out. We feel like we've been guinea pigs for a lot of these fads that, you know, I think it's valuable to test things out, right? You don't really know how something's going to work until you implement it in real world situations. But we need to think through that whole area, because it's a mess now. It hasn't fixed anything from my perspective. I don't even know if there's the data to support anything having been improved. Enforcement goes a long way. You know, we need to enforce the developers to build off-street parking so that it's not such a big deal when you lose these on-street parking spaces. And that would be on private property, which is more appropriate too, according to folks who are anti-parking. And then we need to enforce traffic laws as well, of course. That would also help go a long way in terms of the safety. You know, some of my final comments relate to the ANC discussion that was earlier. What's happened, at least with our ANC area, and I've been rather involved the last couple of years, you know, these developer-backed groups like Greater Washington, Coalition for Smarter Growth, they have a lot of power and money behind them. And so you end up with this ANC network that is very backed by developers. And I'm not saying that's everyone, of course. I think they're all working very hard. But when I attend some of these trainings from some of these groups, you hear folks talking about, how do you serve as an ANC member and not listen to your neighbors? And they're not making qualms about it. They're saying, you know, your residents aren't always going to know what the best thing is for the neighborhood. And so that's when you need to lead from your worldview and your worldview alone. So it's a problem. We're trying to kind of take back our ANC at large, but it's a complicated area. So it's not just as simple as somebody being engaged. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll definitely appreciate this whole panel. I am not a road engineer. So when people come talk about the high specifics of a specific proposal, I'm not going to have that at the drop of a hat in terms of knowing the specifics. So for example, I don't know the exact proposal for Taylor Street or for Columbia. What I will do though is make sure that when we have the DDOT director here next week, I'll make sure that I talk about these things. I'll make sure I ask and say, we heard from residents who have concerns. We've also, of course, heard from residents who are supportive, but I want to make sure that I try to help carry that forward to the DDOT director to help talk about what their plan is. I don't think it's any secret for a lot of folks here. I mean, in general, I am supportive of creating a expanded and safer bicycle infrastructure of connected networks. I don't think that's diametrically opposed, though, to you need to have sincere, honest engagement with multiple stakeholders to help think through either how do you address problems, where do challenges come up that need different solutions. And one of the things I heard certainly from our panelists from Michigan Park Christian Church is really feeling not heard, not engaged, not listened to. And that I'd extend that out to some of the neighbors along Taylor Street. So that to me will be part of my conversation with DDOT as well is if I have a bunch of stakeholders that are coming in saying they don't feel engaged, they don't feel heard, they were not engaged in the process, that's a problem and that needs to get addressed and needs to get fixed. So I will certainly carry that message forward to the DDOT director. Because these are projects that happen in wards that are other than the one I represent, I don't know the specific details of each one of them. I will follow up with your ward council members as well and ask for their thoughts on it. What have they seen? What have they heard? So I understand, because I know, for example, if it's a project in Ward 6, I'm going to probably know a lot more details about it than a project in Ward 5 or in Ward 1. So I will make sure that I work to do that. Two quick things I want to make sure that I understood it, which will help arm me for my conversations. And I'm not sure if the walkers are still on, but if somebody else from Michigan Park Christian Church is still here, does the church have parking on site or is it all street parking that is used?
We have street parking only. And
okay.
It's at the intersection of South Dakota and Taylor Avenue. And there's no alleyways, there's nothing else available from parking. One thing that we probably have not mentioned in the testimony is also that Howard University slated for development the Divinity School. So we don't know how much impact there will be based on that. We don't know what the timing of that is. So that's a further incursion in terms of the parking space. The most important thing you mentioned that you're not familiar and you're not a road engineer. One thing to really understand is that safety has been cited as a reason for pushing forward with this project, but there is no traffic study that has been done. And given the importance of South Dakota Avenue, the fact that there are proposals on South Dakota Avenue and South Dakota feeds into Taylor or vice versa. There's no data that any of one of us can actually even sort of materially investigate and sort of confirm or disaffirm the conclusion that's already been made. The engagement has been at that level. It has been lacking at that level.
Okay. I appreciate that. And and thank you for clarifying that. So again, that's the type of thing that'll help me make sure I'm trying to ask the right questions to the DDOT director next week about that. I know, just by anecdote, I know several churches and faith-based institutions that don't have private parking where protected bike lanes have gone in and other solutions to accommodate very real parking needs and demands have been figured out. I do not know, obviously I don't represent this area, so I do not know the neighborhood well enough to propose something like that, but I'll follow up also with your ward councilor to make sure I understand what he's seen and kind of what conversations have been there. And we'll talk with the DDOT director about it as well. Is it Miss Stockland?
Yes.
Miss Stockland. Sorry, I said Miss Strickland earlier. Miss Stockland, you mentioned a 41% parking loss in the area.
Yes, on Columbia Road. It went from 189 to minus 41%.
Okay. Is that
110, I think it's down to 110.
That was because of the bus project, or that is just over a longer period of time?
No, that's because of the specific project that was sprung up last year.
Got it. Okay. I will then try to learn more about that one as well.
Thank you. And I also wanted to point out, nobody really kind of calls this out, but there's more and more data about there being major racial inequities about protected bike lanes. So I just wanted to put that out there because that's some really interesting reading. And I think that today's experiences are maybe speaking anecdotally to that body of work and understanding of what's going on.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And Dr. Sayer, I appreciate your testimony. I know you weren't coming in to talk about two specific projects, but on the First Street piece, I do think I know which area you're talking about, which is basically right across the street from, or right across the block from the parking garage entrance. And that construction project has blocked the pedestrian sidewalk as well as the bike lane there. You know, we have laws on the books that are supposed to be where if a construction project is taking over a sidewalk, they have to provide safe accommodations to ensure the pedestrians can get around that. They are supposed to do the exact same thing for whether it's a vehicle travel lane or a bicycle travel lane. All those lanes and modes have to be protected that way. If that's not happening, we need to make sure there's an enforcement action that takes a look at that. So I'm happy to follow up on that as well. But you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the area you're describing is right across from the entryway to the Nationals parking garages.
Yeah, that's exactly the spot.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean that is a very important protected bike lane and connection that runs down First Street, wraps around the ballpark down towards Buzzard Point, as well as connects points north. So I will follow up on that as well. So I appreciate you flagging that for me.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah. All right, I appreciate it. I don't have any further questions
Thank
for
you
this
very
panel, but
much.
appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, if you'll turn your mic on so we can hear it.
When you speak to the DDOT director, could you also ask that they enforce the restriction on Taylor Street? For the most part of that quarter where they're talking about putting the protected bike lane is, there's a no through trucks, and trucks drive down that street 24/7. So if they could do something to enforce it, I'd appreciate it.
Got it. I'll make a note of that too. Thank you
Okay.
very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
All right, we're next going to move to our final panel of public witnesses. So let me call out everybody's name as we bring folks on. And again, if you're in the room and here in person, ask you to come join us at the witness table as well. But we have Zach Adams, public witness. Commissioner Ratanj Hands, public witness. Carolyn Garrick Cook, public witness. Rebecca Miller, Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. James Smales, Chair of the Transportation Subcommittee with the Committee of 100 for the Federal City. Anthony David, Environmental Justice Organizer with Empower DC. Doug Waiters, participant with Justice for Brentwood. Alberta Paul, public witness. Jocelyn Johnson, public witness. And Grace Singletary, public witness. All right. Do we have Zach Adams? All right. And sir, I apologize, but can you run me your name?
Jim Smales.
Mr. Smales. Okay. All right. So we got you here.
Okay.
All right. Rebecca Miller, I think we've got you here. So I think I'm going to turn to you first because I don't see Mr. Adams, Commissioner Hans, or Ms. Cook. So if you're ready to go, Rebecca Miller, we'll turn to you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm here kind of on a twofer basis. I was signed up in the last panel, but had a hard time logging in. So I'd like to split my time if that's possible.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Well, you have 5 minutes. Do you mean you want to split up your 5 minutes or do you want to?
Well, I mean, I can, if you want me to just start with one and then go into, I have a,
yeah, go for it.
I have a public witness and I replaced a parent who wasn't able to join. So I have our testimony from the parent.
Got it. Yeah, please feel free. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Rebecca Miller, and I'm testifying in my capacity as a Ward 1 resident and a parent of a pre-K 4 student at Cleveland Elementary School located at 1825 8th Street Northwest. I'm testifying today to convey concerns expressed by both parents and staff about the severe traffic congestion and lack of adequate space for safe drop-off and pickup at the main entrance of Cleveland Elementary. To set a visual for you, Cleveland occupies a quarter of a city square facing east on the 1800 block of 8th Street Northwest, which is a two-way street with residential parking lining both sides. It is 1/2 block from 7th and T Streets Northwest, which often is occupied by individuals drug dealing, gambling, or conducting themselves in behavior not ideal for the eyes of elementary school children. The school is 1 block from the Shaw Metro entrances, making it an ideal location for commuters to park and catch a train to their offices. The school does have a 15-minute parking zone near its playground during school hours. It fits about 4 to 5 cars, but from my experience, these spots are often occupied all day by the same vehicles without enforcement. 70% of Cleveland's 300 students are out of boundary, and with many families metroing and busing, a significant number drive their children from all areas of the city to take advantage of Cleveland's English and Spanish educational programs. There is no dedicated drop-off lane on 8th Street, and the two-way traffic creates a hazard for families trying to load and unload students from their cars. At least 2 families this year were in a car accident in front of the school while trying to pick up their students as the result of these issues. We've been asking for an expedited DDOT assessment of the traffic patterns and traffic safety concerns in front of the school. The need for this study has become even more necessary with the imminent opening of the Langdon, a 204-unit apartment building with 15,000 square feet of retail. It has roughly 60 parking spots. The development was a matter of right, and needing to make no concessions, the ANC was not able to negotiate that residents of the new building not be able to apply for the residential parking permits. We, of course, welcome the new neighbors. However, the lack of parking at the building will result in additional congestion and exacerbate the parking issues that residents and Cleveland teachers who require parking will have. We don't have a parking lot, and DDOT only authorized 40 teacher parking passes for the area this year. And while they authorized those, they also required that the parent-teacher organization pay for those parking passes. We also were funded for an additional crossing guard, and currently which has not been staffed. Currently, our principal or student family resource teacher stands at the corner of 8th and T to ensure our students are safe crossing at the 4-way stop. The need for DDOT attention in this area was passed by resolution by the ANC 1B in January, and we hope that the DDOT will follow through with this so that our students and their parents can feel safe when dropping off their kids. That's what I've got for that one.
Got it. All right. Now we're turning back to you.
Okay, now we're going back to my real job. All right. So my name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League, and I'm here today to testify with regards to the Foundry Branch Trolley Trestle that's located in Archibald Park outside of Georgetown. DCPL testified last year and the year before with regards to the necessity to have the trestle rehabilitated into a pedestrian and bike path that would connect Foxhall and the Georgetown University campus. Funds were put in the budget 2 years ago into the DDOT budget to carry out a study. DDOT failed to do said study. Our understanding from DDOT is that it wasn't necessarily about the lack of desire for the trestle to be saved, but for their lack of capacity to carry out said study. And listening today to the testimony that I heard from the Georgetown bid, it sounds as though that DDOT could enter into some sort of cooperative agreement with an outside party to carry out the study, should it be funded in the next year budget. DCPL is capable of doing this type of study that could result in construction documents that could then be followed by a construction of this particular transportation element. It does have independent utility outside of being connected to a larger trail program, which has been pushed over the years. And we would like the DDOT director to reconsider the need for this particular transportation method between these two, between the communities of Palisades and the Georgetown University campus. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Appreciate that. All right, then we're going to move next to Mr. Smales.
Thank you.
And then after that, Anthony David, Alberta Paul, then Jocelyn Johnson. If you push the button, the red light should come on. There you go.
Oh, there we go. All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jim Smales, and I am testifying on behalf of the Committee of 100. Joining me is Fritz Edler, who is also from the Committee 100 and is a member of the DC State Rail Advisory Board. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and we are aware of the budget constraints that the council faces, and we want to work with you to ensure that the best use of public funds will occur because we know how important that is, especially this year. From its founding a century ago, the Committee of 100 on the Federal City has weighed in on matters concerning transportation in the district to make sure that those impactful decisions serve the best interests of the region. Policy matters affecting rail transportation are of particular interest to the Committee of 100. Unfortunately, Many stakeholders in these issues have not been involved or not represented, but we are here today to testify on one issue, the Union Station expansion project. Our region faces multiple challenges that that are affected by the project, the transportation of people, goods, and services, traffic gridlock, deadly accidents, isolated communities, and so forth. Fortunately, we have an unprecedented opportunity to address a number of these issues in the context of what happens next with Union Station. But it'll require the plan for Union Station to pivot from prioritizing commercial interests in the building to improved rail operations, because it is, after all, a railroad station. Failing this, we will pay a terrible cost for generations to come. Most major cities on the Eastern Seaboard resolved their regional rail options long ago, but Washington has never done so, and we have actually lost rail capacity. The opportunity to fix that is upon us urgently and needs to be addressed before new obstacles are created. The renovation of Union Station, if done incorrectly, however, will impose special burdens on all of the people in the region. Key issues, including capacity considerations, will determine whether enhanced rail options are available in the future. They also include ensuring that technology options that would reduce environmental burdens are still physically possible after the commercially focused building is completed. The replacement of the 8th Street Bridge over the Washington Terminal property is one immediate concern regarding its impact on current and future capacity for trains through the yard into Washington. Plans for the proposed column locations to support the new 8th Street Bridge could negatively affect the track alignment needed for access to the lower level and the First Street Tunnel. Current plans do not include guarantees that the city's best interests are prioritized. Our chief concern is run-through commuter rail operations. For a long time, it's been well documented that one of the single best ways to get vehicles off our streets is to make quality commuter rail service available in DC. That documentation has demonstrated the market for those coming from Western Maryland and headed to destinations in Virginia. Quality rail commuter service means single train options with robust and reliable schedules. So far, parties to the planning process, including Amtrak and the Federal Railroad Administration, have dismissed run-through rail service from Maryland's Mark Brunswick line and over the CSX Metropolitan Branch. They appear to have ruled out the robust infrastructure comparable to other East Coast cities. The dismissal is not well founded, and DDOT and our elected officials need to ensure the city's best interests are not railroaded, pardon the pun, as happened in the past with projects, for example, as rebuilding the Virginia Avenue tunnels. There are alternative design options that would make possible robust north, south, and west passenger run-through service in the district. These options aren't experimental. The railroads have known about these options, and the technology is available right now. They have costs, but they will pay for themselves in the future with many more benefits. We hope that DDOC and the council must understand that once priority decisions are cemented by parties and are completed, then there's no turning back. The proposal for Union Station expansion could very well rule out many options permanently. The Committee 100 stands ready to work with all of the parties to make sure commuter rail is a high priority in the renovation work that will begin soon. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Next, let me turn to Anthony David.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and the Committee on Environment and Transportation. My name is Anthony David Jr. I am an environmental justice community organizer with Empower DC. For the past 2 decades, Empower DC has worked to advance racial, economic, and environmental justice with DC residents citywide. I'm testifying today to highlight concerns related to 2 projects in the Brentwood community where we are working with residents to address persistent environmental injustice. One of the most pressing issues facing our community is the continued lack of transparency surrounding the W Street Aussie bus terminal and the DC plug project in the Brentwood neighborhood. I will continue to talk about the bus terminal, and one of our residents, Miss Grace, who is on the panel, will talk about her experience with the DC plug project. Residents have repeatedly requested clear, consistent, and accessible updates to these projects, yet information remains scarce. Community engagement should not be treated as an afterthought. It must be an integral part of the decision-making process. The failure to provide meaningful transparency undermines trust and contributes to a growing frustration among residents who feel excluded from discussion that directly impact their health and well-being. Residents have received no updates on the bus terminal project for over 2 years now. There's no information about updated site plans, and no one has addressed the insufficient traffic analysis conducted for the bus terminal project. An expert review of the analysis found it lacking in scope and accuracy, raising serious questions about its validity. Furthermore, residents were promised additional traffic analysis to fully assess the impact of increased bus and truck traffic, yet this promise remains unfulfilled. We believe this commitment is documented in the city plan, and we urge this committee to ensure that DDOT follows through on their obligations. Transportation safety throughout Brentwood is a serious concern of residents. Traffic congestion at W Street and Montana Avenue demands immediate attention. Heavy truck and bus traffic has turned residential streets into hazardous thoroughfares, compromising pedestrian safety, increasing pollution, and disrupting daily life. DDOT has identified Brentwood Road between Saratoga Avenue and W Street Northeast as a high-risk area, with an average of 68 crashes per year between 2018 and 2023, including 2 fatalities. We call for a comprehensive planning effort to address these challenges and to implement measures that prevent large commercial vehicles from using residential roads as cut-throughs. Additionally, I urge DDOT to prioritize urban forestry and increase green space in over-industrialized areas. Brentwood and surrounding areas experience disproportionately high levels of pollution due to industrial activity, heavy traffic, and inadequate green infrastructure. And even the DC Plug project currently is taking away the small bits of green space that we have in the Brentwood community. Expanding tree canopy coverage and implementing green space initiatives would mitigate air pollution, improve public health outcomes, and enhance the quality of life for residents. In conclusion, the Brentwood community deserves transparency, accountability, and a meaningful engagement in transportation and infrastructure planning. We urge this committee to hold DDOT accountable for its commitments and to ensure that equity, environmental justice, and community input remain at the forefront of decisions. We ask that DDOT come to the community and meet with the residents soon. And thank you all for your time and consideration. Now stick around for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. David. Next, let me see if we have Doug Waiters here.
Mr. Doug unfortunately had an emergency today. He will not be here with us.
Got it. Oh, thank you. I understand. All right, Alberta Paul.
Okay, I got it.
There you go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and public citizens of the District of Columbia and organizations. My goal in my testimony is to encourage the council and DDOT to use this budget year to conduct comprehensive assessments of existing bike lanes, protected bike lanes, road diet locations, the safeness of shifting or parking on steep inclines from the curb to the middle of the roadway, where both passengers and drivers have to exit the vehicles against automobiles, trucks, and bikes, narrowing of ingress and egress points on our roadways at major intersections should be assessed, as well as priority bus lanes, to determine the efficiency or need for change, removal, or revision to the original state of each location based on real data. Further, we have exceeded the miles of our great city. Allegedly, we now have 100+ miles of bike lanes, either protected or unprotected. The city is only 58 square miles. Let's cease and desist with building any additional bike lanes during this budget period. The justification of this goal is these structures are often referred to by you and others as alternative modes of transportation for safety. We have found a citywide growing of disdain, concern, and almost clearly anger and division among our citizens in most of the communities across the District of Columbia. This should not be. In the 2005 bike plan, it is clearly shared that earlier cycling was used by a unique group of end users to get back and forth to work, school, or served as a mode for many who had jobs delivering packages to buildings in the core of downtown DC. Then, few conflicts existed during this period from roughly 1970 through 1990s. Then we came up with a bike plan in 2005, which was updated again in 2020. We began as a city to plan out our 58 square miles for city bike lanes, protected bike lanes, with a goal in the 2020 plan to take them again to 123 miles in a 58 square mile city. To get this increased mileage, we intentionally plan to go into residential neighborhoods, small business hubs, and interrupt both in terms of parking availability and loading documents in these communities. No attempt has been made by anyone, the agency, the council, WABA, the Bicycle Council, to address these new interruptions. While adding focus on building trails at the same time, some trails are being designed have been diverted onto residential streets, causing conflicts among many narrow one-way streets. These actions, as we approach 2025, have clearly exploded into a citywide divide of residents, visitors, churches, commuters, small and large businesses versus bike enthusiasts. Recent plans noted as 2022 and 24 have added additional structures to the city's roadways and changed dramatically the safety of many, introducing road diets, conversion of two-way streets to one-way, adding bus priority lanes in busy commercial corridors, narrowing ingress and egress points in many streets using concrete bub outs. Ultimately, a review of the bike plans shows no coordination with residents, churches, local businesses, and other stakeholders has occurred. Notice of attempts were limited to ANC commissioners and bike enthusiasts, leaving out the many stakeholders who are impacted along these corridors, schools, and residents, and MPS teams, specifically in Ward 7, along an evacuation route known as Minnesota Avenue Southeast. The corridor was totally redesigned without any notice of intent to those who do business, who execute park services, or live there. This redesign reduced the roadway in both directions to a single lane, added mediums in this configuration, put intersection bub out extensions as well as sidewalk extensions at major intersections, which eliminated safe turning ratios throughout the corridor. In addition, the design added bike lanes and priority bus lanes. Its goal was to reduce speeding and make it safe.
Ms. Paul, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're a couple of minutes over your time, so I just want to ask if you'd help wrap up your summary, please.
I feel that the city owes it to all of its citizens, regardless of which ward, a assessment that's also inclusive of economic impact on all residents and stakeholders.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Paul. Next, let me see if Jocelyn Johnson's with us. Ms. Johnson?
I'm here.
Excellent. Good to see you. Let me turn to you for your testimony.
That's right. I appreciate being able to speak to you this afternoon for this testimony opportunity. I'm going to submit my package to you in writing. So I think you've heard enough about the complaints about DDOT as far as they just do not respond to requests for community engagement. But I'm actually coming to ask your involvement because I represent, well, I'm the former chair for the Ward 4 Mini Commission, but I'm also on the DC Safe Streets Coalition that's chaired by Nick Belladone. And we have a lot of people who are members of this coalition who have tried to get on the BAC, the PAC, and the multimodal committees, your advisory committees. And we don't get the opportunity to do that. We would like to be involved. We have concerns that we would like to express, and we would like to be able to speak more than just a guest. Sometimes they let us talk, sometimes they don't. And if we get to talk, it's just for a quick second click. So we would like to really get involved in being a member of these committees. So we need your help on that. If you could give us some help, or at least let us know what the process is so that we can seriously become a member, if you would. We have, as I speak about becoming a member of these committees, I'm particularly concerned because I actually have spent a lot of time going to the BAC meetings on Zoom. And Ward 4 is not represented at all, and that's bad. I asked I asked my council member to allow me to represent Ward 4. She never responded. I asked twice, and I don't understand why the council would not want to hear the other side of whatever. We're not just saying, no, we don't want them. We don't want bike lanes, but we do have concerns about how they're coming out, how they're putting them out, how they're taking away parking or whatever. And while we have been to DDOT meetings and we've been asking about community engagement, and they actually talk like they support it, they're very nice, they're very cordial, but the bottom line, nothing happens. So I think you might have to do some kind of legislation to ensure that the community is allowed to engage, because it doesn't make sense to say community engagement if there's no real desire to hear from the community. And I think you've heard enough this year, last year, the year before, about how DDOT does not respond. When I was chair of the mini commission, I actually invited Everett Lott to come, and he would be representing DDOT. He did not show up, but he did allow Ms. Kirschbaum to come. And like Gail Williams said, we don't get any response. And we are a part of the district, and we do have concerns that we would like to be able to voice to the powers that be. And I think I get it. DDOT does what you all pay DDOT to do, or what it's allowed to do. But maybe if you all do some legislation or some policy that says that DDOT will follow up, then they will have to follow up. So we could change from just vomiting all over you and telling you what they're not doing. We're able to next year be able to tell you heard it. Maybe they'll do something about what they've heard. I have heard people who have spoken to even the council members about traffic lights they have installed. And then after they install them, there are problems. They want to talk to DDOT to tell them where they narrow the street, and then they need to tell them what's going on, where the problem is, so you can tweak it. We're not able to tell them that because they don't respond. We have concerns about not having tags on bicycles, not having regulations on bicycles, not making sure that the bicyclists are able to follow rules and are held accountable, just like motorists are. Because nothing gets a driver's attention, be they're driving a bicycle, a truck, a van, or 18-wheeler. Nothing gets your attention like a ticket. But if there's a tag on it, on the bicycle, like it is on the car, then the camera would catch them. So if the police don't want to catch them, the camera would catch them, and you would get some added revenue, because then you start seeing accountability for the fact that they can turn on right on red, they can pass school buses, they do all the things that motorists cannot do, and you can get some revenue for that. So I just would like to ask that in your capacity as chair of transportation and environment, that if you would give us some tangible regulations that make DDOT, if not you all, something that says DDOT is going to have to follow up, then you would hear and you'd have some documentation or something to follow up on. We would be able to actually see some results of all the stuff we tell them, if we're lucky enough to tell them, or we tell you through these hearings, and maybe some things will get addressed.
All right.
I have
Thank
a
you, Ms.
lot
Johnson.
to say, but I'm going to give you I'm going to send you my
Yeah, please do. I'd love to make sure we get your written testimony into the record here. All right.
Thank
and
you.
You got it. And then let me turn to Grace Singletary, who I think is with us, and you're our final public witness of the day. Ms. Singletary,
Okay,
are you there?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Hi. I just wanted to testify. Oh, sorry. Hi, everybody. I wanted to testify on behalf of the DC Plug. I'm a resident of 13th Street Northeast, Brentwood, Ward 5. My concern is they put these boxes for the transformers to come from the poles to go under the ground. But the issue for my street is they put those right in front of our gates. like our walkways, which is a problem because when they want to come out and do like maintenance and stuff like that, they're blocking the path. We can't even leave our homes. And not only that, even me and some of my neighbors, we have concerns of whether these boxes can explode, whether they're emitting radiation, and they're so close up on our homes in front of our walkways. And why weren't these boxes put closer to the curbs or in the street instead of right on the sidewalks in front of our doors? It's not like it's in front of just the property, it's in front of our gates. So we literally have to walk on them to get out of the property, and it can be a trip hazard. I've heard a couple people have actually fallen on them. Wintertime when it's snowing, black ice, that could become a hazard. And it's just a bunch of concern about that. And this project, when I first moved here, I bought this house in 2022. There was no notice that I got when I first purchased the house that this project was going to go on. So I wasn't even aware that this was going to be happening. Any notices that they sent out were just kind of later down the line. Any meetings that they had with the community, I wasn't even aware of. I'm not sure if any of my neighbors were able to attend any of them, but I haven't had proper notification about it. And also just recently, December 1st, there was an explosion, I guess, of one of the transformers that may be on a pole. I don't know if it's underground, I don't know, but it knocked out our power. So that makes me feel concerned, like you're putting these stuff underground and it's in front of our houses directly. Like, what is it, what will happen if these boxes do explode? If our property gets damaged, if our vehicles get damaged, who's covering that? Is DDOT covering that? Is DC covering that? Like, who's covering that? Because I'm pretty sure that's not a part of our homeowners policies, and it shouldn't be. So I do see a lot of concern with that. I do have a toddler who's walking, and I do fear that that could be a hazard for her to walk over. And just not with me, like this street has a lot of elderly neighbors on it as well. And also, how would these boxes in front of our homes, how will it affect our property values if we wanted to sell our homes? Does that decrease the property value of our homes? So, and also during the construction time, parking was blocked off. Not everyone has carports. So, and we pay for parking permits. This is zone parking, street sweeping, and majority of the year, we couldn't even park in front of our homes, and we're paying for that. So it's unfortunate, like residents, we haven't even been reimbursed for our parking permits. We're paying for it. So for us to be paying for this yearly and we can't park on our streets because of this, these projects that have been ongoing, that's another problem as well. So that's really, in conclusion, for my concerns. But my question would be like, can these be removed? If they can't be removed, can they be moved elsewhere and not in front of our walkways in front of our homes? And that's it for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks to everybody for testifying in this panel. To Ms. Singletary, I'm struggling to visualize what box you're describing, but I think what you're describing is like an electrical feeder box, maybe. I'll be honest, I might need to follow up with you after the hearing to make sure I can understand a little bit more of which thing you're describing. If it's DC plug, though, the only part of that
From what I've seen on the notice, I think it's DC plug.
Yeah.
So
The DC plug
there are big metal boxes that take up in front of my door and my neighbor's gate. So they're big metal boxes right on the street. So even if someone came out and just walked down that road, they'll see them on the sidewalks.
Yeah, just I haven't walked down that block, so I need to see it. But
Yeah.
what I mean though is DC plug isn't part of this committee, so I need to find out a little bit more about exactly where they would go, because DDOT handles the public space permitting, which may be a connection there. But let me see if we can follow up after the hearing so I can better understand what you're describing there.
Well, when the project first started, DDOT was heavily involved. So it's a partnership project between DDOT and PEPCO.
Yeah, no, DDOT's involved from the standpoint of all the public space uses, but DC plug is actually run through PEPCO, which we don't have oversight over. But let me follow up with you guys after the hearing and see what we can find out, see where we can help.
Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen?
Right.
This is Ms. Johnson. This is Jocelyn. I just have a quick question. Would you be able to help us?
Ms. Johnson, hold
Are
on.
you able-
Miss Johnson, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I still have
I'm
questions
sorry.
here.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Okay.
All right. So Ms. Singletary and Mr. David, we'll follow up after the hearing so we can connect on that issue. Mr. Smales,
Okay, thank you.
You got it. Mr. Smales, I want to talk to you about the Union Station. So thank you very much for raising that. I'll add one more concern. You cited the concern around the indoor commercial activity, kind of preempting what they should be focused on, also about rail capacity, which I share that with you. I'll add one more to that, and I've had conversations with Amtrak and others about this, is that they're so focused internal to the building, they are not understanding its relationship to the neighborhood around it.
Yes.
And for those of us that live near it or travel near Union Station, it is certainly a rail hub, but it also is it's a huge part of the neighborhood, whether it be restaurants inside or retail that takes place inside or the connection to Union Station or for Metro. So I've really tried to push them as well that they've got to understand they're not an island. They have to recognize how it relates all around them. And I would just kind of add that to your list. The other thing I'm concerned about is Virginia's doing a better job than us. Let's just be straight about it. Virginia is investing and doing a phenomenal job of building out their rail transit. And they seem to have their executive and legislative branch on the same page. They're taking advantage of the federal funding opportunities, at least as they were 2 weeks ago. And we're making sure that they were getting those investments into their corridor. And I think they're going to increase rail capacity or rail volume, I should say, on their Virginia segments in a way that we've got to keep up.
Yes. Yes. Virginia, back in the 90s, their state government realized that transportation was a bipartisan issue because everybody wants better transportation. So they rarely bicker over issues except for how much money to provide for something, which is why the new long bridge, which is going to solve the rail bottleneck for the Northeast Corridor going south of Union Station, is going to be built. L'Enfant Station is getting a new VRE state. The L'Enfant Plaza VRE station is moving eastward and is going to be expanded. We're going to have 4 tracks in the Maryland Avenue Southwest Corridor, 2 for freight, 2 for passenger. So that will significantly relieve the congestion going south from Union Station. And it will also mean we can have many more passengers coming in on VRE, getting off at L'Enfant Plaza Station or going all the way through to Union Station.
Yep.
And
yes, as the district, I feel like we are not keeping up.
Right.
And I think we've been talking about Union Station and the need for that additional rail capacity for quite some time.
Yes.
And I was even talking not too long ago with one of our labor leaders that focuses on and represents a lot of the workers.
Mm-hmm.
And he feels like we're getting left behind too. So I think we've really got to move more quickly. And I am fearful that we've lost some of our federal funding opportunities as well to help make sure this can happen.
Yeah, and part of the problem also with the new H Street bridge, there's going to be the Burnham Place development to the north of that. But there's also going to be a new intercity bus station in the addition to Union Station. So we'll have more efficient transportation. It'll be a multimodal hub.
Yes.
And as you say, it's an important part of the neighborhood. I used to live in that part of the city in Northeast.
If you can work on that, Kevin. Ms. Miller, I appreciate your comments about the trestle bridge and kind of the broader picture about just the historically important or significant sites that are within projects. And one of the things I'm concerned about, I know I worked with Councilmember Fruman on the trestle funding to at least get things moving in that. I don't need to tell you, like, if the trestle falls, it's not going back up. And so if we want to be able to preserve this history and do it, I think, in a very creative, unique way that actually would create a really great trail that connects that neighborhood there. I think that opportunity, we need to have DDOT see that they do have a role in historically important properties and being able to help make those connections. So I think you were talking about the trestle in particular, but I think you were probably talking a little more broadly as well. Is that correct?
Well, really just listening to testimony earlier today and hearing the the Georgetown bid talk about their cooperative agreement. And so how they're carrying out some of DDOT's responsibilities. And that maybe is a solution for the trestle if they don't have the capacity to do this. I mean, we put forward last year that, you know, DDOT said $250,000 that was in the budget wasn't enough, and we came forward with a proposal of $205,000 that would get the city to construction documents at a shovel-ready project, which is what we then need in order to, you know, apply for any money if we want to have anything matched from the city or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
We can't just go forward with a pipe dream. We need to have a plan. And
Yeah.
having construction documents for this would be, it's fundable at that point.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Well, I appreciate your advocacy on that space too, and I'll check back in with Councilmember Freeman too. And Ms. Johnson, on the BAC and the PAC and the MAC, so the Bicycle Advisory Committee, the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and the Multimodal, I sometimes think of this as, you know, if you think about the councils from Make Way for Duckling, if you remember that book where it's Mac, Pack, Lack, Quack, and all of that. So we got the BAC, the PAC, the MAC. So each one of those positions are nominated by members of the council. So for example, I have somebody that I've nominated for each one of those seats. So if you're looking to say you see a vacancy and you would like to be on and appointed to, because what I hear you saying is you don't want to just attend the meeting, you'd like to be on one of those bodies. What you need to do is get one of the council members that has a vacancy. Sounds like you've tried that, but that's the only way to be on the committee, is those are appointed positions that come from the different members of the council.
Okay. You know, I'll try again because I did try it through Ward 4, but I think there's some vacancies that are maybe at large as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. There are, and they get published that way too.
Okay. But would you be able to, you think it's a viable solution on the other note for you all to do some kind of policy or whatever that will ensure that DDOT responds to community requests for involvement and engagement?
Well, that is certainly where we push. Now, here's what I find. We've been at this since 9:30 this morning. So I've lost track how many hours we're at, maybe around 8 hours. So I kept a little ticker as I was going. Over the course of the whole hearing, I had 14 different witnesses at some point talked positively around protected bike lanes, and 11 witnesses talked negatively about protected bike lanes. But guess what they were unified in? Whether they were for it or against it, all of them expressed frustration with DDOT saying, why are they not doing this? Why aren't they doing that? I want to see more. I want to see more communication. So I know sometimes we see a conversation from the lens that we're kind of bringing into it, but I just want to note that while we had 14 folks talk in favor of protected bike lanes, 11 folks talk in opposition to them, actually the common thread was a feeling of frustration with a department of saying, we want you to be more engaged. We want to see more action. And that's part of what I will take with the department. I said this earlier with, with one of our other witnesses. I have no expectation, none, that in every instance, everyone's going to sit down together and 100% agree on every issue and walk out of the room locked in arms, right? That's not going to happen. And I think we're all adults and understand that. But what I do expect is we can sit down together, DDOT can engage with communities, be able to outline what they're looking to do, hear different concerns, and then be able to make a decision though. But at the end of the day, they will make a decision. And it may not be a decision that every single person agrees with, but honest engagement at least allows us to hear something we may not agree with, but understand better why it's moving forward.
And I agree with you. I guess I just want to make sure that you heard a lot about DDOT not responding. Now, even if you agree, then you're good because they're saying what you're saying. But where there are problems on follow-up and DDOT is not responding.
Yes, but what I'm hoping you hear me say is both folks who agree with your position, Ms. Johnson, and folks who disagree with your position, Ms. Johnson, are both saying they're frustrated with not getting the type of responses they want out of DDOT. So there's a common theme there. And maybe there's a hand that stretches out across the aisle, and we're going to find folks that come together on that. But it's a shared perspective, I think, of feeling frustration over that, whether you like something that they're doing or you don't like something they're doing. That's something that we're going to work on. And I've had that conversation with the director. I'll continue to work with her, and it'll be part of what we talk about next week when the agency director is here in front of us, which is a perfect segue for us to be able to now conclude the committee's first performance oversight hearing. This has been on the Bicycle Advisory Council, the Multimodal Accessibility Advisory Council, the Pedestrian Advisory Council, and the District Department of Transportation. I want to thank all of our witnesses for their testimony. The testimony and the conversation we had today really do help inform my staff and myself and our move into now the agency portion, which will be taking place next week. For anybody who did not submit written testimony, or perhaps you were tuned in and listening and you'd like to add your testimony to the record for today's performance oversight hearing is going to close on February 19th. So you can submit written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Until then, the committee will receive government testimony for these agencies next Tuesday, February 11th. The next scheduled meeting of the committee, however, is actually going to be next Monday, February 10th at 9:30 a.m., where the committee will hold its performance oversight hearing on the Department of Motor Vehicles. So there being no further business for the committee, the time is now 4:28 p.m., and this public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
That's good.